Yu lay on the ground, no longer feeling any pain in her body, having set out alone to travel and clear her mind, only to slip and tumble off a cliff. She felt she was probably about to die. Just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness, she seemed to hear a mechanical female voice.
Detecting compatible soul fluctuations. Initiating binding sequence. Binding successful. Host impending death detected. Initiating soul transfer. Soul transfer successful. Commencing physical body reconstruction for host. Physical body reconstruction successful. Congratulations! Host, you've successfully bound the ancient survival guide system. Welcome to the ancient beastman world. Congratulations! Host system gift package. Activated successfully. Acquired initial host information and language module. Gifted. Beginner storage space. System binding complete. Wishing you a pleasant journey, host.
Bai strained to make out what that female voice was saying, catching fragments like system binding, host, before blackness claimed her completely.
Hey, big bro. There is another female over here.
Huh. She is so scrawny. Looks like she's not even of age yet. This build ain't exactly prime for breeding. Guess we'll trade her for some rations.
What a shame. If taking down the Blackstone tribe hadn't dragged on so long, our Iron Wolf tribe wouldn't be scraping by to feed all these females.
What can we do about it? Winter's almost here, and our tribe's food stores are running low. So we gotta offload these scrawny and underage females from the Blackstone tribe.
In her hazy stupor, Bai Yu overheard two men conversing, struggling to pry open her heavy eyelids. I saw two big guys with bare upper bodies, wearing only skimpy black leather skirts around their waists, staring right at her. She was so terrified she froze in place.
She has got quite the alluring look about her. Too bad she is so frail. Otherwise we'd keep her around as a shared mate.
Big brother, why don't we two brothers have a go at her first?
Bai Yu overheard this and stared at them in sheer horror. Right then, she vaguely recalled the events just before she blacked out, realizing she'd somehow stumbled into something utterly bizarre, like binding to a system and transmigrating across time and space. But she was still completely in the dark about her current predicament, with all sorts of info flooding her mind that she hadn't even begun to process, when this nightmare hit her.
Don't even think about it. War captives are for the whole tribe to share. If you break her, we'll get exiled from the tribe. I'll take her to the captive holding area first. You search again for any missed females or anything else.
It wasn't long before the bewildered Bai Yu was dumped at the mouth of a cave. Stepping inside, she spotted over a dozen other girls. But in this world, they were all known as females. She averted her gaze, found a quiet corner, and began piecing together the jumble of info in her head. They were all called beastmen. Males were male beastmen, incredibly powerful in combat, able to shift between beast and human forms. Females were female beastmen, born in human form, relatively delicate, and always protected by the males. They didn't need to hunt or labor excessively, sustained entirely by the tribe. Once they reach adulthood, they must choose a male as a mate to bear offspring. If there is no favored male, the elders or clan leader will assign one directly. The stronger the female, the more she is coveted, as it is a mark of prime fertility. But females like them, left behind after their tribe's destruction, hold no real status. The robust ones are kept on as breeding tools, and any unwed male with battle merits in the tribe can claim mating rights. Like a shared wife, the children they bear are raised collectively by the tribe until adulthood. Bai Yu, who crossed over from the modern world, simply couldn't accept being reduced to nothing more than a breeding tool, so she racked her brain for a way to escape. Then she remembered, hadn't she somehow bound a system? She began chanting it silently in her mind. System. The very next instant,
Host, Bai Yu, gender, female beastman, mate none. System, space, 1 cubic meter, upgradable, upgrade conditions, figure it out yourself. Host, item appraisals remaining today, 3, non-stackable.
And that is it.
What the heck is the system even good for? And what is this appraisal nonsense?
The only thing that seems remotely useful is this space. But how do I even upgrade it? She glanced back at the system panel, pursed her lips, and picked up a nearby pebble. In her mind, she willed it into the space. In the next moment, the pebble vanished from her hand. Now it floated in a pristine white virtual space, ready to return to her grasp whenever she wished. A spark of hope flickered in her eyes. At least this space might actually come in handy. Baiyu started scheming how to use this space to make her getaway. Lost in thought, several burly men strode into the cave entrance. They carried some meager rations, just unripe fruits and raw lettuce leaves. They doled them out and promptly left. Baiyu stared at the sour green fruit and limp veggie leaves in her hand. Feeling a lump rise in her throat, she gritted her teeth and chomped down on the unripe fruit. The assault on her taste buds was unlike anything she'd endured before, but she barely chewed, swallowing it in a few hasty gulps. She glanced at the few leaves still clutched in her hand and shoved them into her mouth too. The anticipated bitterness didn't appear at all. Instead, there is a mildly sweet flavor. It tastes remarkably like the lettuce from the southern markets. She immediately picked up the leaf and examined it closely, secretly vowing to commit this vegetable to memory, so she could forage for it herself in the future. But right at that moment,
shall we appraise the properties and functions of this item? Host, you still have 3 appraisal uses left today. Please, consider carefully.
Only then did she grasp what those 3 daily appraisals on the system panel really meant. With this tool, she'd never have to fear munching on something deadly in the wilderness again. In this world, beast folk still eke out a living through hunting, with edible fruits and veggies being pitifully rare. And even the safe ones were only stumbled upon when desperate souls, starving near death, grabbed whatever they could and took a chance. The lucky ones uncovering new edibles, while the unlucky keeled over from poison. And among those risk-takers, not even 1 in 10 survived, which is why these days, beast folk have scarcely any vegetables to eat. Today's beast folk aren't exactly pros at prepping ingredients, usually just tossing meat over a fire to roast, sprinkling on some salt, and calling it gourmet. As for the veggies, they're stuck eating them raw. And yeah, the flavor leaves a lot to be desired. To beast folk, meat is the only real food worth their time. Baiyu's eyes lit up like stars as she stared at the leaf in her hand, and without hesitation, she selected to appraise the broadleaf green.
Non-toxic, edible, no adverse effects.
Right away, every detail about its growth and form was permanently etched into Baiyoyo's mind, ready for her to recall and put to use whenever she pleased. Baiyoyo was so elated, she nearly bounced right off the ground. The next moment, she remembered her current predicament. With this ability, from now on, anything she appraises, she'll forever remember its properties and uses. This is basically her golden finger for wilderness survival. Calming her emotions, Baiyoyo devoured all the leaves in her hand, leaned against the cave wall, and closed her eyes to rest, while pondering her escape plan. Before long, she drifted off into a hazy sleep.
You're here. Get up. Time to head out. Treating you female captives. Our tribe has been more than fair. Soon, we'll march you out to trade for supplies, and in just 1 day, we'll reach the nearest trade outpost. You'd better all behave yourselves, and not bring trouble on yourselves. As for what lies ahead, that'll depend on your fates.
At the cave mouth, several burly beastmen were already waiting, and as the captives emerged, the beastmen split off to the front, middle, and rear of the line, keeping a watchful eye. Baiyu took in the setup, her brows furrowing slightly. Yet she kept her cool and trudged along with the group, biding her time for the right moment. Female captives were never as strong as the males to begin with, let alone this scrawny bunch. Before long, small clusters of females started falling behind, too exhausted to keep up. After a brief discussion, the guards permitted them to rest right there on the spot. Time was slipping away for her. So she sidled up to a somewhat scrawnier male beastman. Her eyes brimming with tears, she gazed up at him pleadingly.
Big brother, I really need to relieve myself. Could you escort me somewhere private?
Follow me.
With that, he led her straight into a nearby grove. They hadn't gone far when the beastman decided no one outside could overhear them anymore, and came to a stop, his gaze shifting hungrily to Baiyoyo.
Could you turn around for a sec? You're staring right at me. How am I supposed to go?
Little delicate flower. Now, it is just you and me. What is with the act? You didn't drag me out here on purpose.
And if I did lure you here, what then? I've taken quite a liking to your rugged strength, big brother, but I'm about to be traded away. And after that, I'll never see my brother again.
Most of the people I know aren't all that bright, and they usually settle things with brute force. And this beastman seems a bit shorter than the others. He is never been complimented like this by a female before. He is so thrilled. He has completely lost his bearings.
You're saying you want to come with me and be my mate?
I don't eat much. You know, you're so strong. You can definitely provide for me. So, can you please not trade me away? In the male's eyes, females are all fragile, with no fighting ability at all, especially a little female who is completely unarmed. This beastman had absolutely no defenses up against Bai Youyou. Seeing Bai Youyou draw near, he just figured she was trying to seduce him, to convince him to keep her as his mate. So he stood there, all smug, waiting for the little female's flattery. And he was already getting a bit eager.
You're so tall. Could you squat down a bit?
The beastman was completely aroused by Bai Youyou, and without a second thought, he plopped down on the ground. Bai Youyou fought back her disgust. As her small hand trembled slightly, she bit her lip, telling herself not to panic. Just as the beastman squinted his eyes, eager for Bai Youyou's next bit of service, Bai Youyou suddenly pulled the stone from her spatial storage and gripped it tight. There came a sharp thud. The beastman's eyes flew wide open, and the next instant, he crumpled straight to the ground. Bai Youyou didn't let him go. She bolted straight into the woods. She didn't dare look back, afraid that if she did, she'd see the beastman charging right behind her. Right now, she had just one thought: run as far away as possible and never get caught by these beastmen again. Even if I have to live alone forever, even turning into a wild savage wouldn't matter. He kept walking and running all the way until his legs went weak and he could go no further. He found himself stopped by a small creek. He scooped up the clear stream water and drank deeply. Bai Youyou caught a glimpse of his current appearance in the water's reflection. His features hadn't changed much from before, which brought him a slight sigh of relief. He didn't dare linger any longer, so he picked a direction and pressed on, exhausted and starving. He couldn't afford to collapse just yet. He had barely escaped with his life, and he refused to resign himself to fate. After walking an unknown distance longer, a few fruit trees came into view ahead. They looked quite appetizing. But as he brought a fruit to his lips, he suddenly remembered that wild things shouldn't be eaten carelessly. He murmured inwardly, "A praise. Golden fruit is poisonous,
Inedible, but the juice repels insects and can mask scents.
Bai Youyou's spirits sank in an instant, yet he still picked a bunch and stored them in his spatial storage. After all, they could repel insects and mask his scent, things he might need come nightfall. Gritting through the pain in his feet, he pushed forward. But after just a few steps, something thudded against his head. He looked up to see a squirrel-like creature gnawing on something atop a branch, and he started to move on. But the next moment, realization dawned. If the animal can eat it, then surely he could too. Without hesitation, he snatched a broken branch from the ground and began whacking at the fruits on the tree with force. Soon, plenty had fallen to the ground. He picked one up.
Black chestnut, non-toxic and edible with no side effects.
He immediately popped it into his mouth and bit down. The flesh is sweet and fragrant, much like the chestnuts he'd savored before. And it would taste even better if boiled. Delicious. Once he was full, he kept knocking the black chestnuts from the tree until he'd dislodge everyone within reach. Only then did he stop. He stored all the black chestnuts in his storage space. Weighing them mentally, they barely reached 2 pounds. But now he had some provisions at hand, and no longer fretted over his next meal. With that, Bai Youyou pressed on, needing to find a shelter quickly. Dusk was falling fast, as the jungle filled with the eerie calls of wild beasts. Just as Bai Youyou began to despair, he spotted a massive tree looming not far ahead. Beneath it yawned a shadowy hollow, and up close, he saw a large stone wedged beside the opening. Luckily, the stone didn't fully block the entrance. This tree hollow was clearly claimed, with dry grass piled on the floor, and a bamboo tube resting on the stone table, likely for storing water. Spotting the thick dust coating the stone table, he finally exhaled in relief. After taking stock of the hollow, he stepped to the entrance, still uneasy. The stone might deter large beasts, but a snake or the like could easily slip through the gap. After a moment, he eyed the nearby branches and vines, dragging them inside in several loads. Seated on the ground, he worked swiftly, recalling his grandfather's fence weaving from childhood, lashing the branches with vines into a crude barrier. Though it looked rather rough, but it'll have to do for now. When he opened his eyes again, The sky was already bright. Bioyu retrieved the black chestnuts he'd stored in his space and began shelling and eating them. There weren't many black chestnuts, so he didn't dare eat his fill. Just enough to take the edge off his hunger. Before stopping, he sat down on the pile of dry grass, lifted his foot to inspect it, and discovered several large and small blisters on the sole. No wonder it hurt so much. But right now, he had no medicine. Bioyu gritted his teeth against the stinging pain in his feet, grabbed the bamboo tube from the stone table, and limped to the cave entrance. No matter the pain, he had no choice but to venture out in search of food to keep him alive, water, and medicinal herbs. He longed to return to the western spot from yesterday, where there was food, water, but it was a bit too far. In his current condition, he feared he couldn't make it back before nightfall. After a moment's thought, he headed in another direction. Since someone had once lived here, there had to be a water source nearby. Otherwise, why would someone strong enough to move those massive stones choose to settle here? Sure enough, it wasn't long before he spotted a small river. The water was crystal clear, and Bioyu's eyes brightened. He first rinsed the bamboo tube in the water, then filled it with fresh water, lifted it, and began to drink. Once he'd quenched his thirst, he decided to fetch more to take back. As he dipped the tube back into the water, Bioyu noticed 2 silver streaks darting toward his hand. Startled, Bioyu yanked his hand back. The fish were about 2 pounds each, with massive heads. The teeth look pretty sharp too. At a glance, it is clearly a carnivore, remembering how these 2 fish charged straight at me just moments ago. If my reaction had been just a bit slower, even if it didn't bite off a chunk of flesh, that skin would definitely have been stripped right off. Bioyu couldn't help but shiver. Yes, and this world demands even greater vigilance. He frowned, looking at the fish's grotesque appearance. He really had no appetite for it. Plus, he didn't have fire yet, no knife. He had no idea how to process it. But this was meat, after all. Going without meat for too long, his body wouldn't hold up. And he hadn't figured out a way to hunt yet. Gritting his teeth, Bioyu reached out to touch the fish's tail. Silently in his mind, a praised piranha edible if healthy.
Bile can be used medicinally. External application for anti-inflammatory and pain relief. No side effects.
Bioyu's eyes lit up at the appraisal results. His eyes immediately brightened. His face broke into a joyful smile. He had been fretting over the lack of medicine, and now medicine had come knocking. Staying alive really does bring hope. Bioyu didn't hesitate any longer. He picked up a stone and smashed it against the heads of the 2 piranhas. After killing the 2 fish, he found a somewhat sharper stone, using it as a stone knife to process the piranhas. It took considerable effort to slit open the piranha's belly. Once he had extracted the gallbladders from both piranhas, he promptly chopped off the heads and tossed them into the river, leaving not much fish meat behind. After scraping off the scales, he wanted to wash it in the river. But remembering that ferocious assault just now, he still felt too cowardly. Though the outcome turned out well, he couldn't be certain he'd get so lucky every time. Back in the tree hollow, Bioyu finally grabbed the piranha's bitter gall and began applying it to her injured foot. But as soon as it touched the wound, a soothing coolness enveloped the gash on her foot, completely overriding the stinging pain. Bioyu blinked in delighted surprise, then quickly applied the remedy to the rest. Once all the wounds were treated, Bioyu stowed away the second piranha gall, her gaze shifting to the raw fish on the stone slab. With no fire to cook it, and no time to figure out how to start one, she gritted her teeth and ate it raw. The taste was better than she'd feared, but Bioyu stopped after just half a meal. She wasn't used to raw food after all, and couldn't stomach more than that. She packed away the leftovers, took a sip of water, then returned to her haybed to rest. Exhausted, she soon drifted off to sleep again. But not for long. A commotion at the tree hollow's entrance jolted her awake once she made out the sounds outside. Bioyu shivered in dread, snapping fully alert. She crept slowly to the entrance, peering out through a gap in the barricade, and spotted a massive snake, thicker than a barrel, locked in battle with a mother marten about a meter long. By all logic, a snake shouldn't stand a chance against a marten, but this serpent had the marten pinned down. Its frantic attempts to flee repeatedly thwarted. The moment Bioyu laid eyes on that giant snake, her scalp crawled with terror. In her whole life, nothing terrified her more than cold-blooded reptiles like snakes. Her legs buckled, nearly sending her tumbling to the ground, as she silently mustered her courage.
That snake probably hasn't spotted me yet. I applied golden fruit juice at the cave entrance again to mask my scent, hoping I won't be detected.
I reassure myself like this. Bioyu, stealing her courage, peers outside once more, only to find the brawl outside has come to an end, her gaze locking straight onto the giant snakes. That is when she realizes the snake's two eyes aren't the same color, lending it an eerie, demonic air. But in that moment, Bioyu is utterly petrified, even forgetting to breathe. Just as she braces for the giant snake to charge and devour her, the snake shifts its gaze away, coiling its tail around the fallen eagle on the ground, and swiftly slithers off into the distance. But right before vanishing, it whips its head back for one last predatory glance at Bioyu, jolting her from a momentary sigh of relief straight into near-fainting terror. Once the giant snake is gone, Bioyu frantically packs up her gear, gathering the fish meat and its bitter gall, and scooping up the remaining black seeds, before finally abandoning this spot. Though she is loath to leave, she has no other option. Now she is squarely in that massive serpent's sights. The only reason it spared her for now is likely that the eagle made a sufficient meal. But when hunger strikes that serpent again, it might just come hunting for her. The last thing she wants is to end up as its emergency rations. So she swiftly unfastens the barrier, slips out of the tree hollow, and hurries off in the exact opposite direction from the snake. Unbeknownst to her, the giant snake that appeared to have left is actually lurking not far away, its mismatched eyes locked unblinkingly on her, without so much as a flicker. Not long after setting out, Bioyu began to regret her decision a bit, thinking she should have waited until tomorrow to leave. That giant snake had just claimed such a massive prey, so it shouldn't be hungry again for a while. And with her foot still not fully healed, going back now was out of the question. Grating her teeth, she pressed on, hoping to find another safe spot to hide in soon. Whether it was the heavens answering her silent plea or not, she actually spotted a cave. But there was something odd about this cave. Its entrance was unnaturally smooth. Bioyu peeked inside, listening intently, but hearing no sounds at all. Summoning her courage, she stepped inside. She had just reached the deepest part when her pupils suddenly contracted in shock. There, sprawled on the cave floor, lay the corpse of a massive eagle. It was the very same eagle that had been battling the giant snake earlier. Oh no! A cold sweat broke out on her back. She had meant to flee from the giant snake, but instead she had stumbled right into its lair. Only now did she understand why the entrance was so slick. With a beast that massive, slithering in and out constantly, how could it not be polished smooth? Her legs went weak, yet she couldn't afford to linger. She spun around to bolt, only to crash into a solid, unyielding embrace. She tried to pull back, but a pair of thick, powerful arms wrapped around her, drawing her close.
What are you so afraid of?
Once she realized it was a person she had bumped into, she felt a slight sense of relief. She looked up at the figure towering over her, more muscular than any lean man she had ever seen. His features sharply defined and profoundly chiseled, his thin lips slightly parted, exuding an air of subtle sensuality. But none of that was the point. The key is his heterochromatic eyes. His gaze held a hint of wildness. Bioyu recalled the rules of this world and glanced again at the male beastman's eyes. Her lips trembled. Are you that giant snake from before?
That is right. My name is Lucio. You can call me that from now on.
Lucio narrowed his eyes.
A flicker of madness flashed in his eyes, but he quickly masked it with a smug, innocent grin.
From now on, you are mine.
Can you please let me go? I came in by accident.
Upon hearing this, Lucio furrowed his brows. He showed no intention of releasing her, and instead pulled her even closer.
Once might be an accident, but twice. First, you entered my tree den, and now my cave den. It proves you're meant to be my little female.
He cooed soothingly.
In the future, I'll take care of you, so don't worry. Though I'm a wandering beast man, I'm very strong. I'll make sure you're well fed and keep you safe.
Once Bioyu had examined him thoroughly, from head to toe.
All you need to do is follow me and be my little female.
Bioyu listened to Lu Xiu's words, feeling no joy whatsoever, and instead shrank back in fear. But she couldn't budge the arm encircling her in the slightest. She hadn't expected to escape one wolf's den, only to fall into a snake's jaws, for she was terrified of snakes.
The little female is beautiful. Though she's a bit skinny, but with some proper care, she'll be fine.
Though I have no idea how such a precious female ended up wandering here all alone. looking so disheveled. I'll just take it as a surprise gift from the beast god. In this world, beastmen like him, who have features different from other beastmen, are called ominous beastmen, and get exiled from their tribes, becoming wandering beastmen. They have no right to claim their own females, not even through exchanges. Because in the eyes of beastmen, they are harbingers of ill omen, and their offspring might inherit that curse. Glancing at the little female's reaction in his arms, Luxio figured the little female was so scared of him. Because he was a wandering beastman, wandering beastmen, deprived of their own females, endure agonizing estrus periods every year, which sometimes drives them to raid tribes for females. Though the females in tribes are heavily guarded, wandering beastmen rarely make it back alive. But exceptions do happen, and for most wandering beastmen who do manage to snatch a female, when estrus peaks, they struggle to control themselves. Females being so fragile, the captured little females are often left barely clinging to life after being ravaged, or even dead outright. Luxio thought of this and frowned.
Little one, you don't need to fear me so much. I'm not like the other wandering beastmen. I'll raise you until you're grown, and when you enter your estrus, then we'll mate and have offspring. You don't have to worry. I won't hurt you.
Bai Yoyo, hearing this, forgot even her fear. Her face flushed red in an instant. How could he have ever heard such bold words before? Bai Yoyo knew that resisting now would likely be pointless, and might even provoke him further. So she figured, since he wouldn't hurt her right now, it was better to pretend to go along for the moment, and wait for a chance to escape later. Bai Yu gave Lucio a slight nod. And Lucio, seeing her agreement, was filled with pure joy in his eyes. He scooped her up and carried her deep into the cave. It was the first time she'd been held so intimately by another, and Bai Yu's body went rigid all over. Even after being set down on the stone bed, she was still dazed. Lucio didn't notice Bai Yu's odd mood. To him, Bai Yu had just agreed to be his little female, which meant she was his mate now. Lucio crouched down and pulled a straw mat from under Bai Yu. Judging from the way she'd been walking, he'd guessed she had an injury on her foot, but he hadn't realized it was this bad. He glanced up at Bai Yu.
I'll go find some medicine for you.
This can work. It is something folks from my old tribe discovered. Beastmen don't eat fish, because once, in desperation from hunger, someone tried eating it anyway, but found it bitterly fishy, and even got choked if not careful. So no one ever bothered with fish again, and naturally, no one would recognize a fish's bile gall. Can it really be used? Lucio stared at the dark, gooey thing in his hand, and sniffed its weird odor. Seeing his doubt, Bai Yu took the fish bile back from him. She pricked a small hole in it, and carefully applied it herself. Lucia saw her like this, and wanted to help, but Bai Yu refused. I'll handle it myself. You don't need to fuss over me. There is only so much medicine left. If these burly brutes waste it all, he'll have no tears left to cry. Going to tend to Bai Yu, there is nothing wrong with using the medicine on her.
All right. I'll head to the cave entrance and prep the food. Just call if you need anything.
He turned and headed toward the massive eagle on the ground. Little Magnet can't handle raw meat well, and needs 2 or 3 meals a day, or he'll grow weak, even starve to death. Right now, the priority is healing that foot injury. Lucio has no intention of harming him at the moment. He is not rushing to flee just yet. At the cave entrance, Lucio began plucking the eagle's feathers. In the past, he'd rip it off with the skin intact, but not this time. He needs to craft a winter bed for his little female. He has to make haste, stockpiling enough food for his little female before winter sets in. Hides and firewood too. After applying the medicine, Bai Yu noticed Lucio hadn't returned, so she pondered a moment, then shifted deeper into the stone bed. Before long, she dozed off against the stone wall. By the time Lucio finished prepping the eagle meat and returned to the cave, he found Bai Yu already fast asleep. The gaze he fixed on Bai Yu softened gradually. Born with mismatched eyes, he was deemed an ill-omened outcast, and cast out from the tribe as a mere child. The only reason he survived was his serpentine beastman nature sated once. He could endure for ages, and his mother's secret provisions whenever she could slip away. As he grew older, you can catch some small animals to eat on your own. I thought life would gradually get better, but when he turned 10, a devastating bug infestation struck. From then on, his mother never reappeared. She might have perished, or perhaps she fled with the tribe. So young at the time, he couldn't search for her. He felt utterly alone. and deeply heartbroken. Yet the only choice was to heed his mother's words and keep on living. All these years, he has wandered alone. Though he has grown accustomed to solitude, the loneliness still lingers. Now, gazing at the sleeping Baiyu, he finally senses what home feels like. Vowing silently in his heart to hunt even more prey for his little mate. Everything that other mates possess, his little mate will have in abundance too. He chose not to wake Baiyu, instead retrieving a soft hide from a simple wooden chest and gently draping it over her. Then turning to leave the cave, Baiyu, fast asleep, was roused by the enticing aroma of barbecue.
Shouldn't you call me if you need anything? You can't put any weight on that food for a while.
He cheerfully lifted him onto a nearby stone and settled him down.
Wait, just a moment. The meat will be ready any second. Have a little something to tide you over first. This one's really sweet.
If only Lu Xiu had been a bit stricter with him, he might have felt more at ease. But Lu Xiu was just too kind to him, leaving him unsure of how to face it all.
Little Sijiang, go on, eat up. I've already tasted this fruit. It is not poisonous.
Baiyu met Lu Xiu's expectant gaze and pursed his lips. But in the end, he picked it up and took a bite. As soon as the juicy flesh hit his tongue, a burst of rich, sweet flavor flooded his mouth, and Baiyu blissfully squinted his eyes. He looked just like a mischievous kitten who'd snuck a tasty treat. Utterly adorable. After nibbling away the 2 egg-sized fruits bit by bit, his eyes turned to the meat Lu Xiu was grilling. It had been days since he'd had any cooked food, so naturally, he was starving for it. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a pile of feathers spread on the ground nearby.
Good. These are the furs from that mink we just got, and once they're dried, they'll be soft and warm. I'll collect more and stuff them into beast hides, so when winter arrives, you won't feel the cold.
Baiyu hadn't expected this beastman to already be thinking ahead about winter preparations for him. A warm yet bittersweet ache swelling in his heart before he could fully savor the emotion.
It is still a bit hot to the mouth. Your skin is so delicate, so take care.
He took the piece Lu Xiu handed him and bit into it, though only a pinch of salt had been added. For Baiyu right now, it was an exquisite delicacy. In just a few bites, he finished that piece of meat, then gazed at Lu Xiu with eager eyes, clearly wanting more. Seeing Baiyu like this, Lu Xiu's heart melted from the sheer cuteness. With a soft chuckle, he tore off the tenderest piece of meat and fed it to Baiyu. As Baiyu savored the bite fed to him, he couldn't care less about anything else. He was just that spineless. Lu Xiu loved this feeling of feeding his little partner. It gave him such a strong sense of accomplishment, and soon enough, Baiyu was full. Then he devoured the rest of the barbecue himself, finishing it in just a few bites. He then handed Baiyu the bamboo tube filled with water from the side, followed by a fragrant twig. From the information provided by the system, Baiyu knew that these orcs used such twigs to clean their mouths and teeth. Though it wasn't as convenient as toothpaste and a toothbrush, it was still better than nothing.
Little female, I need to scrape the remaining meat and dry it by the fire. And soon, before nightfall, head out to hunt some prey. Make it into jerky for you to eat over the winter. Do you want to head back to the cave now?
I'd like to sit here for a bit.
Alright. Then, my scent is here, so the nearby beasts won't dare come close. You don't need to be scared. Your foot hasn't healed yet. If anything happens, just wait for me to get back. Don't wander off. Got it?
He gently touched Baiyu's soft hair, then swiftly vanished from Baiyu's sight. This thoughtful and attentive care left Baiyu feeling a bit flustered and uneasy. She lifted her foot and examined the piranha's bitter gall, and it was working wonderfully. The wound had already scabbed over. It looks like it'll heal in just a few days. Thinking of Luxiu's kindness toward her, Baiyu warned herself inwardly. Don't let those sugar-coated bullets fool you. This beast man just wants to mate with me. Wants me to bear his children. That is why he is being so nice. But who knows if what I'd bear with this beast man would even be a child. Or an egg. It is all up in the air. Male beastmen are all fragile little risks before they turn 3. And just imagining a bunch of little snakes swarming around me, Baiyu shuddered in fear. Her resolve to escape grew even stronger. Luxiu had no idea how desperately his little female wanted to bolt. After beating a black bear to death, he headed straight back. As he neared the cave, he spotted a small white beast up ahead, no bigger than the palm of his hand. It darted toward him swiftly, and he snatched up the little creature, now frozen in fright, all while shouldering a black bear twice the size of his humanoid form. and rushed back quickly. Lu Xiu spotted his little female, still sitting where he'd left her. She looked so obedient there at the starting spot, as if waiting for him to return home.
Little female, look what I brought you. This little thing looks a lot like you, all soft and fluffy. I caught it just for you.
His eyes lit up. This little creature resembled the rabbits he knew, but it was far more beautiful than any rabbit. His eyes brimming with affection.
What do you think? Do you like it?
Her two heterochromatic pupils stared straight at Bai Yoyo, as if eagerly awaiting her praise.
What is this little skinny one's name?
This one. It is called Little Skinny. It is not very meaty. So isn't that how you name them?
Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yoyo with some confusion. Why didn't she even know such a basic thing? Bai Yoyo's mouth twitched at that. Though she knew the basics about this world, they weren't nearly complete. The system's data didn't cover details like this. So she had to use her appraisal chances, one by one, to learn.
She couldn't just keep calling it Little Tree. Right, what should we name it? Good.
Think about whatever you like. It is for you, so it is yours.
Bai Yu thought for a moment, then decided to use one appraisal chance. After today, if she didn't use them, the 3 chances would expire unused.
Long-haired rat. Edible. Lives of warriors. 正经 temperament. Can be raised as a pet.
This was Bai Yoyo's first time appraising a land animal, and she thought it was quite different from the long-haired rats in her original world. Actually, it looks more like a rabbit.
What is this little beast? Do you know? What if we stay and try to live off it?
Well, I know. This little beast is a kind of black bean. Lots of them grow on the hillside over there every year.
Can we eat those beans?
When I was a kid, I was starving once. I tried it, and it was cold and astringent. It doesn't fill you up, and doesn't taste good. You don't have to worry about food. You're my little female. Of course, I won't let you go hungry.
Don't call me little female anymore. I have a name. My name is Bai Yoyo.
Yoyo.
There was a hint of ambiguity in Yoyo's tone.
It gave him a tingling, numb sensation. I want to gather some of those beans. Is that okay?
Sure. I'll bring some back for you when I go hunting tomorrow.
Bai Yu actually wanted to go herself, but after glancing at her feet with a smile, she gave up the idea. She smiled gratefully at Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu was dazed for a moment by Bai Yoyo's smile. He just thought his little female looked so beautiful no matter what. She looked even better when smiling, so he started processing the black bear he'd brought back. After Lu Xiu finished skinning it,
Yoyo, this hide can be made into a fur skirt for you for winter. Good. It'll be really warm. Here, feel how soft and comfortable it is. If you don't like it, I'll find something else for you tomorrow.
a flutter stirred in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. He was planning to leave, and he wanted to leave soon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have time to prepare winter food for himself or find a place to hide from beasts over the winter. It felt smooth and soft to the touch. Bayuyu couldn't put it down.
Well, it can't be used yet. Wait until I've processed it for you. Then I can make you a leather skirt.
Holding that long-haired rat, she nodded gently. After receiving Bayuyu's affirmative response, he went to process the black bear meat. He had to process all of this meat, then roast it dry. This season's winter lasts about 3 months. Although he eats a lot, but if he is not moving around, 6 or 7 meals would suffice for the whole winter. So he'd never prepared too much food for winter before. But now he had to prepare 3 months' rations for Bayuyu. Since Bayuyu still couldn't eat too much raw food, he also needed to gather firewood and build a meat roasting stove next to the cave. Otherwise, when winter comes and the cave entrance is sealed, you won't be able to roast meat inside. Otherwise, it would choke Bayuyu to death. So, although Luciu really wanted to gently hug his little female and lift her up high, he just didn't have the time. Bayuyu watched the busy Luciu. The feeling of being cared for and cherished felt so long absent. But as soon as she thought about why Luciu was being so good to her, she found it hard to accept. She didn't want to bear snake cubs. She didn't want Luciu to be so good to her. Right from the start, making it impossible for her not to overthink things. She had to leave this place. The sooner, the better. Because she realized she was already starting to depend on Luciu a bit, and even considering the possibility of staying with him. She started to fear that she would slowly accept her identity as a female, reduced to nothing more than a breeding tool dependent on a male. She wanted to live, but not by selling her body or her soul. The sky was slowly darkening. Bayuyu watched as Luciu first gathered all the half-dried meat and furs. bringing them back to the cave first, then collected all the oil that had dripped onto the large leaves during the roasting, and stored it in a large stone jar.
What is this for? For stir-frying.
What do you mean by stir-frying? This is for lighting at night. Don't you beastmen use this, since you can't see in the dark?
He felt a spark of curiosity too, wondering what this stir-frying Bayou mentioned could be.
My tribe is extremely far from here, so our way of life is a bit different from the beastmen here.
Huh, Yo-Yo, I've never asked you, a precious little female like you, why would you show up here all alone?
While Bayou was still racking her brain for an explanation, she noticed Lu Xiu's eyes, lighting up brighter and brighter.
You were brought here by the beast god, right?
It must be the beast god who sent me here. Oh, yeah, that is right.
She had indeed appeared in this world right after waking up, though it was the system that brought her here, not the beast god, but with the system's mysterious and unfathomable powers. Calling it divine wouldn't be far off. The smile on his face never faded.
Then, Lu Xiu scooped Bayou up in one arm
and lifted the stone jar of oil with the other, heading into the cave. Once inside the cave, Lu Xiu gently placed Bayou on the stone bed, a small flame already flickering in the stone bowl he held. It illuminated the pitch-black cave, and Bayou realized that, after all, she would have to live in this world from now on, so she might as well learn as much as she could.
What is burning in there?
Lu Xiu has now recognized Bayou as the precious little female sent to him by the beast god. So no matter what questions Bayou asks now, he won't find them strange anymore.
Oh, this one. This is living immortal grass. It can absorb oil and burn steadily without going out. That is why us beastmen have used it for generations to provide lighting for the females.
Is there a lot of this fire immortal grass? Can you show it to me?
The longest ones are over a meter long, soft and fluffy, yet incredibly tough. Bayou chopped on it hard several times, but couldn't break it.
Just rub it with your hands,
and it turns into fine threads. She wanted to try using this fire immortal grass to knit herself some underwear, just like knitting a sweater. Even though the leather skirt covers her, every time Lu Xiu hugs her, she's always worried about accidentally flashing him. Plus, this fire immortal grass can be rubbed into even finer strands. So come summer, she'll probably have some cool clothes to wear. The more Bayou thought about it, the happier she felt inside, and she couldn't bear to let go of the fire immortal grass.
Huh? You're so happy. You really like this grass.
Where does this fire immortal grass grow? I want a lot of it.
His heart couldn't help but race. He just thought that Bayou looked especially beautiful right now, even more beautiful than her mother.
It doesn't matter if there isn't any.
You don't have to trouble yourself.
Yes, there are plenty. This stuff has incredibly strong vitality, and there is a ton of it every year. I'll gather some more for you tomorrow, however much you ask for.
Bayou suddenly felt like she might be asking too much. It has only been this short time. And now, she is asking for beans again. And now, fire immortal grass too. Plus, Lu Xiu has so many things to do for her during the day. But he had no way to give Lu Xiu what he wanted. He reaches out and pulls Bayou into his arms.
Yo-Yo slips in. You're so soft and fragrant. I've been thinking about holding you all day. I couldn't even focus on the hunt. I almost let that black bear get away.
Bayou's little face flushed red. Lu Xiu's eyesight is excellent, even at night, especially since the oil lamp is now lit, and Lu Xiu's gaze had shifted down to Bayou's fair, tender neck. His Adam's apple balked. Unable to hold back, he gently bites Bayou's tender neck.
Lu Xiu, hey, what are you doing? Don't!
At this moment, Bayou's little face paled, as if afraid of provoking him. In truth, Lu Xiu had no intention of doing anything to Bayou right now. He'd promised not to mate with the little female until she came of age, so he absolutely wouldn't. He just wanted to get a little closer to Bayou. The beastmen in the tribe had almost no concept of privacy. Many tribes still rely on the clan leader to assign caves. One cave might even house several pairs of mates. And in the caves, at most, they'd weave some grass fences for partitioning, completely not soundproof. At night, in this world, with little entertainment, the beastmen would pull their mates aside to make love, their lovemaking often more intense and prolonged to heighten the excitement, with no inhibitions whatsoever. Only a few more prosperous tribes have it slightly better. So, raised in such an environment, Lucy couldn't comprehend Bayou's reaction at all. Couldn't understand why Bayou, who had clearly agreed to be his mate, would still fear such a gentle touch from him.
Yo-Yo, don't be scared. I won't touch you then.
In his view, little mates are all delicate. And yet, She is so afraid of getting close to him. It must be because she isn't familiar enough with him yet. As long as he is good enough to Bai Yu, Bai Yu will surely come to like him more and more. He can't rush it. He was truly terrified just now, thinking that Lucy wanted to take him by force regardless. But he has no other choice. He really wants to tell Lu Shu the truth, that he doesn't want to be his mate, or lay eggs for him. But he doesn't dare. He is afraid that if he says it out loud, Lu Shu will lose his patience and just take him by force. If that happens, he feels like he might not be able to face himself. Even in this current situation, he doesn't want to keep hiding the truth out of fear. If Lu Shu just treated him like an ordinary neighbor, he wouldn't want to deceive him like this either. He could share with him all the knowledge he learned in his original world, and also share the food and herbs he has identified. But Lu Shu is set on having cups with him. What can he do? Those would be snake cups. The more Bai Yu thinks about it, the more aggrieved he feels, and the sadder he gets. He secretly decides to leave as soon as his foot heals, and in the meantime, he'll try not to freeload, sharing with Lucy all the food he can make or find. His eyes flickered, thinking of how this guy's thing seems to always be dangling around, swinging everywhere. He blushed a little. After hesitating a moment, he decides to weave a few pairs of shorts for Lu Shu. All right, it'll be his way of repaying Lu Shu for taking care of him. Each lost in their own thoughts. Not long after, Bai Yu fell asleep. As the weather gradually turns cooler, out of instinct, he snuggled toward the source of warmth. The warm and cozy Lu Shu noticed something leaning against him. He looked down at the person in his arms. The corners of his mouth curved up. Humming contentedly, he nuzzled at the top of Bai Yu's head. Then, satisfied, he closed his eyes. The next day, Bai Yu groggily opened his eyes, and his arm was wrapped around the other's waist. Most shamefully, he had even draped his leg over the other's thigh, clinging to him like an octopus, thinking back to how he had rejected the other's closeness last night, and now seeing his own hypocritical and clingy state. Bai Yu wished he could just die right there. His face flushed bright red. Lu Shu must still be asleep. As long as he could slip away fast enough, no one would know about this truly embarrassing thing. But when he cautiously lifted his head to look up, he directly met Lu Shu's half-smiling gaze.
Lu Shu, don't misunderstand me. I just have a bad sleeping posture. I didn't mean to take advantage of you.
Lu Shu had woken up long ago. Upon noticing Bai Yu was about to wake up, he immediately withdrew the arm he had wrapped around him, pretending it was Bai Yu who made the first move.
Yo, what are you saying? How is that taking advantage? I'm your male beastman. You can touch me anywhere on my body.
Oh man, I'm really done with this ancient beastman's way of talking. Every line is so suggestive. The problem is, he says it with such righteous confidence, making him seem overly coy. As he turned to look at Lu Shu, he was just about to say something. His peripheral vision accidentally caught a glimpse of the bulge, and once he realized what it was, he looked up in shock at the innocently oblivious Lu Shu, subconsciously shrinking back a bit, his facial expression impossible to hide. The still clueless Lu Shu tilted his head in confusion, glancing down at himself, and immediately understood why Bai Yu looked like that. Hey, can you really blame him? He is at that prime age of youthful vigor, and reactions like this are totally normal. After holding Bai Yu close all half the night, and with him showing no response at all, could he even call himself a normal male beastman? He guiltily rubbed his nose.
Hey, this is just a normal male beastman reaction. You don't have to be scared, right?
Oh, me! I've taken biology classes! Okay,
Do I need you to explain it to me? Come on. Is this even a human body structure?
fine.
Even if you're on the slimmer side, you at least have human in your description, don't you?
Is it scientifically possible to be built like that?
Have you ever considered how your future partner might feel? He couldn't help stealing another glance, pursed his lips, worried he'd say too much and mess up, so better to keep quiet. After all, he was planning to leave anyway. So instead of fretting over Lu Shu's future partner, he should worry more about how he'd survive in this ancient beast world from now on. Once he'd settled Bai Yu comfortably, he finally started lighting a fire to roast the meat. Bai Yu figured Lu Shu would use the most primitive friction fire starting method. But instead, Lu Shu just pulled out 2 black stones, and the sparks flew, igniting the flames. He'd been stressing over how to start a fire this whole time, thinking it'd mean drilling wood for fire, and bracing himself for blistered hands. Who would have thought this world actually has flint? That'll make his life so much easier from here on out. It didn't take long. Lu Shu soon had the meat grilled, just like the day before, first feeding Bai Yu, and only after confirming she was full did he eat the rest himself. With everything taken care of, he placed the long-haired beast in Bai Youyou's lap to keep her company.
Ah, Youyou, I'm heading out to hunt, and I'll bring back some fire fairy grass and black beans for you. Your foot hasn't healed yet, so try not to put weight on it. If anything comes up, just wait for me to get back. Got it?
Once Lu Xiu had left, Bai Youyou retrieved the leftover fish from that day from her system space, thinking it was probably no longer edible, and planning to dispose of it. But as soon as she took out the fish, she realized it was still just as fresh as when she had stored it, not spoiled in the slightest. She hadn't realized her system space could preserve freshness like this. If that is the case, then she'd never have to worry about food spoiling again. The only drawback, however, was that the space was only 1 cubic meter. Far too small for stockpiling enough food for winter. Though the system panel showed it could be upgraded, it offered no clues about the upgrade conditions, which was incredibly frustrating. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Youyou decided to put the fish back into her system space, curious to see if it would change after a few more days. With that done, Bai Youyou turned her gaze to the flint and carefully limped over to where Lu Xiu had left it, picked up the flint, and started trying to make a fire on her own. In the end, she successfully ignited the dry grass. Bai Youyou had always loved watching wilderness survival shows, knowing that fire meant warmth and the ability to cook proper meals. It can even ward off some wild beasts, like those Lu Xiu brought back from his hunts. By now, Bai Youyou had a pretty good sense of just how dangerous this world could be, and it had even made him a little timid. The mere thought of following Lu Xiu and bearing a litter of snake babies made him feel like that fate wouldn't be much better than dying outright. Time passed quickly, but Bai Youyou had no idea that while she tinkered with the system space and figured out how to start a fire, half the day had already slipped away. Meanwhile, Lu Xiu returned, the hunted prey slung over one shoulder, and a massive bundle of fire-line grass clutched in his other hand. Around his neck hung a pouch made from some unknown animal's hide, bulging with who knows what. No need. Is there a black hole in there or what? Lu Xiu didn't respond to that, just set everything down properly first, then came over to Bai Youyou's side. He knelt down, gently lifting Bai Youyou's foot and unwrapping the small beast skin bandage around it. He examined it closely, and once he saw it hadn't worsened, his expression eased a little.
Hey, didn't I tell you to stay off your feet? What if you hurt it again?
Bai Yu was caught off guard for a moment. Lu Xiu was just too good to her. Whatever Lu Xiu's reasons for treating her so well, she couldn't deny that he was the kindest soul she'd encountered in this world. Yet, so thorough and considerate, cherishing her with utmost care.
Oh, Youyou, don't take it the wrong way. I wasn't trying to scold you. I'm just worried about your injury. So, Youyou, look, I've brought back everything you asked for. The fire fairy grass needs to be dried first before we can feed the black beans straight to the little beast.
Bai Yu perked up at that and immediately tucked open the beast skin pouch. I want to see what this black bean looks like and whether it is edible. But the first thing that caught my eye was a few plank-like objects. He took them out with a puzzled expression. Huh? What is this?
This is the tree heart for making shoe soles. Hey, look, this has a bit of elasticity, but it is really sturdy. With this, you won't have to worry about blisters anymore.
She pinched it herself, just as Lu Xiu said. It is perfect for making insoles. She silently recited the appraisal in her mind.
Green pepper tree heart. The tree heart is inedible. The juice from the tree fruits can remove oil and grime.
The appearance and uses of the green pepper tree immediately appeared in Bai Youyou's mind.
It removes oil and dirt. Then can't it be used as laundry detergent and dish soap?
She never imagined she'd stumble upon a solution to all her future cleaning woes. In this world, beastmen's staple food is all meat, and the grease from meat is notoriously hard to wash off. Most beastmen and females start by rubbing it with soil, then rinse it directly with water. And those clothes made from beast hides or bedding like quilts are even harder to get truly clean, always carrying that lingering odd smell year-round. These days, Bai Youyou has been utterly fed up with the smell on her own body, but now she has finally found a way to fix it. How could she not be overjoyed? Of course, Lu Xiu could sense the shift in Bai Youyou's mood, and his mother's advice from years ago was spot on after all. Females all adore things like this, so in the future, he must make plenty of beautiful things for his little female, and useful ones too. Lu Xiu's mother, when he was still young, had taught him so much about the common knowledge of this world. But as a female, there were limits to what she could teach. After all, her perspective was quite limited too. Like the hunting skills, essential for male beastmen, those Lucy's mother simply couldn't teach, so he had to figure them out and practice all on his own. It nearly vanished several times. Fortunately, Lucio has now grown into a strong young man.
Hey, Yo-Yo, take the black beans and feed them to the little rat for now. I'll go make those shoes for you.
She quickly grabbed the so-called black bean and took a look, only to find it was very different from what she'd imagined. She had assumed these black beans would be like the soybeans from her original world, but she never expected them to be as big as her thumb, and not pure black at all, but rather a dark brown color, as hard as stones. So she thought to feed some to the long-haired rat first, to see what was inside. But when she turned her head, the long-haired rat had already vanished. Seeing Bioyo's reaction, Lucio smiled and coaxed her gently.
If it is gone, it is gone. If you like it, I can go out later and catch another one for you. How about that?
Oh, no need. She could barely take care of herself right now, let alone have the energy to raise a pet. Actually, I don't really like it that much. I just wanted to see what these black beans looked like. Don't worry about it. She was just thinking to herself inwardly that before she left, she had to do something to repay Lucio for his careful care over the past few days. Hearing this, Lucio nodded and went back to his own tasks. Shifting her gaze back to the black bean, she silently invoked the appraisal in her mind.
Black beans, non-toxic, edible, no side effects.
Just like with the green pepper tree, the image of the black bean vines was imprinted in Bioyo's mind. This system function greatly helped Bioyo. As long as a new item appeared in her hands, she didn't need to examine its full appearance. You can see exactly what he looks like. So in the future, if you encounter him outside, you can recognize him at a glance.
Ah, this is too hard to bite. How am I supposed to eat it? I can't just swallow something this big raw.
Hey, Yo-Yo, what are you trying to do? Why didn't you call me over?
I was just messing around. Lucio, you don't need to play with me. Lucio heard this, but he didn't leave. He grabbed a handful of black beans, placed them on a relatively flat large stone, put another stone on top of the black beans, and pressed down hard, grinding back and forth, left and right. All that was left in sight was gray powder. Looking at the single black bean she'd struggled so hard to crack open, then at the black beans Lucio had effortlessly turned into powder, Bioyo deeply realized the difference between herself and Lucio, or rather, between females and males in this world. He was practically a humanoid millstone.
Why that look on your face? Isn't this what you were just trying to do?
After thinking for a moment, she pinched a bit with her hand and put it in her mouth.
How is it? Not tasty, right?
Lucio, could you grind some more black bean powder for me? I want to try making pancakes with it. The black bean powder has that raw, astringent taste of uncooked beans, so of course it is not delicious. But Baoyu wanted to try how it would taste once cooked.
What is a pancake? Is it edible?
It is a kind of food from my hometown, and yes, it is edible. Baoyu scanned the stones she could see, and spotted a U-shaped stone perfect for mixing dough, wanting to find a thin, flat stone to use as a frying pan. And she told Lucio about the thin, flat stone she needed. When he returned, he had an extra flat stone in his hand, even better than what Bioyu had envisioned. Then he directly poured all the black bean flour into that U-shaped stone, and added some water to it. Once he felt it was about right, he finally washed his hands with clean water and began kneading the dough. Lucio watched Bioyo's actions, and no matter how he looked at it, Bioyo seemed just like one of those little beastmen playing in the mud. His eyes filled with indulgence, no matter how unpalatable the things Bioyo made were. He had to say they were delicious, and absolutely could not disappoint his little female. After watching for a few moments, he turned away to check the meat he had just grilled, afraid that Bioyo might get hungry later and have nothing to eat. Not long after, Bioyo successfully kneaded the dough into a ball. Bioyo then went to Lucio and asked Lucio to help her build a simple stove, according to what Bioyo described, using just a few larger stones. And the stove was quickly built. Once the stone slab was heated, Bioyo asked Lucio to place some chunks of fatty meat on it, and the grease soon started to render out. She pinched the dough into round cake shapes in her hands, then placed them directly on the stone slab. After a few flips, there were 5 black bean cakes on the stone slab. Not long after, a delicious aroma wafted out, and as soon as Bioyu smelled it, her heart swelled with emotion. From now on, she would probably have a staple food. She couldn't hunt at all, and in the future, she could only use traps to catch some small animals, so she couldn't rely on meat to survive. Now, with black beans, many problems could be solved. Once she found a safe place, she could even clear a small field, and in the future, grow her own black beans and vegetables, so she definitely wouldn't starve.
Hey, Yo-Yo, how long until this is ready to eat?
Don't be in such a hurry. It'll be ready in just a bit. Can you give me some salt? Yo-Yo knew from the system-provided information that the beastmen in this world cherished salt dearly, because salt was hard to obtain. Only a few major tribes knew how to produce it, and most of it was coarse salt. Beastmen from other tribes who wanted salt had to trade it for prey or other goods, and it was even harder for wandering beastmen to get any. They might need twice the food to exchange for the same amount as others. Yo-Yo had already eaten Lu Shu's grilled meat several times, so she naturally knew it was salted.
It is all here. There is one more chance before winter. I'll trade for more then.
When she got back, she found about half a caddy of salt left inside, slightly yellowish in color, with quite a few impurities at first glance. But the beastmen in this world all seemed to eat this kind of salt, and no issues had ever arisen. She sprinkled it evenly over the surface of the black bean cakes, then handed a salt-filled bamboo tube back to Lu Shu. In her mind, she began pondering how to solve her salt issue in the future. She added it once she was sure they were cooked. She ate one, and brought one to Lu Xing, who had swallowed his saliva for the nth time. Lu Shu devoured one black bean cake in just a few bites, then looked at Yo-Yo eagerly. That look clearly meant he wanted more.
Is it good? It is delicious.
It is really so tasty. I've never tasted anything like this before. It is nothing like lean meat or those fruits.
Seeing Lu Shu like this, Yo-Yo knew she had succeeded. He handed the remaining two to Lu Xu as well. Lu Xu took the pancake and started munching on it. His expression one of utter satisfaction. The pancake had cooled a bit, so Bai Yoyo finally picked it up and took a bite. One bite, crispy on the outside and tender inside, with a lingering fragrance in her mouth. Meanwhile, Lu Xu had completely forgotten about the original barbecue. Brother Lu, what are you doing?
I'm grinding up all the rest into powder. Yo-Yo, can you make a few more? Later, I'll go gather more black beans. And then we can eat these.
Get plenty of good ones, so we can enjoy them in the future. But we can't eat only these, or our nutrition won't be balanced.
Sure, no problem. We can alternate them in the future.
Bayu felt a bit flustered hearing Lu Xu keep saying we, her heart fluttering uneasily. Then, I'll make some more for you. Watch closely, so you can make them yourself later. Bayu thought, since Lu Xu likes them so much, even after he leaves, he can make them himself to eat. Today was the first time she saw Lu Xu eating so heartily, and she was momentarily stunned by his appetite.
Now Thatcher, Yo-Yo, US snake beastmen do have big appetites, but one full meal can keep us from feeling hungry for days. If we're not moving around, we can go over 10 days without eating, no problem. So, don't worry that I eat too much and won't be able to support you.
So, do you need to eat while hibernating in winter?
Of course I will. Beastmen retain some primitive habits, but we're still very different from unintelligent wild beasts in many ways. In winter, I'll be quite lazy, but I won't sleep the whole time. I still need to eat something every few days, though.
I see. I've gained a bit more understanding of the beastmen in this world.
Yo-Yo, are you worried that I'll hibernate and won't have time to keep you company? Don't worry. I promise I won't sleep unless you do. If I get sleepy, just give me a kiss, and I'll perk right up.
I'm just rambling. That is not what I meant at all. Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yoyo's adorable expression. He felt his mouth go dry and couldn't help but want to take a bite.
Yo-Yo, can I kiss you? I'll just kiss you. Nothing more. Okay.
Bai Yoyo heard this. His face flushed even deeper, red all the way to his ear tips. His body trembled slightly, instinctively wanting to pull back. But Lu Xiu moved much faster. Before he could even react, Lu Xiu leaned in aggressively, holding him tightly in his embrace. With a startled he looked up, his small mouth parted as if to speak. But the next moment, a hot, urgent kiss silenced him. Lu Xiu's kiss was urgent and domineering, as if he wanted to devour Bai Yoyo whole. Intensely invasive. Bai Yoyo in all his years. This was his first kiss, and it was gone just like that, his heart pounding wildly. But Lu Xiu was too lost in the moment to notice. He only felt how soft and sweet Bai Yoyo's lips were. A numbing thrill shot straight to his head, making it impossible for him to stop. He just wanted more. Terrified, Bai Yoyo froze completely, not daring to move a muscle, afraid that any wrong move might anger Lu Xiu, unleashing his beastly nature. And he'd take him right then and there. Deep down, he still didn't fully trust Lu Xiu.
They'd only known each other for a short time. Even though Lu Xiu had been nothing but kind and attentive, it was hard for him to completely believe Lu Xiu's initial promises. Lu Xiu sensed the Bai Youyou's stiffness, realizing he'd frightened him, and eased his grip a bit, reluctantly pecking Bai Youyou's lips once more, before slowly releasing him. His gaze toward Bai Youyou was a bit evasive, knowing he hadn't been able to hold back for a moment, which might have scared little Youyou.
Youyou, don't be afraid. I really just wanted a light kiss. That is all. I'll go take care of things first. Yeah, just call me if you need anything.
Baiyu only felt his lips tingling with numbness. Baiyu had no time to wonder why he'd accepted it so readily. The beastman's kiss, even though it wasn't something he wanted. Yet the mere fact that he didn't reject it left him utterly baffled. Hearing Lu Xiu's words, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But his desire to get away only grew stronger. He had a premonition that if this kept up, something truly frightening might happen. He didn't just distrust the Lu Xiu anymore. After what had just occurred, he'd started to lose faith in himself as well. No one had ever roared at him like Lu Xiu had, fearing that if he let his guard down even once, he'd be completely enchanted by Lu Xiu. Then, who knows, he might really end up as someone's little wife, bearing a whole litter of snake babies. But that wasn't even the main issue. The real question was whether he could even have the chance to bear snake offspring. A grave concern indeed. Just the Lu Xiu's size alone. The mere thought was enough. Terrifying. When Baiyu realized what he was thinking, his face flushed, then paled then flushed again, as he silently cursed himself inwardly. He then looked up at Lu Xiu, acting as if nothing had happened, and said, "All right, go ahead and get busy." Lu Xiu scrutinized the Baiyu carefully for a few moments, noticing that, although he seemed a bit uneasy, he didn't appear too angry. So, with a cheerful grin, he happily went off to handle his tasks. And Baiyu wasn't idle either. Taking a few tree branches of roughly the same thickness, and testing their hardness, she began peeling the bark from the branches. To knit a sweater, you need knitting needles, and right now, there is no wire or anything like that, so she had to improvise with whatever was on hand. Before long, she had prepared about a dozen, but they weren't ready to use just yet. They needed to be soaked in water first. Otherwise, without that flexibility, they'd snap easily. Just then, Lu Xiu walked over, holding the finished shoes.
So, Youyou, want to give them a try?
Baiyu still felt a bit awkward facing Lu Xiu at that moment, while Lu Xiu acted completely at ease, which left Baiyu secretly admiring how thick-skinned he could be. Sure, let's try them. She reached out to take the shoes and slip them on herself, but Lu Xiu didn't give her the chance. He knelt down and fitted them onto her feet himself. The shoes fit her feet perfectly, the soles smoothed to a nice even finish, with a layer of soft hide in between, so there was no discomfort or rubbing at all. And when she gently stepped on the ground, it even felt just like the cushioned foam shoes from back home. These shoes Lu Xiu made are so comfy to wear.
Hey, glad you like them. Once the weather cools down a bit more, I'll make you an even thicker pair.
Baiyu heard this but didn't react sharply, her eyes flickering thoughtfully as she glanced down at the shoes on her feet. Huh? Lu Xiu, does the tree used for these soles bear any fruit? Baiyu hadn't forgotten about that dish soap substitute, thinking her feet were almost healed now. So lately she'd been doing her best to teach him everything she could, to help him expand his food options in the future. The days have become a bit more comfortable, even if it is just a small way to repay Lu Xiu's kindness these past few days.
Yeah, it is yellowish and smells really nice, but unfortunately you can't eat it. It tastes awful. Eating it will make you foam at the mouth and suffer unbearable stomach cramps.
How do you know all this so well? Did you try it yourself?
When I was little and starving, I took a bite, but realized it tasted horrible, so I spat it out and didn't eat any more.
Lu Xiu said it casually, but Baiyu felt a twinge of heartache listening to it. No need to ask, anyone could tell how tough Lu Xiu's childhood must have been. That fruit can't be eaten, but it can clean away dirt, so if you have time, bring some back. I'll show you how to use it.
Youyou, you really are incredible. You know so much.
Baiyu felt a bit guilty at the praise, since he didn't know all that much, most of it coming from TV shows he'd watched, none of which he'd ever put into practice. And his knowledge of this plant relied entirely on the system. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had Lu Xiu's guts to just chomp right into it. This is just common knowledge where I'm from. Nothing magical about it. See, I'm not even familiar with some of the basics around here. Lu Xiu nodded, seeing the logic in that, though it only sparked even more curiosity about Baiuyu's hometown. After chatting a little longer with Baiyu, Lu Xiu set about preparing the wild beast meat he'd brought back that day. and skinning the hides. Before long, everything was neatly sorted, and after giving Bai Yoyo a few quick instructions, he picked up a few nearly hairless animal skin pouches and headed out the door. When he returned, the animal skin bags on his body were now bulging, filled with black beans and green pepper fruits. After Lucio set down the animal skin bags, he left again after barely saying a few words. Bayu swallowed hard, staring at the black beans and green pepper fruits before her. She remained lost in thought for a long time. If only she'd known earlier, he'd just been fretting over his winter provisions. And now these bags of black beans were right in front of her, enough to last him 2 months, even if he ate them every day. She shook her head, trying to clear her mind. None of this was hers. It all belonged to Lu Shu. She couldn't let herself entertain such ideas.
I picked one up and smelled it.
It really is just as Lu Shu said.
It has a sweet, fragrant scent. If one were starving, one might not resist taking a bite.
After mashing the fruit and removing the meat wrapping,
it was somewhat sticky, with yellowish juice.
After thinking it over, she took a bit and rubbed it in her hand,
then added a little water,
rubbing it back and forth a few times until foam began to form.
Seeing the foam,
Baiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing her experiment, Baiyu didn't touch the Qingjiao fruit anymore. She glanced at the roast meat that Lu Shu had completely forgotten about,
and after a moment's thought, picked it up,
placing it on a stone slab, then picked up the stone knife that Lu Shu had used, and began cutting it into pieces with effort.
The stone knife was naturally not as sharp as the kitchen knife she used to use,
so cutting the meat was quite laborious. Once Baiyu had finished cutting all the meat, the sky was already darkening, but Lu Shu still hadn't returned. Baiyu couldn't help feeling a bit worried, but thinking of how Lu Shu had lived alone for so many years, and how powerful he was, he should be fine. She took out some black particles from her storage space, thinking of making black chestnut stew for Lu Shu, to let Lu Shu try other foods. And right now, she just wanted to give Lu Shu more of something, so that the guilt in her heart would lessen a little. After peeling the shells off the black chestnuts, Baiyu then washed the stone, used for kneading dough clean, and placed it over the fire. The shoes Lu Shu made for him were really soft and comfortable. They wouldn't hurt his already healing foot at all. The meat was already grilled, so no need to fry it again. Once the water boils, Baiyu directly added the meat, and after a moment's thought, added some black beans as well, to see if they would cook through. As for the black chestnuts, he wasn't in a hurry, since these cook easily. He was afraid they'd turn to mush and be inedible. Soon, a rich aroma of meat, wafted from within, mingled with a subtle other flavor. That must be the black beans. After waiting a bit longer, Baiyu figured it was about ready, and finally added the black chestnuts to the stone pot. Before long, the aroma of stewed meat infused with chestnut fragrance filled the air. His mouth watered uncontrollably. He turned to grab the salt Lu Shu had left behind, and added just a pinch. Since Lu Shu always added a bit of salt when grilling the meat, he didn't want to overuse it. As the meat stew neared completion, Lu Shu still hadn't returned, and Baiyu grew truly anxious. Even if he went looking now, he wouldn't know where to start. He couldn't even tell in which direction Lu Shu might be. Baiyu was convinced that something had happened to Lu Shu. Otherwise, given how much Lu Shu cared for him, he wouldn't leave him waiting alone for so long. Baiyu tried to calm himself, reminding himself that Lu Shu was very capable, and there was no need to worry excessively. Just as Baiyu was fretting, Lu Shu returned. Lu Shu caught a scent from afar, one he never smelled before.
What smells so good? Yo-Yo, what are you doing?
Upon hearing Lu Shu's voice, Baiyu suddenly perked up, but when his gaze fell on Lu Shu, the faint joy on his face faded in an instant. He saw a bloody half-meter-long gash on Lu Shu's left arm, and Lu Shu acted as if he felt no pain, while still carrying 2 large bags in his right hand, bulging with contents.
Your foot hasn't healed yet. Don't move around.
Baiyu heard this, and his nose tingled. His own injury was nothing compared to Lu Shu's. What is wrong with you? How did you get hurt so badly? Lu Shu raised his right hand and gently wiped Baiyu's tears. The wound that had been stinging just moments before suddenly didn't hurt at all anymore. His mother had once shared a secret with him. If someone sheds tears when you're injured, it means they truly care about you, so you must treat them twice as kindly in return.
Yo-Yo, are you worried about me?
Baiyu heard this and nodded right away. She swore to herself that if she had known this simple nod would look like a confession in Lu Shu's eyes, she absolutely wouldn't have nodded so readily. He leaned down and kissed Baiyu's cheek.
In this world, Besides my mother, you're the only one who has ever cared about me. You're so kind. I'll treat you so well from now on. I'll hunt the plumpest prey just for you, and make you the finest fur skirt from the softest hides. Whatever other females have, you'll have too. And for things other females don't have, I'll do my best to get them for you.
You haven't told me yet how this happened. Why are you hurt so badly?
I ran into some male beastmen from another tribe. They caught your scent on me, and thought I'd stolen one of their females. So they ganged up on me. These are just scratches for me, but it'll take them dozens of days at least, before they can hunt again. With the likes of them, how could they possibly beat me? If it weren't for there being 6 or 7 of them, I'd have taken them all down in a flash.
She felt like it was her fault Lu Xiu had gotten hurt. If it weren't for her scent on him, those beastmen never would have attacked him. At the same time, she gained a whole new respect for Lu Xiu's strength. Tomorrow I'll ask Lu Xiu to take me back to that river by the tree hollow. Get some more cannibal fish bile from there, while treating Lu Xiu's wounds, and teach him how to extract the bile for medicine. Plus make some fishing rods. I can catch some more to store in my space, and stock up on food, reserves for myself.
Yu, what are you thinking about?
He shrank back slightly and pointed at the stone pot of snacks still wafting a tempting aroma, asking,
Hey, what exactly is in there? Why does it smell so good?
I originally wanted to make you something tasty, but after it was done, I realized we don't have any soup spoons or bowls. Lu Xiu perked up upon hearing this. It was something Bai Yu had made just for him. His joyful smile impossible to hide.
What are soup spoons and bowls? What do they look like? Tell me, and I'll figure something out right away.
She glanced at Lu Xiu's wounds, hesitating a bit.
Hey, these little injuries are nothing. Just some superficial cuts. I can just slap on some herbs, and they'll heal in no time.
I'd held back before, afraid of scaring Bai Yu.
So I just clammed up and changed the subject.
Just describe what they look like, and don't worry about the rest.
Bai Yu was about to ask what had happened to him before, but then she remembered how, at such a young age, he'd had to survive alone in this brutal place, and decided she didn't need to pry. She could guess well enough. So she let the thought go. She simply described roughly what she needed to Lu Xiu, and after listening, he pondered for a moment, then headed into the cave. Before long, he came back out, holding some items.
Here are some animal skulls. It looks just like the bowl you described, and it is really sturdy. But the soup spoon you mentioned, I can't figure out how to make it right now.
Bai Yu didn't mind it at all, picked up those skulls and examined them, choosing the smallest one, holding it in her hand and attaching a wooden stick, which could totally serve as a soup ladle for now. Having Lu Xiu drill 2 small holes along the edge of the skull, then finding a wooden stick of roughly the same thickness, and inserting the stick into the holes. A simple soup ladle was ready to go. Look, this should do the trick. Just wash them clean, and they're good to eat. Use this ladle to see if you can get them really clean. He sniffed it curiously, immediately recognizing the scent of bell pepper fruit, and headed off with the items to get to work. Not long after, Lu Xiu returned with the spotlessly cleaned skulls.
Wow, Yu, you're incredible. This thing makes cleaning a breeze. It is seriously amazing.
All right, enough praise. Let me ladle you a bowl. Try it first and see if it is tasty. Heh! Be careful. It is piping hot. As the soup hit his mouth, Lu Xiu's eyes lit up instantly. Too eager to say anything else, he just dug right in and started eating fast. Bai Yu watched Lu Xiu for a moment, a subtle, indulgent smile in her eyes that even she didn't notice, then ladled herself a bowl. She picked up a piece of meat first, unsure if it was the wild lean meat itself, or just her own expectations at play. This meat with no seasonings whatsoever turned out surprisingly flavorful, tender and delightful, rich yet not greasy. Once it touched her tongue, she couldn't stop. No wonder Lu Xiu was devouring it so eagerly. It was just that irresistible. She then tried the black beans and black chestnuts. The black chestnuts tasted just like she'd imagined. After the black beans are mixed with the meat and simmered until soft, though not as delicious as the black chestnuts, it still carries a unique flavor. If it were up to Bai Yu, she'd naturally prefer pancakes instead, but her stamina just can't keep up with Lu Xiu's, so she'll likely have to settle for second best from now on. Bai Yu hasn't even taken 2 bites yet. Lu Xiu had already polished off his portion in one go. He wanted to ask for seconds, but remembered what he told Bai Yu earlier that day, that one meal would fill him up and sustain him for several days without eating again. He hesitated for a moment, afraid Bai Yu might think he ate too much, Yu caught Lu Xiu's expression out of the corner of her eye.
There is still so much left,
and I can't eat much of it anyway. So you should have more. As she spoke, she glanced at the wound on Lu Xiu's arm and continued. Once you're full, don't do any more work. Just rest early. And tomorrow morning take me early to the river by that tree hole. I'll prepare some of that medicine I used before for you. It heals really fast. And his heart warmed. He was utterly enchanted by the feeling of being cared for by Bai Yoyo, which only made him want to keep her by his side forever, cherish her like a treasure, and give her everything he possibly could.
All right. I'll do as Yoyo says. Hey, Yoyo, I recognize the black beans in here, but what is the other ingredient? Where did you get it from?
Lu Xiu had no idea about her space, and she hadn't considered telling him. But now, how was she supposed to explain? Lu Xiu noticed Bai Yoyo looked a bit troubled.
Yoyo, didn't I tell you your foot isn't fully healed yet? You can't just go wandering around, even with new shoes now. That is still not okay.
Bai Yoyo heard this, and her lips twitched slightly, feeling like all her worry had been for nothing. With Lu Xiu being so stubbornly single-minded, you don't even need to come up with excuses every time. He'll justify it all on his own. I found this a while back, and hid it not far from here. Today, my foot doesn't hurt anymore. I just thought I'd go fetch it so you could have a taste. Naturally, Lu Xiu wouldn't suspect a thing. He is feeling utterly delighted inside, thinking that his life finally has some hope and purpose now. Unlike before, when no one cared for him, and he had no one to care for in return. The two of them finished off all the remaining broth. Then they headed straight back to the cave to rest. I was afraid my restless sleeping at night might bump into Luxiu's arm, so I insisted on placing 2 large stones in the middle of the stone bed as a boundary line. Luxiu naturally wasn't willing. After Bai Yoyo fell asleep, Luxiu really wanted to move the stones aside. But in the end, he held back for fear that Bai Yoyo would wake up angry the next morning and had to let it go. The next morning, Bai Yoyo headed to the tree hollow where she had first lived.
Hey, fish, can you find medicine along this river?
The piranhas in here are real treasures. Their bitter gall is just the medicine for treating external wounds. Not only that, but their meat is delicious too. You can make it into broth, or grill it to eat, and even dry it and fry it up. Luxiu listened to Bai Yoyo describe all these ways to eat it, and his mouth was practically watering. As for the medicinal uses she mentioned earlier, he'd already tossed them out of his mind.
There are way too many fish in this river, and their teeth are especially sharp. I'm not great in the water, so dealing with them is tricky.
But I've come prepared. With that, she found a sturdy wooden stick and tied the meat securely to it. Hey, don't make a sound in a bit. I'm going to teach you how to fish. Since beastmen don't eat fish, piranhas here have almost no natural enemies, so they've kind of overrun the place. In any river with piranhas, other fish are pitifully scarce. Bai Yoyo didn't have to wait long at all before a piranha charged at the bait.
Wow, Yoyo, you're so clever to come up with a method like this. Here, you rest. I'll take over.
After handing the wooden stick to Luxi, she took the stone knife and started processing the piranha herself. But she hadn't even finished with one fish. Lu Xiu reeled in another one. Just like that. One handling, one fishing. The two of them coordinated with perfect synergy. Not long after, wait a moment. Let me apply some medicine to you first. Look, your wound is starting to get inflamed. Lu Xiu had already braced himself for the pain. But the expected pain never came. Instead, there was a soothing coolness. It eased much of the original ache. When Lu Xiu had used those herbs before, not only did they have little effect, but they hurt like hell. So for even minor injuries, he never wanted to bother with medicine, and just powered through with sheer willpower. He never imagined something like this could work so well. Why are you staring at me like that?
Yoyo, are you a shaman?
In this world, shamans are highly revered in the tribe. Even the tribal chief must show them respect when entering their domain, while smaller tribes often lack the means to have one at all. From the basic info provided by the system, Bai Yoyo knew that beastmen, shamans were beings who could commune with the beast god. They could identify herbs, heal illnesses, guide beastmen to new sources of food, and help them evade disasters. And most shamans were female beastmen. They could have multiple male partners simultaneously, chosen by the shaman herself. Which cave to enter at night was her call, and whose child it was upon birth was still up to her. Compared to other females, shamans were practically empresses. Bai Yu couldn't understand why Lu Xiu would think she was a shaman. He hadn't done anything mystical or outlandish. It was just whipping up some new food for him and applying medicine once. I'm not a wizard. These are all everyday items I was familiar with back in my tribe. That is why I know them so well. It is not that I don't want to deceive Lu Xiu by saying this. I'm just afraid that if Lu Xiu decides I'm a wizard, he'll start having other ideas. Lu Xiu treats me well right now, but you never really know what is in someone's heart. What Lu Xiu truly thinks of me, I have no way to confirm it. So she continued processing the remaining piranhas. She still had no intention of taking the fish heads. While handling the fish, Bai Yu, taking advantage of Lu Xiu's momentary distraction, secretly stashed several of them into her space. She figured that would be her fair share of the work. Bai Yu felt that was enough for now. Lu Xiu then packed all the fish into animal skin bags and prepared to take Bai Yu away.
What is wrong?
I haven't had a proper bath in days. My body feels so uncomfortable. My hair is getting dirty too. I want to wash up. Ever since arriving in this world, the most I've done is rinse my hands with water, feet, and face. I haven't had a real wash at all. Yesterday, I finally made some dish soap. Now, I can't stand the grime on my body anymore.
Yo-yo, you smell so good. Not dirty at all.
But right now, I'm covered in fishy stench. Where is the good smell coming from?
Is there something wrong with this male beastman's nose?
Come on, I'll take you to a great spot.
Not long after, Lu Xiu brought her to a large tree by the riverbank.
This is my old spot for cooling off. It is pretty convenient. For bathing too.
With that, he led Bai Yu over. Once they reached the tree hollow, Bai Yu was stunned by the sight inside. I think I've underestimated this orc's wisdom. The tree hollow has already been dug out, halfway inside, and they've even dug a pit about a meter deep below it, with the trunk near the river channeling straight into the water. This lets the pit in the tree fill up with water, turning it into a perfect little bath right there. Could you step out and wait for me first? I'll be quick. Lu Xiu had absolutely no intention of leaving, but when their gazes met by Yo-Yo's uneasy eyes, a flicker of loneliness passed through his own.
Alright, Xiang. Then I'll step out and wait for you. No need to rush.
After Lu Xiu left, he finally took off his clothes and stepped into the pool. The water was a bit chilly, but luckily the weather was warm these days, so it didn't feel cold at all. Bai Yu grabbed the dish soap she'd made herself and began washing up comfortably. Meanwhile, Lu Xiu, who had stepped out of the tree hollow, grew restless listening to the sound of water inside. His Adam's apple bobbing. He glanced back a few times, but in the end, he clenched his fists and let them drop. Finally, he slowly sat down against the tree. He gave a bitter smile, looking somewhat dejected. When Bai Yu emerged from the tree hollow feeling refreshed, Lu Xiu had already reverted to his cheerful self. Taking Bai Yu's hand and heading toward the tree hollow, she had accidentally stumbled into that day. After reaching the spot, Bai Yu had Lu Xiu light a fire. Then she began teaching Lu Xiu how to grill the fish. It is pretty much like grilling meat as usual. It is just a shame we don't have seasonings like onions, ginger, or garlic. Otherwise, it'd taste even better. Luckily, this piranha's meat is quite flavorful, and it doesn't have too many bones. So Lu Xiu took one bite and fell in love with it.
I've eaten fish before too, but just because I didn't know how to prepare it, the fish always tasted really bitter, with a weird, off-putting smell. Yo-yo, you're really something else. Anything you touch ends up tasting totally different.
Bai Yu glanced at Lu Xiu with an amused smile, but she didn't think she was all that impressive. Instead, she really admired how Lu Xiu had managed to survive alone in this world since he was a child, starting from such a young age. Was this tree hollow your home back then? Why don't you live here anymore?
This is the place my mother found for me when I was little. Later, after a flooding incident, she never came back. I waited such a long time, but she never showed up, so I didn't want to keep living here.
Bai Yu didn't expect to bring up Lu Xiu's painful past, and felt a bit guilty, so she quickly said, "Don't be sad. I believe your mother loved you. She didn't come back. There must have been some other reason."
I know. Either she died, or she left with the tribe. I've long since stopped feeling sad about it, so you don't need to come for me.
After a hearty meal, Lu Xiu headed back home with Bai Yu. On the way back, Bai Yu walked along, looking around, hoping to spot some other food, especially some vegetables. So when he spotted some mushrooms, he got a bit excited. He crouched down to pick them, but Lu Xiu stopped him.
Yo-yo, this thing is poisonous. You can't eat it. You'll die.
How do you know? Bayu naturally knew some mushrooms were poisonous, but he had the system. Whether it is poisonous or not, I can tell just by touching it, but he was a little puzzled. How did Lu Xiu know?
Had he eaten one before?
My mother told me before that things like this can't be eaten, or you'll be poisoned to death.
Bayu guessed that Beastman must have eaten poisonous mushrooms in the past, leading to the rule that no mushrooms can be eaten. Don't worry. I won't eat anything recklessly. These things are called mushrooms. They come in many varieties. Some poisonous, others quite delicious. Lu Xiu heard this, but still felt uneasy. But thinking that Bayu indeed knew more than him, he didn't object further. He just thought he'd try it first himself. Even if it was poisonous, it wouldn't harm Yo-Yo. Bayu saw Lu Xiu relent, and eagerly picked a black-edged mushroom to hold in his hand.
System, black-edged mushroom, poisonous, inedible.
Pouting as he tossed the mushroom back to the ground. It is poisonous. Can't eat it.
Yo-Yo, don't be sad. We still have plenty of food. Even if he can't eat it, I won't let you go hungry.
Lu Xiu doesn't lack for food, but he is lacking something. And making him eat the same food all the time, he can't handle that either. But he couldn't say any of this to Lu Xiu, so he had to keep it bottled up inside. After walking a bit further, Bayu walks slowly the whole way, afraid of missing any edible finds. When his gaze landed on a cluster of red mushrooms, he didn't think they were edible at all. But after walking a few meters away, he ended up backtracking, for no other reason than he still had 2 unused chances today. Not using them would be a waste, so why not give it a shot? And besides, these mushrooms aren't the white-stemmed kind. They have pale yellow stems. What if they're edible? Bayu picked one mushroom and held it in his hand. This mushroom was pretty big, its cap even a bit larger than Bayu's hand. In his mind, he silently activated identification.
Red skin mushroom, non-toxic, edible, no side effects.
Bayu double-checked it a few times, finally confirming he wasn't seeing things. This thing was actually edible. Lu Xiu, this one's edible. There are tons here. Let's gather them up, take them back, and dry them out quick. Na can eat them too. As he said this, he glanced at the stuff on Lu Xiu, guiltily touching his nose. Lu Xiu, how about you take these back first? Then come help. We're not far from the cave anyway, and there shouldn't be any danger. Lu Xiu thought it made sense upon hearing this, and nodded. With a flash, he vanished from Bayuyu's sight. Bayu felt a gust of wind brush past in front of him. By the time he snapped out of it, Lu Xiu's figure was already nowhere to be seen. He swallowed hard, thinking to himself, with speed like that, if he wanted to run, he'd need to brace for 1,000 punches. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten far at all, before Lu Xiu caught up in no time. Just imagining that scene, Bayu couldn't help but shiver. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. Bayu squatted down and started picking mushrooms. As he picked, he stashed some away in his personal storage space as provisions. But unfortunately, his personal storage space was just too small. He'd only managed to store some fish, some black chestnuts, black beans, and he hadn't even put away many red-capped mushrooms yet, when it was already almost full. Could you at least tell him how on earth does this space get upgraded? Unfortunately, by the time Lu Xiu returned, the system still hadn't acknowledged Bayu's prayers.
Hey, Lu Xiu, come help pack these mushrooms. I'll whip up some lean meat and mushroom stew for you tonight.
She grabbed the beast skin bag and started stuffing it full. And by the time Bayu and Lu Xiu made it back to the cave, the sun was already dipping low. Bayu immediately set about preparing dinner, having Lu Xiu slice up some nicely marbled, streaky pork, while she got to work on the red-capped mushrooms they'd brought back. Since those wouldn't last long without proper drying, so Bayu spread them out on a breezy patch of ground, set aside a portion for tonight's meal, and left the rest undisturbed to dry. Bayu first got the water boiling in the stone pot, then seared the meat lightly on a hot stone slab before adding it to the bubbling water, tossing in 2 handfuls of black beans, and asking Lu Xiu to leave the pot to let it simmer gently. Only then did she and Lu Xiu turn to preparing the fish. Their salt supply was limited, so they mixed up a brine, layering the fish one on top of the other to marinate overnight, ready to hang up and dry the next day. It wouldn't be overly salty this way, but it would use up every last grain they had. Once everything was sorted, the meat in the pot was just about ready. Bayu promptly dumped in the red-capped mushrooms she'd torn by hand, and before long, a fresh earthy mushroom aroma filled the air. Lu Xiu had been crouching by the stone pot, waiting patiently, fully intending to take the first taste himself to ensure it was safe before Bai Yu tried any. But now, after smelling this aroma, I'm pretty sure now that this stuff isn't poisonous. How could something poisonous smell this good?
Hey, Yo-Yo, this one's delicious too.
You're really not a shaman.
I've told you, I'm not. Why do you keep asking?
It is best if you're not.
But if you are...
His eyes carried a hint of pleading. He said in a low voice,
If that is the case, then promise me you won't go to any other tribes. You belong only to me, Little Magnetism. I'll treat you well. You can trust me, right?
Lucio realized he had nothing else to keep Little Magnetism by his side, other than promising to treat him well. He had nothing more to offer. But even so, he didn't want to let go and send Bai Yu to another tribe. Even though he knew that once a shaman joined a tribe, they would be revered and adored. Even though he knew it would be better than wandering with him, his selfishness wouldn't let him release his grip, never imagining he'd have a chance to possess something so precious. But now that he touched it, even if it meant his own destruction, he wanted to hold on. Bai Yu couldn't quite meet Lucio's gaze, managing only a strained smile toward him, but avoiding a direct answer to his question. Lucio, I've told you already, I'm really not a shaman. If I were a shaman, how could the cultivators have abandoned me here all alone?
Anyway, as long as you don't leave, that is fine.
With that, he dropped the subject, finishing the food in his bowl in just a few bites. Once Bai Yu had eaten his fill, Lucio, as usual, polished off everything Bai Yu had left and took it upon himself to handle all the cleanup. After returning to the cave, Bai Yu hit it straight for his goal, the fireline herb. Now that the fireline herb had dried on its own, he wanted to study how to make clothes from it.
Can you see the light? Go rest. I'll handle it for you.
I can't sleep this early anyway, and this isn't tiring at all. Just treat it as some entertainment. Lucio often couldn't grasp the deeper meaning in Bai Yu's words. Yesterday, he had only been focused on your injury. He asked about the ones who fought with you. They won't come bother you again, right? After all, they outnumber us. Shouldn't you stay farther away? Lucio narrowed his eyes, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze. He clenched his fist before finally replying.
They won't be able to enter the jungle again for at least a few dozen days. By then, winter will have set in, and they won't come back.
Not to mention, they've already suffered a massive loss.
Once they realize my strength,
They won't dare return.
a small tribe doesn't have many young warriors to spare anyway.
The females and the cubs need their protection and care, and their food supplies were all lost to us here. Hey, doesn't that put them at a huge disadvantage?
So, Yo-Yo, you don't need to worry.
Lucio, you're still the strongest. Lucio felt a twinge of guilt at the praise, letting out a silly chuckle as he averted his eyes, his hands working a bit faster now. He fell silent for a moment. Lucio had brought back quite a lot of fireline grass. When not even half of it was processed yet, Bai Yu was already utterly exhausted and drowsy. But he was determined to finish it all before sleeping, even though Lucio tried to persuade him otherwise. In the end, Lucio had to forcibly carry him to the stone bed before he finally settled down obediently and drifted off to sleep. Lucio gazed at the figure curled up asleep, his eyes brimming with a surging possessiveness, which he carefully concealed, though he had no idea what Bai Yu planned to do. Seeing how much he cared about it, she decided to help him wrap it up, to make him happy. The next day, after waking up, Bai Yu found the fireline grass had already been processed. The outer shells had been tossed out by Lucio to burn as fuel, leaving just the inner fibers laid out on the stone table. Bai Yu touched the fireline grass on the stone table, a twinge of unease stirring in her heart. Her eyes flickered faintly, resolving to finish her plan and then leave. He really couldn't stay with Lucio any longer. He felt himself growing more and more unsettled. To actually start caring about Lucio's moods, caring about his joys and sorrows, being touched by Lucio's kindness toward him, even knowing that Lucio was only doing this to have a child with him. He still couldn't remain unmoved, and that was no good sign at all. In the end, he was different from these beastmen. He invested real emotions, while it was questionable whether these beastmen even understood what emotions were, to say the least. When choosing mates, males value a female's life force above all, while females only care about a male's hunting prowess. No one ever considers love, and they might not even know what love is, so he was destined not to fit in with them, and it was hard to convince himself to try. Suppressing all his emotions, Bai Yu emerged from the cave and saw Lucio drying the fish. Using the method he'd casually mentioned the night before, he took resilient vines and threaded them straight through the fish bodies, each vine holding 4 or 5 fish. which looked quite impressive hanging outside.
I made these cakes for you. Give them a try and see if they're good.
Baiyu was a bit surprised to hear this, not expecting Lu Shu to have learned it after just seeing it once. So he picked up a cake and took a bite.
Lu Shu, if you like these cakes, bring back more ingredients, since they'll spoil if left out too long.
That is exactly what I was thinking. I'll go after I finish hanging these fish.
By the time Lu Xiu finished up and headed out, the sun was already up, and the Baiyu went to check on the magic mushrooms he was drying. Seeing that it hadn't lessened, I stopped paying attention to it. Returning to the cave, I took some fire thread grass and the crochet hook I'd made myself, and began making some close-fitting clothes. The fire thread grass doesn't grow in the form of threads. Its surface covered in a somewhat rough, fuzzy husk. Once you peel off that outermost fuzzy husk, what is inside is all like yarn. This fire thread grass isn't particularly long, so joining the threads is a real skill. It didn't take long before I'd made a ball of yarn, and in the end, I decided to knit a pair of shorts for Luxu first, getting right to work. At this moment, I'm realizing just how embarrassing this is. When I think back to that day and seeing Bai Yoyo's face, it makes my cheeks burn a little. At the same time, I'm still figuring out how much space to leave there to fit him properly. As soon as Lu Xiu returned, he saw Bai Yoyo's little face flushed red, her appearance looking delicate and utterly charming. Exceptionally tempting. He set down what he was carrying and approached Bai Yoyo. Only when he got closer did he clearly see what was in Bai Yoyo's hands, something Lu Xiu had never seen before, which sparked his curiosity.
Yo-Yo, what new invention are you tinkering with this time?
It wasn't until Lu Xiu spoke that Bai Yoyo realized Lu Xiu had come back. In embarrassment, she hid the half-finished shorts behind her back and replied,
You don't ask. I'll tell you once it is finished.
Hearing this, Lu Shi, though still a bit curious, didn't press for more details. After all, Bai Yoyo would surely tell him eventually, so he dropped it. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed. I've already slipped into the undergarments I wove myself, the ones made from fireline grass. Though not quite as soft as cotton clothes, they're pretty close. They're way more comfortable next to the skin than beast hides. It is just a shame he doesn't have much time left, not enough to weave bigger pieces. So I could only manage some innerwear, and the shorts I made for Lu Shu were done ages ago. But I've been too embarrassed to give them to him, always thinking it is kinda weird to give something so personal to the opposite sex. But now, his foot has fully healed, and his time is running out. If he doesn't leave soon, he is afraid he won't find a safe haven to weather the winter safely. He is also worried he won't be able to gather enough food, although there is plenty of food at Lu Shu's place. But he felt too embarrassed to take any with him. Not to mention, his storage space was already full, and with his stamina, he couldn't carry heavy loads or travel long distances. She glanced at Lu Shu, who was getting ready to leave, and a flicker of resolve appeared in Bai Yoyo's eyes. Finally, he took out the shorts he'd knitted for Lu Shu himself, and handed them to Lu Shu. These are the shorts I made for you, to wear. His eyes lighting up, he took the shorts from Bai Yoyo's hand, but after studying them for a while, he still couldn't figure out how to put them on. Seeing this, Bai Yoyo Xian's fought back her embarrassment and explained it to Lu Shu, then turned away, averting her gaze. Moments later, Lu Shu had put on the shorts, and excitedly hopped in place.
Yo-Yo, your hands are so clever. To make something this exquisite. Now, when I run, my thighs won't get smacked by second brother anymore.
Hearing this, Bai Yoyo's lips twitched stiffly, secretly cursing Lu Shu for blurting out anything. How was she supposed to respond to that? Right now, she was just bursting with embarrassment, and even picturing second brother smacking his thighs in her mind. Bai Yu shot Lu Shu a slight glare, her face flushing as she coquettishly said, Don't say silly things! Lu Shu had gotten a bit carried away with his excitement just now, forgetting that Bai Yoyo was thin-skinned.
Okay, got it?
Next time, I'll watch those sparkling eyes of yours. Just like a kid about to get some candy.
Yo-Yo, how did you think of giving me a mating token? Are you almost of age?
Bai Yu was caught off guard by the question. What mating token? What does this have to do with coming of age? Had she done something wrong? She was totally confused now, seeing Bai Yoyo just staring at him in a daze, without responding. He figured she was just being shy, so he didn't press her for an answer. The smile on his face was exceptionally radiant.
Yo-Yo, don't worry. I'll definitely find the most beautiful and precious fur to give you. That'll be our mating token.
Just wait for me.
With that, he turned and dashed off with his beast skin pouch. Bai Yu stood there stunned once more, watching Lu Shu vanish from sight, feeling like he'd just made a massive blunder. cursing himself for not realizing that intimate clothing can't just be given away like that. A custom that is held true from ancient times to now. Why hadn't he considered that this sorcerer might follow the same traditions? Now look what he has done. Flirt and then flee. Textbook, scumbag, girl move. Just imagining how disappointed Lucio would be upon returning to find him gone. He felt a pang of heartache and guilt, but he didn't dwell on where these feelings were coming from. Whatever, let it be. Why the heartache though? Finally, he took one last glance at the place where he'd lived for so many days, though he felt a twinge of reluctance. But the thought of Lucio's birthday and having to bear snake cups if he stayed made him shudder. In the end, not daring to think any further, he turned and walked away without looking back. Bayo didn't head back in the direction she came from, fearing she might run into people from other tribes, especially the Iron Wolf tribe. That was what she dreaded most, but she had no idea that during those 2 days of trekking alone through the jungle, the reason she hadn't faced any real danger wasn't her good fortune, but because she had unwittingly crossed from the Wild Wolf tribe's territory straight into Lucio's domain. This area was one where scarcely any wild beasts dared to trespass. Now the path she was following was leading her deeper and deeper into the jungle, a realm teeming with countless ferocious beasts, a deadly zone far beyond what a fragile woman like her could survive. Oh dear, she reached a small stream, her eyes flickering thoughtfully, worried that Lucio might track her by scent. She pulled a golden fruit from her storage space. She smeared some of the juice on her feet and body to stave off hunger with just a handful of black particles. Yet her pace never slowed. Unsure how long she had been walking, the sun had climbed high overhead. Bayuyo felt parched and longed for a drink of water. Luckily, she had stuck to the river's edge, so water was close at hand. Having once been attacked by piranhas, Bayuyo approached the water with utmost caution. She fetched the bamboo tube she had taken from the tree hollow out of her storage space, filled it swiftly, and took a drink. But after only a few sips, Bayu caught a different sound, spouting a small cough, with a massive grey wolf snarling and salivating at it. She glanced around and seeing no other wolves nearby, she let out a small breath of relief. But even a single wolf was more than she could handle. Bayuyo's eyes flickered once more. She took out a fish from the storage space and tossed it toward the grey wolf. But the next moment, the grey wolf seemed to catch a scent, devouring it in just a few bites, then raised its head again, staring fixedly at Bayuyo. Seeing this, Bayu let out a small sigh of relief, though she was very reluctant. But nothing mattered more than her own life. She pulled out several more fish from the storage space and threw them to the grey wolf, tossing one piranha after another, until the grey wolf was finally satisfied. Once the grey wolf had left, she checked her storage space, realizing it was now more than half depleted. A flicker of grievance in her eyes. But this path was one she had chosen herself, so she could only grit her teeth and push forward. Bayuyu had thought that after shooing away the grey wolf, her string of misfortunes would finally end. Yet she never imagined this was only the beginning. Not far yet, 2 beasts with bared flanks suddenly appeared in Bayuyo's line of sight. From a distance, the 2 beasts looked roughly the size of lions,
but they were hideous to behold.
Their eyes gleaming with cold menace locked straight onto Bayuyo. Clearly having spotted him already, he couldn't even hide if he wanted to now. Bayu stared at the 2 beasts in a daze. He'd never seen or even heard of creatures like these before, yet he didn't dare blink, afraid that the moment he did, the beasts would pounce and swallow him whole. Bayu didn't toss any more fish to the beasts either. The one fish he had left wouldn't even be enough to stick between their teeth. He glanced left and right, finding no cover whatsoever, except for the trees to hide behind. Bayuyo felt nearly desperate, as he saw the 2 beasts starting to close in slowly, clearly regarding him as their next tasty meal. With no other options, he could only bolt without a second's hesitation, straight for the nearest big tree, climbing up its trunk. Thankfully, his current body was in peak condition, far stronger than his old one, and much more agile. He'd just settled onto a sturdy branch when the 2 beasts charged right up to the base of the tree. Bayu peered down at the tree's base, realizing he'd completely misjudged their size. These beasts were way bigger than any lions. Their eyes bursting with bloodthirsty fury, they began ramming the tree he'd climbed, one after the other. Bayuyu had figured the beasts would give up and wander off eventually, but he never imagined they'd pull a stunt like this. So he quickly clung tight to the trunk. But those 2 beasts were relentless, like they never got tired, constantly ramming back and forth. Clearly, they had no intention of letting Bayuyu go.
Bayuyu was truly desperate at this moment.
He didn't want to die.
Even less did he want to be torn apart and devoured by those two beasts. Just imagining that scene sent chills down his spine as layers of cold sweat broke out all over his body. Bayuyu started to feel some regret, regretting that he had too greatly underestimated the dangers of this world, cursing himself inwardly for being too young and impulsive, thinking originally that with the system's help, before winter came, he could find enough food and hole up somewhere, and at least survive by playing it safe. But now, it seemed he had been too fanciful. This world was nothing like the one he had imagined at first. Danger lurked everywhere, and one moment of carelessness could cost him his life. I originally thought I was an adult. But when it truly came to this, he finally realized his own weakness and cowardice. If he had to choose now, he'd rather be Lucio's little wife than be devoured by wild beasts. Regardless of what Lucio's true intentions toward him are, at least he's been good to him so far, and hasn't done anything to harm him. Stay with Lucy even if it means really bearing snake offspring. The snake young probably wouldn't truly harm their own mother, right? As long as he suppresses the fear deep in his heart, things wouldn't have come to this dire end. Besides, could he really spend the rest of his life all alone? Humans are social creatures. He wouldn't truly feel lonely. If he really had to pick someone to live with in this world, could he find anyone more suitable than Lucy? Who treats him better? The more Bayuyu thought about it, the more he felt he'd been blinded by foolishness back then. Otherwise, why had he been so fixated on escaping, so obsessed with just not laying eggs for Luciu, while ignoring all the dangers of this world right behind his head? Now, it was too late for regrets. Suddenly, after another round of impacts from those two beasts, Bayu heard a sound from it. Then, the tree tilted to one side with a groan. Bayuyu let out a terrified scream, clinging desperately to that section of trunk, as if it were his last lifeline. He squeezed his eyes shut, not daring to look down anymore, knowing this tree couldn't hold out much longer, and he had no means left to fight back, only able to wait for the tree to snap and meet his end in the beast's jaws. Tears slipped intermittently from the corners of Bayuyu's eyes, blurring his vision bit by bit, while the beasts below continued their relentless assaults on the tree, followed by one final cracking sound. This tree finally can't hold out anymore,
and you smash it down.
Bayuyu squeezes her eyes shut, silently begging all the gods to let her die instantly from the fall, though she wants to live. She absolutely doesn't want to be left half alive, much less fall and get gnawed to death by the beasts while still alive. And she definitely doesn't want to watch herself get torn apart and devoured bit by bit by the beasts. Rather than that, it is truly better to just die outright. Plain and simple. But the anticipated headache didn't appear. Suddenly, something wrapped tightly around my waist. Immediately afterward, Bayu heard the furious roars of the two beasts. Another animal's hissing sound was very similar to the hissing of a snake's tail. Bayu's eyes snapped open. He looked down at his waist, only to see himself entangled by a thick snake tail, half suspended in mid-air. Bayu's pupils contracted, the hairs on his body standing on end. His eyes filled with terror, the fear of snakes making him tremble instinctively. Struggling, he looked up ahead, where a massive snake was confronting the two beasts. Seeing this scene, Bayuyu immediately thought of escaping while he could, taking a steady breath to suppress the fear in his heart, tentatively reaching out to try and break free from the snake-tail's grip. But he couldn't loosen it even a bit. Instead, it made the giant snake turn its head to glance at him. That single glance, freezing Bayuyu as he stared into a pair of familiar heterochromatic eyes. Though he couldn't read the emotions clearly, it fully revealed its identity. It was Lu Xiu. Bayuyu, accustomed to Lu Xiu's compassionate nature, only then remembered that Lu Xiu's beast form was a giant snake. Bayuyu guiltily glanced at Lu Xiu, unsure how to face him now. The beast form Lu Xiu merely glanced at Bayuyu, then carefully placed him on another tree with its tail. Without looking back, it then charged furiously at the two beasts. At this moment, Bayuyu had no mind to think about how he would face Lu Xiu's questions and anger later. He was now deeply worried about whether Lu Xiu would get hurt, though Lu Xiu was incredibly strong. Those two beasts looked ferocious as well. But what happened next left Bai Yu dumbfounded. Suddenly, realizing just how overly sentimental I was, only to see Lucy lash out fiercely at one of the beasts with his serpentine tail, in a single round, sending it flying through the air, spitting blood onto the ground. As it struggled futilely several times without being able to rise, got up. Meanwhile, the other beast was swiftly coiled around by Lu Xiu and bitten at the neck. Unable to even last the first round, in the span of just a few breaths, the two ferocious beasts were effortlessly dispatched by Lu Xiu. Bai Yuyu had always known that Lucius was incredibly powerful, but she never imagined he'd be quite this formidable. She swallowed hard, her heart pounding with panic, wondering how she could possibly withstand Lucian's wrath, hoping to show him right now that she was ready to beg Lucius for forgiveness, promising she'd never run away again. But would it be too late? She worried even more that, in his anger, Lucian might just sell her off outright, or lock her away forever. Bai Yuyu's face drained of color in sheer terror, and as she gazed at Lu Xun, her eyes betrayed a flicker of fear and evasion. The moment Lucius turned around, he caught that look in Bai Yuyu's eyes, and she shrank back, tucking in her head like a frightened animal, as he gently lifted Bai Yuyu down from the tree. Shifting back to human form in the very next instant, Bai Yuyu went rigid, letting Lucius maneuver her without resistance, yet too afraid to lift her gaze to his face. Meanwhile, Lucius scanned Bai Yuyu from head to toe, his brows furrowing deeper with every passing moment, a flash of deep frustration crossing his eyes, leaving him looking utterly heartbroken. He squeezed his eyes shut, pushing down the wave of defeat crashing over him, then reached out with a trembling hand to brush Bai Yuyu's tear-streaked cheek, his fingers quivering ever so slightly. He still remembered the terror that gripped him when he first saw Bai Yuyu tumbling to the ground with the book, how utterly petrified he had been, and even now, the fear lingered. What if he'd arrived just a moment later? His little treasure might have been lost to him forever, and the mere thought of that possibility drove him to the edge of madness. His gaze fell on Bai Yuyu's arm, still oozing beads of blood, and Lucius's voice quivered as he spoke, his words coming out in a low, muffled tone.
I'm sorry, Yuyu. It is my fault for taking so long to find you and letting you suffer like this.
The child awaited Lu Xiu's questioning, wondering how to endure Lu Xiu's anger. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyu was completely stunned and looked up at Lu Xiu in shock, finding no trace of the anger he had anticipated. Lu Xiu's face and eyes held only heartache and self-blame. Bai Yuyu was truly bewildered, not understanding why Lu Xiu had this attitude. Could it be that he didn't care at all about his attempt to run away and wasn't angry in the slightest? Even if Lu Xiu had a good temper and truly wasn't angry, then where did this self-blame come from? Why are you saying sorry to me?
You're not even angry.
Lu Xiu heard this, stiffened for a moment but quickly masked it, and shook his head, putting on a puzzled expression as he said,
Why should I be angry? It is because I didn't explain clearly to Yuyu that this place is off limits, which caused you to get lost. And it is also because I couldn't find Yuyu in time, causing Yuyu to endure so much hardship and fear. What right do I have to be angry?
Yuyu, don't be mad at me. I promise such things won't happen again. I promise I'll protect you from now on. Please don't leave me, okay?
As long as Bai Yuyu didn't leave, he wouldn't care about anything else. He never imagined that Lu Xiu would think this way, never once suspecting that he was trying to run away, only assuming he'd accidentally gotten lost, and even blaming himself for all of it. Bai Yu thought he should feel relieved. At least this way, he wouldn't have to face Lu Xiu's anger, but he didn't. After hearing Lu Xiu's words, Bai Yuyu felt no relief at all. Instead, his heart felt heavy and oppressed, extremely uncomfortable. Lu Xiu held him in such high regard, yet placed himself in such a lowly position. This left him feeling utterly unworthy of Lu Xiu's pure devotion. What is even more absurd is, he actually thought Lu Xiu didn't understand love, seeking a partner just to bear cups. A bond like this, always placing the other first no matter the circumstance, even if it is not love, it already surpasses everything else. Even the most devoted couple he is ever seen couldn't match Lu Xiu's complete and utter devotion, offering up everything he has to the other, fearing the other might lack even the slightest bit, or feel the tiniest grievance. Bai Yuyu pursed her lips. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she'd been unfair. Tears began to well up and stream down her face. Just as Lu Xiu anxiously tried to comfort her, Yuyu suddenly threw herself into Lu Xiu's arms.
I'm sorry, Lu Xiu. I won't run off recklessly anymore.
Lu Xiu, embraced for the first time, surprised, pulled her closer into his arms. But when his gaze fell on the scrapes on Bai Yoyo's body, he gently loosened his hold a little. No matter if Bai Yoyo's words now were just to soothe him, he chose to take them as sincere. She won't run off anymore.
It is all right, Yo-Yo. From now on, wherever you go, I'll go with you. Yo-Yo, don't be afraid.
Saying this, his eyes fell on the two beast corpses. His eyes hardened as he scooped up Bai Yoyo with one arm, letting Bai Yoyo wrap her arms around his neck. Then, with his other hand, grabbed the two wild beast servant hedgehogs and dragged them straight back. Bai Yoyo remained silent, her arms around Lu Xiu's neck, her head resting on Lu Xiu's shoulder, allowing Lu Xiu to carry her back. Having escaped death, she felt only relief. Lu Xiu moved quickly. Even while carrying the two beast corpses, it took just over 2 hours. He carried Bai Yoyo back, covering most of the day's journey in an instant. As soon as he returned to the cave, he immediately took out the piranha gallbladder stored in the cave and began treating Bai Yoyo's wounds. By now, Bai Yoyo's pain had numbed her almost completely. Though they were only scrapes, the agony was far from mild. But the moment it touched her wounds, a soothing coolness washed away the stinging. Once Lu Xiu had finished applying it to her arms and moved to her thighs, Bai Yoyo instinctively shrank back a little. But in the end, she didn't stop him. She let him work his way up from her calf to the inside of her thigh. As her thigh was touched, her face burned hot, the flush creeping all the way down her neck, though she had no idea how old this body the system had given her truly was. Bai Yu herself had just turned 18, a shy little chef with no experience in love. How could she endure such closeness? Lu Xiu wasn't faring much better, with his little female sitting right there before him, so utterly obedient, letting him tend to her without a hint of resistance. Who could look at that without feeling a flicker of desire? Yet he had no choice but to hold back, even without considering that his little female wasn't yet of age. The wounds in such intimate places alone forced him to grit his teeth and keep his gaze firmly ahead. He clenched his jaw to stay clear-headed, until every one of Bai Yoyo's wounds had been treated. By then, Lu Xiu's back was slick with cold sweat. Both of them sighed in relief at the same moment, until a loud gurgle shattered the strange tension. Earlier that day, though he had eaten some black chestnuts, with so little food, he hadn't dared eat his fill. Now it was obvious he was starving. Hadn't you heard? His stomach was already rumbling, as if protesting in anger. Lu Xiu was snapped back to reality by the rumble from Bai Yoyo's stomach.
Yo-Yo, sit for a while. I'll get you something to eat.
Bai Yoyo sat on the stone bed, where she'd slept for several nights. Though she'd only been away for half a day, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Now, looking around here, she felt an overwhelming sense of security, with no trace left of her initial urge to flee. Bai Yoyo didn't sit for long before stepping out of the cave, watching Lu Xiu busy himself by the fire. A flicker of warmth crept into Bai Yoyo's eyes, and she thought that following Lu Xiu like this wasn't so bad after all. Lu Xiu was so good to her, and he wasn't forcing her to bear his children right away. She could actually try accepting Lu Xiu, try accepting the survival laws of this world, since it couldn't be worse than struggling to survive alone.
This is firefox fur. It is incredibly rare. I originally wanted to find it to give to you as a mate token, but it took me longer than expected, and you ended up getting lost.
Bai Yu followed Lu Xiu's gaze, and her eyes immediately lit up. There lay a whole sheet of soft fur spread out on the ground, glistening with a luxurious sheen in the sunlight. Bai Yu fell in love with it at first sight. No woman could resist a pelt like this, especially in a world where vibrant colors are so rare. She reached out and touched it, feeling its soft, silky texture. If it were made into clothing to wear, it would be both beautiful and incredibly comfortable. Only then did Lu Xiu finally let out a sigh of relief. In this world, males present a mate token to their intended females before formalizing the bond. Once both are pleased, you can find a shaman to host their mating ceremony. And in tribes without shamans, beastmen need to pray to the beast god themselves, then become mates. After confirming that Bai Yoyo was satisfied with the mate token he'd given her.
Yo-Yo, since we've already exchanged mate tokens, when are we going to become mates?
Bai Yoyo was happily stroking the fur, thinking about how to use this piece of fur to make beautiful clothes, when Lu Xiu suddenly hit her with this question. She was stunned for a moment, and once she came back to her senses, she'd just been relieved that Lu Xiu wasn't rushing her into having cubs. And now karma had come knocking. Bai Yoyo, though she is already resigned to her fate, but making her pair up with Lu Xiu right away, she is still a bit scared. It is not that she is afraid of Lu Xiu himself, but because she saw Lu Xiu's, that day. Right. Her own petite frame couldn't handle Lu Xiu's intensity, looking at the beautiful fur in her hand. Bai Yoyo's eyes flickered. I don't know either. I don't even know when I'll reach adulthood. Beastmen in this world have pretty long lifespans. Most can live over 130 years, so males are considered adults at 20. For females, it is based on their estrus cycle. Whenever their estrus hits, that is when they're considered adults. Some females hit it at 16 or 17, while others wait until 23 or 24. So Bai Yoyo really can't be sure when she'll come of age. Lu Xiu heard of this, but he wasn't discouraged at all. Right now, he just wants to lock her down. As for the rest, he can wait.
How about we pray to the beast god first, and vow to complete the mating rite?
With that, Lu Xiu
added, reassuringly, I swear to the beast god, before you come of age, I absolutely won't mate with you. So will you pair with me first, okay?
Bai Yoyo, seeing Lu Xiu's pitiful expression, even more so than her own, couldn't bear to look, secretly cursing Lu Xiu in her heart. Shameless, a 2-meter-tall hunk, acting all coquettish, cute, and pitiful. Finally, glancing at the fur in her hand, Bai Yoyo finally nodded in agreement. Though she knew what that meant, once you give that nod, there is no turning back, no room for regrets. But right now, Bai Yoyo is truly choosing this of her own free will. The moment Lu Xiu sees Bai Yoyo nod, he lights up with energy, that beaming smile, never leaving his face. He cherishes Bai Yoyo even more now, terrified that one wrong move might make her change her mind. That evening, they kindle a sizable bonfire, placing a prepared wild beast before the flames, along with some wild fruits, some fresh water, and finally, leading Bai Yoyo to stand before the bonfire. He has her kneel beside him in front of the bonfire, together offering prayers to the beast god, swearing vows of eternal fidelity, and beseeching the beast god's blessing. Bai Yoyo dazedly follows Lu Xiu through the prayer and blessing. And even after the so-called mating rite concludes, she is still a bit dazed, not fully back to herself. Is getting hitched around here really this rushed? It feels as casual as grabbing a bite or a sip of water. Not even a simple bow to heaven and earth. Lu Xiu has no clue about Bai Yoyo's inner grumbling, but if he did, he'd be completely stunned, since everyone in this world holds the beast god in deep reverence. To them, everything they possess is a divine gift. Any occasion calling for a prayer or vow to the beast god is handled with grave solemnity, and to profane it would be unthinkable. The rite Bai Yoyo finds so hasty and basic is actually quite impressive by this world's standards. Even beastmen from the largest tribes couldn't pull this off, not even amid their rage, sacrificing such a massive beast to the beast god. Keep in mind, food is exceedingly precious here, and in this world, anything dedicated to the beast god belongs wholly to the divine, and cannot ever be taken back to eat. Those tribal mating rites, to pull off something this extravagant, probably only during the chieftain's grand rituals. The first thing Lu Xiu did upon bringing Bai Yoyo back to the cave was to toss out those 2 big stones on the stone bed. After all, he now has a partner, even if he can't really do much. A gentle hug or 2 should still be fine. The more Lu Xiu thought about it, the happier he got, and he couldn't help but chuckle out loud, without noticing Bai Yoyo's utterly exasperated. Look at him. Ever since they became partners, as soon as night fell, Bai Yoyo would be held by Lu Xiu to sleep, and Lu Xiu would occasionally sneak in a little affection. At first, Bai Yoyo felt a bit nervous and embarrassed, but gradually, upon realizing Lu Xiu wouldn't go too far, she let her guard down, quietly hypnotizing herself in her mind to see Lu Xiu as just a big playful dog frolicking around her. And all the awkwardness melted away. Lu Xiu would always feel uncomfortable for a while after those little indulgences, and Bai Yoyo just couldn't understand what Lu Xiu was getting out of it. Yet he kept doing it with endless enthusiasm. Now that Bai Yoyo had decided to settle down with Lu Xiu and make a life in this world, she started putting her own ideas into action. While Lu Xiu was out hunting these past few days, she hadn't been idle at all. Ever since learning to weave clothes, she could no longer tolerate wearing nothing but beast pelts. So in her free time, she wove several nice outfits for both Lu Xiu and herself. The pots and pans at home weren't as crude as before anymore, since Lu Xiu would always get frisky whenever he had a free moment at night. So Bai Yoyo gave him some tasks to keep him busy, like thinning out the stone pot, for instance, or using bamboo thicker than a thigh to make a few bamboo bowls, or hollowing out logs to create some large wooden basins, and so on. Then, Bai Yoyo used the leftover bamboo to craft a few simple baskets to help organize their miscellaneous items. However, just like this, Bai Yoyo would be satisfied. After all, he is a modern person who is received some higher education and has experienced a comfortable, superior lifestyle. When conditions allow, he naturally won't resign himself to living in a cave like this for the rest of his life, nor endure a lifetime of exposure to the elements with monotonous food. But now isn't the time to implement some plans. After all, winter is approaching. He and Luciu can't build everything from scratch right away, but he can satisfy some basic cravings for now. Once Luciu has prepared enough food for the two of them to get through the winter, he starts asking Luciu to take him outside to find more ingredients and improve their quality of life. The first thing Beiyou thinks of is black chestnuts, so following his memory, he has Luciu accompany him to gather more. They arrive under the black chestnut tree. Luciu, these are the black chestnuts from the broth. Let's take plenty back. He calls out and gets right to it, including the black chestnut tree. Baiyu watches Luciu climb the tree and can't help but think there is really no comparing humans and beastmen. However, when Luciu comes down from the tree, a lot of black chestnuts have already fallen to the ground. The two quickly pack them into the animal skin bag. Before long, they filled a big bag full.
Yu, shall we get some more?
Let's get another bag. Once cooked and dried, they should make great snacks. Luciu doesn't know what a snack is, but after filling 2 large bags with black chestnuts, Luciu and Baiyu start heading back. They're just taking a slightly different route. Baiyu still wants to try his luck a bit more. See if we can find some other snacks. Luciu, have you ever seen red fruits as long as your fingers, or anything else that looks edible? Baiyu figured it was better than fumbling around blindly herself, so she decided to ask Luciu for some leads. After all, Luciu was a local born and raised here. Even if he didn't know their uses, he'd at least seen them, right?
There are some red fruits around, but not the kind you're describing.
Baiyu wasn't too disappointed to hear that, since they weren't in her world anymore. After all, lots of plants and animals here wouldn't look like the ones back home. Luciu glanced at the little beastman upon hearing this. The little beastman, startled by Luciu's intense gaze, stumbled back a step, clearly shy around strangers. Baiyu noticed that the little beastman's ears remained in their animal form, as if it hadn't fully transformed yet. The hallmark of an undeveloped beastman in this world. Though Baiyu felt a pang of sympathy for the little beastman, she herself still relied on Luciu for protection, leaving her no real grounds to offer sympathy or aid to others. A flicker of reluctance softened her gaze. This subtle shift, not escaping Luciu's watchful eyes, fixed on her as always. He let out a soft sigh, then addressed the young beastman.
Stay away from here.
Approach again, and I won't hold back.
With that, he shifted into his beast form, scooping up Baiyu and the bulging beast, high bags as they departed. Back at the cave, they set to work processing the black chestnuts and okra they'd brought back. Baiyu first boiled a batch of black chestnuts in the large stone pot, planning to cook them through before sun-drying, so they wouldn't end up too tough. The remainder she spread out beside the okra near the fire, testing if direct roasting would dry them sufficiently. Once everything was underway, Baiyu simmered a small portion of okra, eager to taste whether this world's okra carried any unique flavor. Meanwhile, Luciu kept busy, already excavating a new cave to serve as their kitchen. He dug it right beside the original one, planning to connect the 2 spaces later, sealing the old cave come winter, so cooking and daily tasks could flow straight through the passage. While incorporating a window into the new one, Baiyu instructed Luciu on building a stove just like the one from her grandfather's countryside home, designed with a proper chimney. In this way, there will be much less smoke. His eyes sparkling, he lavished praise on Luciu, his face full of adoration and astonishment, finally making Luciu unable to hold back, as he pulled him into a fierce, passionate embrace and nibbled wildly. Baiyu, thinking back now, still feels her lips a bit numb. Just like that, the two divided their tasks clearly, and began preparing for winter together. Once the okra was cooked, Baiyu tasted it first, and found that the taste was just as she had planned. She felt relieved. Baiyu offered some to Luciu to try, but Luciu just frowned, indicating he couldn't eat it, as it tasted strange to him. Baiyu didn't insist. After all, not everyone likes okra. The next day, Baiyu went with Luciu again to the okra patch, planning to collect another bag, which should suffice, since only she would eat it. This time, they didn't run into those 2 wandering beastmen again, but Baiyu noticed some okra was missing. Figuring those 2 had seen their actions and guessed it was edible, so they took some away. But Baiyu didn't mind, as she and Luciu couldn't finish such a large amount anyway. Once they had gathered a good amount of okra, Bai Yu had Lu Xiu take her to look for other potentially edible fruits or vegetables. They checked 2 spots in a row, but everything they found was inedible, leaving Bai Yu a bit discouraged, and she had only one identification use left for the day. Just as Bai Yu thought the goddess of luck wouldn't favor her anymore that day, her peripheral vision was caught by a patch of green as she saw some slender green leaves growing from the ground. But what attracted Bai Yu wasn't the leaves themselves. It is that small section of red, conical root exposed beneath the leaves. Bai Yu's eyes lit up slightly. She swallowed. She squatted down and yanked one out with force.
Lu Xiu, we now have fresh vegetables. We can store. This is a carrot. It is very sweet and delicious.
Bai Yu is truly delighted. In this world, he hasn't found anything sweet yet. Yet, he loves sweets himself. Lu Xiu had once given him 2 sweet fruits, but later, he asked Lu Xiu about it. Lu Xiu said the fruit was out of season. They're all gone now. Not only does this carrot taste great, it also contains vitamins C and B, and plenty of essential minerals. Plus, it can be stored for a long time. How could one not be happy?
Come on, hurry! Lu Xiu, let's take all of these back.
Lu Xiu worked quickly, and soon he'd pulled up a whole bunch.
Lu Xiu, that is enough. We can't carry that much. Let's take these back first, and come back for the rest tomorrow.
As soon as they returned to the cave, Bai Yu eagerly ushered Lu Xiu into the cave. Pointing to the deepest part of the cave, he said to Lu Xiu,
Lu Xiu, dig a cellar here.
What do you want to do?
To make a cellar, of course. With a cellar, we can store some fresh, storable vegetables, fruits, and such. In the future, I'll discover even more knowledge and feed you until you're full.
Alright, I can't wait for Yu to feed me till I'm stuffed.
Bai Yu heard this, and at first didn't think much of it. But when he looked up and met Lu Xiu's darkening gaze, his face flushed red instantly. He shot Lu Xiu a fierce glare, feeling that Lu Xiu was getting naughtier by the day, always teasing him at every chance. Lu Xiu had gotten a little verbal advantage, and he was thrilled inside. He felt like the days were looking more and more promising. He was a bit slow-witted about certain things, but he could clearly sense Bai Yu now treating him differently than before. Unsure of the reason, he chalked it up to the fact that they had already become mates, which made him think even more. Once Bai Yu came of age, and after they completed the mating, would she grow even closer to him? The more he thought about it, the more his heart itched with anticipation. But alas, he had no idea when Bai Yu would reach adulthood, so he could only endure the longing and wait. He glanced at the stone wall in front of him. Then he started digging the cellar Bai Yu had mentioned, though he didn't quite understand how storing food related to a cellar. But since Bai Yu had said so, he figured he'd just follow her lead. It wasn't a big deal for him anyway. After leaving the cave, Bai Yu still felt her face flushing hot, took several deep breaths, trying to clear her mind of those jumbled thoughts. After a moment, she decided to make braised pork for Lu Xiu to try. With the sweetness from the carrots, even without any sugar, the braised pork should turn out pretty decent. With that in mind, she got to work. The cave for the kitchen was already dug out, and the stove had been built with clay and stones. But it was still too new. Bai Yu wasn't ready to cook with it yet. So for now, she stuck with the old temporary stove piled up from stones. Bai Yu first grabbed over a dozen carrots and washed them clean in the stone basin filled with water. As she washed, Bai Yu ultimately couldn't resist and used her appraisal skill. After all, this wasn't her original world. Better safe than sorry. If this thing just looks like a carrot, but is actually poisonous, then I'd be done for. Anyway, this appraisal chance will just expire if I don't use it. So no point wasting it. Better to save it by silently activating it in my mind. Appraise. Red carrot. Non-toxic. Edible. No side effects. He decided that in the future, if he came across any other vegetables, as long as he recognized them, he'd just call them by their familiar names. Every time she slices the meat, Bai Yu feels like it is such a struggle. She really wishes she had a proper kitchen knife. If only there were iron ore around. If she could just find some iron ore, she could smelt it into iron and forge a kitchen knife. Come on. First, Bai Yu boils the meat in a stone pot to draw out the blood and that gamey smell inside. Without ginger or garlic for seasoning, she'll just have to make do for now. Luckily, this lean meat has plenty of chew to it, and it is even tastier than the stuff from her past life, which barely makes up for the lack of spices. The stone pot's gotten a lot thinner these days, but cooking with it is still pretty inconvenient since it has no handles And the pot itself is so big and heavy, she can't lift it at all. It is just that she has grown so used to her old wok. It makes this feel a bit awkward. Stone pots aren't as sturdy or long-lasting as iron ones. Overheat it, and it'll crack the moment you add anything. So every time she cooks, she never lets the stone pot get too hot, just until the fat renders out. Then, she dumps in all the carrots, and sprinkles in a bit of salt. Once everything's set, Bai Yoyo's gaze falls on the bamboo tube of coarse salt. With all the meat lately that needs curing, even though she hasn't used much, the salt's almost gone. She knows the sea's full of salt, and that edible salt exists. But right now, she has no idea where to find any. She'll have to go out with Luxio to trade for some. But the thought of Luxio's situation makes her a little anxious, worried the beastman out there might bully Luxio just because he is a wandering beastman. Even more so, that her own presence might drag him into trouble. Even if Lucius is strong, one fist can't beat four hands. After all, last time, there were only a few of them, and Lucius still got hurt. What if next time it is a dozen, or even 20? How would we handle that? The more Bai Yu thought about it, the heavier his heart grew. But when his gaze fell on the fire-line grass spread out on the ground, his eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly thought of a solution. He casually selected a few that looked nearly sun-dried, and carried them back to the stone pot. What he planned to do next wouldn't require much fire-line grass, so it didn't take him long to process them. Once the fire-line grass was ready, the braised pork in the pot was nearly stewed through. A rich, savory aroma wafted up. He took out a spoon and gave it a quick stir, then prepared to call Lucius out to eat. But as he turned around,
Yo-yo, what are you making? It smells amazing! I could smell it all the way from inside.
Braised pork. I made plenty, so you can have extra today. Lucius hasn't eaten much these past few days, and whenever I tried cooking for him, he'd insist he didn't need it, though Bai Yu knew this was just a snake-type beastman's instinct. But after asking Lucius, he learned that tribal snake-type beastmen only skipped meals when out on errands. Otherwise, they shared meals with their feminine partners. So now, he was determined to help Lucius live like a normal person, gradually shifting his eating habits. Once Lucius had finished eating, he asked, "How is that? Is the carrot tasty?"
It is delicious! But the meat is even better! Prepared like this, the flavor is completely transformed.
Lucius was genuinely delighted, having had no expectations for the carrot whatsoever.
I didn't expect it to taste this good. After stewing it with the meat turned out even tastier. I'll make more food from now on, something different every day. Oh, it is just a shame you don't eat every day. Some dishes you might miss out on.
If you can't finish, I can help polish it off.
I won't make too much anymore from now on. After all, food is so precious. Wasting it would be such a shame.
So, can I eat with Yo-Yo from now on? You don't have to eat too much each time. Hey, 3 or 4 bowls per meal will do.
Seeing his pitiful expression, she held back a smile and nodded. After dinner,
Bai Yu joined Lucio in gathering the things drying outside, then lit a fire on the stove, so while heating it up, they could smoke some meat too.
When Lucio finished digging the stone cellar and came to check on Bai Yu, he saw Bai Yu fiddling with a small item in her hands.
What is this thing?
Come over and sit down.
Bai Yu then picked up the item and covered Lucio's red eye with it,
then tied a knot at the back. Lucio, this is an eye patch I made for you. You can wear it when you go out from now on.
Lucio, what is wrong? You seem a bit unhappy.
Yo, are you disgusted by me for being an inauspicious beastman?
Bai Yu was taken aback by these words, feeling a bit dazed.
In this world, even a beastman with a disability has higher status than an inauspicious beastman, so she wanted Lucio to disguise himself as one-eyed. That way, at least on exchange days, he wouldn't be targeted. Lucio, due to his differences since childhood, had endured too many dirty looks and cold shoulders. He was naturally quite sensitive. At this thought, Bai Yu gazed at Lucio, a flicker of heartache in her eyes. Surprising her shyness, she lifted her head and gently kissed his eye with the red pupil.
Yo-Yo, don't you find it scary?
Not at all. It is so beautiful, just like a ruby. She truly found Lucio's eye so beautiful, with a bewitching allure.
So why are you still making this for me, Yo-Yo?
We're almost out of salt. Didn't you say the next exchange day is coming up? Then you can wear this. and we'll surely trade for more salt. I want to go see it too, so will you take me along? Lu Xiu wanted to refuse, fearing the beastmen from those tribes would discover him as an inauspicious beastman and snatch Bai Youyou away. But when his gaze fell on Bai Youyou's expectant face, his heart softened, and he nodded. Seeing Lu Xiu agree, Bai Yu immediately hugged him happily and planted a kiss, but as she tried to pull away, he pulled her back into his embrace.
Youyou, you seem to have put on a little weight. But when exactly are you coming of age?
She rolled her eyes at Lu Xiu, thinking, you might as well just ask outright when I'll get pregnant. Yet she put on an innocent expression. I don't know. Maybe another year or two.
Youyou, once you come of age, you'll have to make it up to me.
Bai Youyou really wanted to cover Lu Xiu's mouth. Can't you switch to a different topic right now? All he hopes is to delay his adulthood as long as possible. Just seeing Lu Xiu's ravenous expression, he is already feeling a bit intimidated, and recalling what he'd accidentally glimpsed that day, it makes him even more timid. He lowers his head, then deftly nestles into Lu Xiu's embrace, pretending he heard absolutely nothing. He gazes down at the one in his arms, his eyes brimming with contented delight. It wasn't until the next day that he remembered the stone cellar, and found it larger than he'd requested. So he had Lu Xiu store all the carrots he'd brought back inside, and then instructed him to add some of those black seeds as well. As for the okra, though it wasn't necessary, since the only way to preserve it was by drying. In the end, he had Lu Xiu craft a wooden plank door, while he gathered some dry grass, weaving a thick mat slightly larger than the entrance, providing double protection with the mat and the board, which should ensure decent ceiling. Once everything was finished, Bai Yu finally had some downtime. Because Lu Xiu needed to gather more firewood for winter, he wouldn't be able to take him out for the next few days. With nothing else to do, Bai Youyou figured he might as well start preparing winter quilts and clothes for himself and Lu Xiu. There was no cotton or the like, but luckily Lu Xiu had gathered plenty of flighted beast feathers for him, which would be more than enough for the quilts. It took him a full day to stitch the first one together. Next up was making clothes for himself. And Bai Youyou had long been eyeing that piece of red fox pelt. Now that he finally had the time, he naturally wanted to examine it closely. The foxes in this world were far larger than the ones Bai Youyou remembered from before. Fortunately, Bai Youyou's handiwork is quite good. With only one piece of fabric to work with, he didn't dare mess it up until he felt it was about ready. Then he called over Lu Xiu to have him follow along the lines he'd drawn on the flesh side of the hide, using a stone knife to help cut them open. Her strength being too feeble, cutting the hide was really quite a chore.
Youyou, won't it just ruin everything if you cut it into little pieces? How are you supposed to make a leather skirt then?
You'll see once I'm finished. Oh, don't ask just yet. Just get to work obediently. By the time the outfit was finished, it was already 3 days later. So, how does it look? Nice, right? Lu Xiu gazed at Bai Youyou in her fiery red attire, his eyes going wide, his heart pounding wildly once more. Under the sunlight, the girl sported thick, seaweed-like locks, slightly wavy, her thin lips resembling rose petals, so delicate they seemed to drip with freshness, her long lashes fluttering softly, her clear, bright eyes sparkling with delight. Lu Xiu had never laid eyes on a prettier, fairer little female than Bai Youyou. When he first met Bai Youyou, she was all disheveled, her complexion pale, and terribly skinny to boot. She looked just like a delicate 15- or 16-year-old porcelain doll. But now, after being cared for by him for a while, she resembled a ripe, juicy peach, tempting him to pluck her and take a bite right away. Back during the heat season, he'd seen plenty of females. Those females, compared to the males, were delicate and frail too, but none as fair as Bai Youyou, so tender. Lu Xiu balled up his fists, struggling to tamp down the stirring desire within him.
You look beautiful. Youyou looks the best. She looks good in anything.
It is the first time she is seen clothes like this. They feel even better than the beast skin skirts from the most prosperous tribes. Especially on Bai Youyou, they look even more stunning. His little wife is indeed the most beautiful, with the cleverest hands and the sharpest mind. You always say the sweetest things to make me happy. With that, she dashed back into the cave in a flurry. It looked like she was fleeing from something noxious, but those light, bouncy steps gave away her secret joy. Lu Xiu watched that red silhouette longingly as it slowly faded from his view.
A faint smile tugged at his lips. He bowed his head and resumed chopping the firewood he'd brought back. Once back in the cave, Bayou still had a flush on her cheeks. Lucio's gaze had been too direct. It had left her feeling a bit overheated. Lost in grumbling about Luciu, Bayou failed to notice the flutter in her chest, the unusual quickening of her heartbeat, nor did she realize her actions mirrored those of a shy girl just awakening to love. Her eyes fell on a swath of dark, shaggy tree bark. Feeling pretty impressed with her own sewing skills lately, she decided to make a coat for Luciu too. 2 days flew by. When Luciu let her know the final exchange day before winter was approaching, it was time for them to set out.
Luciu, if we just leave like this, who'll watch the place? What if someone steals me too?
Luciu chuckled at that, then shoved a stubborn stone weighing hundreds of pounds against the cave mouth.
It had been stolen by wandering beastmen before, so I tracked them down by scent and gave them a good thrashing, beat them until they dare not come again. From then on, no other wandering beastmen have dared to come to my territory since.
What about people from other tribes? They won't come either.
He carefully glanced at Bayou.
The beastmen from those tribes think we're no good, so they're unwilling to interact with us much, and certainly won't come to our territory.
That is good.
That way, I won't have to worry about our food being stolen. Saying this, she glanced at Luxiu, who had empty hands, and asked, "Aren't you bringing anything? What will we use to exchange for salt?"
Not far from the exchange site, there is a good hunting spot, but there is a rhinoceros python there. That is really tough to deal with, and it loves attacking outsiders, so most beastmen avoid that area.
Bayou, though, she is no longer very afraid of Luxiu's beast form now. She still has an instinctive fear of other snakes.
Yu, don't be afraid. I've been going there for several years straight. I'm a snake beastman after all, so that rhinoceros python won't attack me on sight. I just need to find one that is separated from the group, and I can take it down quickly and carry it away. Plus, I have a mysterious cave there. That place has a really foul smell. All the untamed snakes won't dare go near it. Even when I'm there, it still makes me a bit uncomfortable. You can hide there then, and you'll be safe.
Upon first hearing about the python, Bayou flinched a little. But after hearing the rest, she immediately perked up with interest. Something snakes fear. The first thing that came to mind was sulfur. Sulfur's a great thing. It repels insects, and when applied topically, it relieves itching. It is also useful for certain skin conditions, and it seems to have aphrodisiac effects. At this thought, Bayou secretly glanced at Luciu standing beside her.
She absolutely couldn't let Luciu know about this effect. Absolutely not!
How long is the mating period for snakes? Bayou inexplicably thought of this question, all of a sudden, and her expression froze instantly.
Yo, if you're really that scared, then we won't go. We'll find another way.
He blinked awkwardly.
No need.
I really want to see that cave you mentioned. Bayou looked at the tall man before her and felt there was something wrong with her own thoughts. Though Luciu was a snake beast man, he was still human too. That part of him was a bit astonishing.
But it was just one. How could it possibly be like a real snake's?
Besides, wasn't it too early for her to be thinking about these things? Was this what those girls meant by the restlessness of puberty?
Oh dear, it is all Luciu's fault for corrupting me. It must be because he keeps whispering about mating in my ear every day. That is why I've become so prone to wild thoughts. Yes, that must be it.
She shot the Luciu a secret glare, then turned and walked away. Luciu, left standing there, felt a bit bewildered, completely puzzled. He couldn't understand what he had done this time to upset Bayou. He hurried after her and scooped her up in his arms.
Hey, what are you doing? I can walk on my own.
Hey, Yo, are you sure? At your pace. By the time we reach the exchange site, exchange day might be long over. My beast form would be much quicker.
As soon as Luciu said that, he transformed straight into a giant python, and she was gently lifted by its tail to perch on its neck. Settle in. And right away, Bayou felt like she was on a bullet train as the trees around them whipped by in a blur. Before long, Bayou began to doze off, and Lucy, who'd been keeping a close eye on her, eased up the pace just a bit so she could rest more comfortably. When Bayou finally stirred awake, she realized she was nestled in Luciu's arms, a cozy campfire flickering right in front of her, with a sheep-like creature roasting over the flames. Bayou felt a pang of embarrassment, like she was nothing but a freeloader, either stuffing her face or catching Z's, not lifting a finger to help, and leaving Lu Xiu to look after her every step of the way. Lu Xiu had no idea what was running through Bai Yoyo's mind, but the moment he saw her eyes flutter open, he broke into a warm smile.
Yo-Yo, you slept like a log, and even all my clatter just now didn't wake you one bit. This here is a doo-doo beast. Don't let its tiny size fool you. It tastes absolutely divine, a real rare treat. I got lucky today and came across one. Lucky for me, it had a bum leg. Otherwise, I might have never snagged it.
No way! You're so fast, yet you couldn't catch him. Then how fast must he be?
Very fast. It is the fastest speed I've ever seen. Usually, you can only hear its call, but you can't see its figure. I know it is delicious, because once during a hunt, I encountered it, and it got itself stuck in a mountain crevice. That is how I got lucky, and snagged it.
He couldn't have been going so fast. He couldn't break in time, right?
Possibly. Anyway, I've never heard of anyone catching one by their own skill. Those lucky enough to eat it have all had luck like mine, either encountering it and falling into a mud trap, or it getting wedged in a crevice, or just like this one, somehow injuring its own leg.
Then it is not too bright. In just this short time, the aroma of the doo-doo beast's lean meat is already wafting out. Why is it called a doo-doo beast? It is so fast. Why not call it something like Gale Beast?
Maybe because it always calls out doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
I see. Smells so good. When can we eat it?
Almost ready.
As soon as Lu Xiu uttered those two words, his expression suddenly turned serious. The arm around Bai Yoyo tightened as well. What is wrong?
Other beastmen are coming.
Lu Xiu stared straight in one direction, as if waiting for something. But his expression was hard to read. Seeing Lu Xiu in a battle-ready stance, she grew a bit worried, and after a moment's thought, pulled out the eye patch she'd made for him, directly putting it on him. The next moment, 5 beastmen appeared before Bai Yoyo. Right after they showed up, the first thing that caught my eye wasn't Lu Xiu and Bai Yoyo, but the doo-doo beast roasting over the fire. The youngest beastman gulped hard, clearly drooling with envy. Once he confirmed it was a doo-doo beast, he finally glanced up at Lu Xiu and Bai Yoyo. The moment his gaze landed on Bai Yoyo, his eyes lit up noticeably. His gulping grew even more pronounced. Before she turned away and buried herself in Lu Xiu's arms.
Do you need something?
I'm Li Yi. This is our Xiang tribe's young chieftain, Yi Shi. Our young chieftain has taken a liking to your doo-doo beast. You'd better know what is good for you, and hand it over quietly. If our young chieftain's pleased, he might even toss you a bone.
His tone dripped with arrogance, his attitude utterly dismissive. Clearly, he wasn't putting a one-eyed disabled beastman like Lu Xiu in his eyes at all. Lu Xiu nearly laughed in fury, itching to lunge forward and thrash the lot of them. But when his gaze shifted to Bai Yoyo nestled in his arms, a flicker of hesitation clouded his eyes. And Lu Xiu's restraint only made those guys think he was scared, stiff. Right, they looked down on Lu Xiu even more now. This was our misstep. Why should we hand it over to you? You're just a bunch of robbers.
Robbers? What I've got my eye on isn't just this doo-doo beast.
Her too. He licked his lips as he said it, his eyes locked greedily on Bai Yoyo. Pure avarice gleamed in them.
Besides this doo-doo beast, I'm claiming your little female as well. A one-eyed, disabled beastman like him doesn't deserve a pretty little female like you.
No sooner had Yi Shi finished speaking than Lu Xiu, who'd been holding still, suddenly shifted into beast form, and the heterochromatic eyes that had been hidden were now revealed. Those guys caught sight of this, and were startled at first, their faces soon twisting with disgust and loathing.
He is actually an inauspicious beastman. This little female must have been snatched by him. Come with me, all of you. Kill this inauspicious freak, and grab that little female for me.
And in his beast form, Lu Xiu carefully used his snake tail to place Bai Yoyo on a tree. Lu Xiu, let's run away, quickly! We can leave that doo-doo beast behind. I just want you to escape. They won't be able to catch you. But Lu Xiu didn't respond, and charged headlong at those beastmen without a backward glance. Lu Xiu, what are you doing? Come back! Seeing Lu Xiu like that, Bai Yoyo knew that he was furious. She couldn't understand why Lu Xiu, who had been perfectly fine just moments ago, was suddenly so enraged. There were 5 young, robust beastmen over there, and among them was a tribe's young clan leader. Even a fool could tell that the beastmen accompanying someone like that were no weaklings. She was terrified that Lu Xu might suffer because of a momentary impulse, but at that moment, Lu Xu was completely deaf to Bai Yoyo's pleas. The dense foliage of the trees was shrouded in an icy chill. Devoid of any warmth, only the Shei remained, launching a ruthless assault on those beastmen. Those beastmen hadn't expected Lu Xu to strike so suddenly, and were momentarily stunned before swiftly transforming into their beast forms, shielding the young clan leader named Yishi behind them. All of their beast forms were lions, far larger than any lion Bai Yoyo had ever seen. Watching Lu Xu surrounded and attacked by them, Bai Yu's heart pounded with anxiety, yet she clamped her mouth shut, not daring to make a sound, fearing it might distract Lu Xu from the fight. It was clear those beastmen fought together often, their coordination seamless, leaving Lu Xu unable to break through their encirclement for the moment. Just as Bai Yu was so tense, she nearly forgot to breathe. Lu Xu seized the opening, using his snake tail to coil around a beastman who didn't have time to defend himself, and hurling him forcefully straight toward their young clan leader's position. The young clan leader hadn't even transformed into his beast form, nor did he take Luxiu seriously in the slightest. At this point, there was no time to dodge. Luxiu's strength was immense, and if it hit solidly, the young clan leader would likely be bedridden for a month or so. Li Yi saw this unfold, completely abandoning any coordination with the others. He hurriedly stepped in to block it for young Master Yi. Though he blocked it in time, he ended up taking all the damage himself. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, and he looked down at the comrade he'd caught, who was already unconscious. But at that moment, Luxiu showed no hesitation whatsoever, seizing the opening to swiftly end the lives of the remaining two beastmen. Li Yi hadn't expected Luxiu to kill so directly, and in shock, he shielded young Master Yi behind him, fuming as he said,
"How dare you kill the warriors of our lion tribe? Aren't you afraid we'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth?"
You are the ones trying to kill me first. So why would I let you go? Not just them.
You're all going to die too.
Li Yi heard this, and his face paled instantly. He knew they'd stirred up serious trouble this time, never imagining this wandering beastman would be so formidable. If he died, it wouldn't be a huge loss. But if young Master Yi died here today, his family back in the tribe would face a grim fate. By now, young Master Yi was utterly terrified. Having grown used to lording over this land since childhood, he'd never met anyone bold enough to defy him. But today he had. A ruthless killer who struck without warning.
You'd better think this through. I am the young patriarch of the lion tribe. If you kill me, my father will rally the entire tribe to hunt you down. If you back off right now, I'll pretend that none of this ever happened.
You think I've survived this long just by luck? If I let you go now, the troubles will never end.
Yishi never imagined that, upon catching the scent of the doodoo beast, he'd come to sample a taste, only to encounter a fiend like Lu Xu. His gaze suddenly shifted to Bai Yoyo, perched in the tree, and in the next instant, he shifted into beast form, signaling Li Yi with a glance. Only now did he recall the reason Lu Xu had suddenly gone berserk. It seemed to be because he threatened to steal away his little female, as long as he sees this little female as a hostage. Then, this wandering beastman would surely hesitate out of scruple, and with that, he charged swiftly toward Bai Yoyo. As Yishi made his move, Lu Xu instantly saw through his scheme, the killing intent in his eyes, flaring even fiercer. As he barreled straight toward Yishi, Li Yi tried to block his path, but by now he was utterly spent, completely unable to intervene. With a resounding thud, Yishi and Li, the two massive lions, lay limply sprawled on the ground.
You can't kill me. I am the young chieftain of the lion tribe. If I die, the entire lion tribe will hunt you down without mercy.
He knew his end was near, yet he clung to one final desperate gambit. Lu Xu had no patience for further empty words, only a series of heavy thuds resounding as the 5 intruders met their end. As they drew their final breaths, their bodies reverted to human form, and he stepped forward out of habit to rifle through their possessions. Save for a pinch of salt, there was nothing else Lu Xu deemed worthwhile. With it all finished, Lu Xu turned to Bai Yoyo, frozen in terror atop the tree, as she met his gaze, her heart skipping a beat, not out of fear, but struck by the overwhelming aura emanating from him, even though Lu Xu quickly withdrew that killing aura. Yet Bai Yoyo etched that moment's Lu Xu deep into her heart. Lu Xu glanced at the corpses on the ground, then at Bai Yoyo, whose expression flickered uncertainly, feeling a bit tense and somewhat afraid. Would she fear him by? You might be scared of him after seeing him like this, and avoid him, even more afraid, and reject him. He pursed his lips and nervously extended his arms.
Yo-Yo, I'll catch you! Will you jump down?
His tone carried a cautious plea, full of longing. His entire body tensed in anticipation, waiting for Bai Yoyo to make her choice. If Bai Yoyo, because of this, started to reject him, or even wanted to distance herself from him again, he truly didn't know if he might do something dreadful. But he was certain, absolutely certain, that he would never let her go, unless he died.
May passion undo, may a fleeting glance astonish, in stillness yearning to soar like an immortal. A single sword heralds the elf's first sight, hard to stray from the path. Wind entwine, a cup of water in the bright spring's dream. Black shadows and blue threads merely lift the curtain, mistaking intentions for brocade, hard to fulfill the official's role.
Yo-Yo, I'll catch you! How about you jump up?
As soon as Lu Shu finished speaking, he jumped down directly from above. The next moment, he landed in a completely warm embrace. Lu Shu pulled her into his arms, with no intention of letting go. He had already prepared himself to be feared and hated, but unexpectedly, the person in his arms seemed utterly unconcerned about his ferocious side. He lowered his head and nuzzled the fluffy top of Bai Yoyo's head.
You're about to. Aren't you afraid of me?
I'm not afraid. He thought Bai Yoyo was actually afraid, so she didn't dare show it to him.
Yo-Yo, don't be afraid of me. I don't like killing people. I just do it to survive. I just don't want to lose you.
Lu Shu's words pulled Yo-Yo back from her reverie. Realizing that Lu Shu had probably misunderstood something, she actually should have known long ago. A wandering beastman like Lu Shu could never be a harmless little flower. The harsh environment of this world and his status as a wandering beastman would never allow him to be purely innocent and harmless. And the reason she hadn't seen Lu Shu's ruthless side until now was entirely because Lu Shu had sheathed all his ferocity in her presence. I'm really not afraid of you. I don't know why. Someone like me should be afraid, but I'm just not afraid of you. Maybe it is because you've been so good to me. Lu Xiu hadn't expected such a response. Looking at Bai Yoyo's earnest little expression, he felt an itch in his hands and clenched his fist, the slight itch in his heart at that moment. His eyes flickered slightly, feeling that now was a good chance to confess. He bowed his head stubbornly. He looks guilty, like he has done something wrong.
Yo-Yo, actually, there's something I lied to you about.
What is wrong?
Last time I told you that I only injured those who attacked me. But that was a lie.
As Luxiu spoke, he stole a glance at Bai Yoyo's face. Seeing no sign of anger, he mustered the courage to go on.
Actually, it was just like this time. I left no survivors. I didn't want anyone to know you existed. Afraid someone might take you from me. Even more afraid you'd despise me for being a wandering beastman and prefer to live in a tribe with other beastmen. I feared I couldn't hold on to you.
Luxiu wasn't saying this just to placate Bai Yoyo. He truly feared it. From the moment he first met Bai Yoyo, he knew Bai Yoyo was his. But his status filled him with self-doubt, left him despondent, and terrified him. And Bai Yoyo had already attempted to escape once, though he pretended not to know. But he knew, that time, Bai Yoyo hadn't simply gotten lost, but had chosen to run away, choosing to flee from his side. He was in deep pain, unable to understand why this had happened. He had clearly done everything he could to treat him well, so why was he still unwilling to stay with him? Clearly, when he had gone out, Bai Yoyo has even sent him a few strands of hair as tokens. No one knew how overjoyed he had been then, and no one knew how heartbroken he was upon returning, seeing the empty cave. He tried to console himself that Baiyu had just gotten lost. But when he reached the river bank and saw the remnants of golden fruits scattered on the ground and could no longer catch Baiyuyu's scent, he knew he could no longer deceive himself. Baiyu simply didn't want to live with him, a wandering beast man. He had originally considered, after finding Baiyu, simply forcing himself upon him, locking him away, so he couldn't harbor any other thoughts. But once he found him, all those ideas vanished. He couldn't bring himself to do it, nor could he let go, so he could only play dumb, pretending not to know that he wanted to leave, hoping to ease his fears, lower his guard, so he could stay by his side a little longer. But he didn't want things to continue like this. He wanted to bind them together forever. So Baiyu would never think of leaving again. Aside from locking him away, the only other option he could think of was the soulmate bond. Everyone in this world believes in the beast god, and he believed Baiyu did too. As long as it was a promise made to the beast god, no one would abandon it so easily. Fortunately, Baiyu didn't refuse him, and fortunately, from then on, Baiyu never showed any sign of wanting to leave him again. Baiyu never imagined he'd hear words like these. He lifted his head, stunned for a moment as he gazed up at the tall man holding him close. He hadn't realized just how insecure Lucius had always been. Hearing Lucius's words, like a heartfelt confession, he felt not the slightest bit of shyness. Instead, a faint ache stirred in his heart, like a pang of heartache, or perhaps something more. But whatever it was, his chest felt heavy and stifled, an uncomfortable weight settling in. Baiyu nestled closer into Lucius's embrace, thought for a moment, and finally spoke. Lucius, don't overthink it. I've already decided to stay by your side from now on. Haven't we already sworn our vow to the beast god? To be together forever. It was exactly this that Lucius had been waiting for. And now at last, Baiyu was giving him that promise with his own words. A profound sense of security and fulfillment washed over him.
The next moment,
a searing kiss descended upon him.
I still have some business to handle. We shouldn't linger here too long. We'll sort this out next time.
Baiyu couldn't help but think Luciu was utterly shameless. How to put it? He is just way too full of himself. Luciu had no clue about Baiu's inner grumbling. As he shifted his gaze to the corpses scattered on the ground, he figured these guys had actually done him a solid. If not for them, he and his little mate wouldn't have gotten this close so fast. But even so, we can't leave their bodies behind.
Let Dudu have a bite first. This meat is seriously delicious. Once I've taken care of these guys, we'll get out of here.
Baiyu glanced at the leg meat in her hand, then back at Luciu, a flicker of resolve in her eyes. Watch this, Luciu said.
Luciu, actually, there is something I've been meaning to tell you.
He turned to Baiyu with curiosity, about to ask what it was, when the thin leg in Baiyu's hand suddenly vanished.
He blinked in utter disbelief.
Double-checking he wasn't hallucinating, his gaze toward Baiyu now brimming with shock. He couldn't wrap his head around what he'd just seen.
Yo-Yo, do you have divine power?
Baiyu studied Luciu's expression closely, noting only shock and bewilderment. No trace of fear, no viewing her as some kind of monster, no hint of greed. She let out a quiet sigh of relief, knowing she'd bet right.
It is not divine power. When I first arrived, I realized I had a portable space that can store items
and let me retrieve them whenever I want. With that, she pulled out the thigh meat from moments ago.
This space also has a preservation function. Whatever the food looks like when you put it in, it comes out exactly the same. It is just a bit too small, holding at most the size of 2 Dudu beasts.
Yo-Yo, you must be someone blessed by the beast god, who has been granted unique abilities by the beast god, an existence even greater than a shaman.
She was genuinely impressed by Luciu's wild imagination, knowing full well what her own situation was, that this space of hers had been entirely provided by the system, and had absolutely nothing to do with that so-called beast god. Even after going through something as fantastical as transmigration, she still couldn't fully believe in the beast god's existence, just like how she used to disbelieve in Buddha or immortals back home. But she couldn't just come out and say it. After all, the beast god was the deity revered throughout this world. Baiyu pondered for a moment, realizing she couldn't come up with a better explanation herself. Telling Luciu about the system would only confuse him anyway, so she nodded, guiltily instead.
Probably so. I've never actually seen the beast god, so I can't say for sure.
She pulled a few golden fruits from the space and handed them to Luciu.
Here, Let's cover up all the scents around here first, and once that is done, we'll get out of here. Oh, stop dawdling. Hurry up and get to it.
Lucio heard this, let out a silly chuckle, and handed all the remaining doodling meat to Bai Youyou. Watching her store it in the space, he turned around and bustled off to work with eager steps. Then she took out the golden fruit spine fragments, concealing all the scents in the area. Once she confirmed no traces of the fight remained here, and no odors lingered.
Just as we arrived earlier, I spotted a big river over there. I'm going to dump them in it. Come with me. Okay.
With Bai Youyou's agreement, they quickly set off. Soon enough, a large river appeared in Bai Youyou's view, its currents rushing fiercely, a prime spot for disposing of the bodies. But Bai Youyou had no heart for admiring the river, her gaze fully captured by something else not far from the bank. And she dashed straight toward it. Lucio was left a bit dazed by Bai Youyou's sudden move, forcefully hurling the bodies into the center of the surging river. Before chasing after Bai Youyou without a backward glance, Bai Youyou arrived at her goal, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the plants before her, her heart pounding with excitement. This is what they call finding treasure without the hunt. This is it. If she wasn't mistaken, this had to be the spice she'd craved day and night. A subtle fresh ginger aroma wafting from it. Suppressing her nerves, she yanked one free with force. Once the rhizome below came loose, she brought it right to her nose for a sniff. Just as Lu Xu walked up, eyeing the thing in Bai Youyou's hand, his eyelid twitching involuntarily.
Hey, Youyou, what are you doing? How can you just eat something so dirty?
I don't have any medicine right now. I was just smelling it. This is something really good. Come on, help me gather more.
Use it again. What is this thing even for?
This one here. This is definitely a good find. This thing is called ginger. It is an essential seasoning for cooking. It removes fishy smells and boosts flavor. But most importantly, in winter, you can make ginger tea with it to ward off the cold and prevent colds and fevers.
Bai Youyou was truly delighted to find the ginger. In this world, there are hardly any medicines, but with ginger, beyond just satisfying our hunger, it provides an extra layer of security.
Siu, what was your old tribe like? Did everyone there know so much?
He said, pursing his lips, and finally voiced the question he both dreaded and feared asking the most.
Do you miss your family?
Bai Youyou heard the question, and a flicker of sadness passed through her eyes.
Lu Xu, in this world, you are probably my only family now.
He now has only Lu Xu left.
I've got you. We are family. Our only family.
Lu Xu still worried that one day Bai Youyou would break the promise he'd made to the beast god, because none of this had been Bai Youyou's willing choice. He'd taken advantage of the moment to coax him into it.
What is with that look on your face? Haven't we already become mates? What? You wanna back out now? And if you don't,
His lips were suddenly sealed by Lu Xu's fierce kiss. Lu Xu's kiss was fierce and unrelenting, intensely possessive, as if he wanted to devour Bai Youyou whole. Bai Youyou was struggling to keep up, his heart pounding uncontrollably, threatening to leap out of his chest, leaving Bai Youyou utterly dazed, until he felt a rough, powerful hand sliding to where it shouldn't. Bai Youyou snapped back to reality, grabbing the wandering hand with all his strength. Though he'd accepted Lu Xu as his future mate, he wasn't mentally ready for that just yet. Instinctively, he felt a twinge of fear. He'd only gotten carried away in the heat of the moment. Forgetting he was still a minor, not yet of age, he silently cursed himself for being so spineless. Succumbing to the slightest tease, he pecked Bai Youyou's slightly swollen lips, flashing a placating smile on the surface.
Hey, don't be mad. I really didn't mean to do anything. I just wanted to touch you a little. Nothing more. I swear.
Lu Xu might have been better off not explaining. But with that explanation, Bai Youyou's face flushed crimson. Not just from embarrassment, but from anger too. Who the hell just wants to touch like that? Isn't he this straight out of a 21st century scumbag? Playbook. Bai Youyou didn't want to dwell on this topic with Lu Xu any longer. He is just too thin-skinned and couldn't hold a candle to a rugged guy like Lu Xu. So he just shot Lu Xu a quick glare.
You've had your cheap thrills. Now get back to work.
All right. I'll get right on it. Youyou, you take a break first. I'll wrap this up in no time.
Bai Youyou found Lu Xu's sudden bootlicking a tad cringeworthy, but after a moment's hesitation, he still ran a system appraisal. After all, this wasn't the old world anymore. What if something that was safe to eat back home turns out to be toxic in this one? That'd be the end of it.
Appraisal.
Earth ginger, non-toxic.
Dispels wind and cold.
Induces sweating to release exterior pathogens. Warms the middle burner to stop vomiting.
Warms the lungs to relieve cough.
With the positive confirmation in hand, Bayuyu let out a relieved sigh, and his hands picked up the pace. Work's all done, and Bayuyu finally felt his stomach growling. So he pulled every bit of doo-doo thin meat from his storage space.
Lucio,
I can't eat all of this.
One leg's more than enough for me. You take the rest.
At Lucio's words, he glanced down at the meat in his hand and noticed it was still warm. But he couldn't bring himself to eat it. Doo-doo thin meat was truly a rare find, 1 in a million, and he wanted to save it all for Bayuyu.
Yu-Yu, you as beasts like me can skip meals just fine. So stash the meat in your space. Pour it out whenever hunger strikes. It is super handy, and no risk of it going bad.
He gestured to the ginger on the ground. My space can't hold that much stuff.
This meat takes up way too much room, so hurry up and eat it.
With that, he turned his attention away from Lu Shu entirely. The first bite landed on the lean leg. He never expected the meat to taste this good. No wonder those guys came to fight over it. No wonder Ruxio kept wanting to save it for him time and again. He has savored countless delicacies in his original world, but never anything quite like this tender lean meat. Its texture is so delicate and silky smooth, without a hint of that tough, charred chew, even without any seasonings, and not the slightest trace of gaminess or off flavors. Before long, Bayuyu had devoured an entire leg clean, leaving her stuffed to the brim. When she finally looked up at Lu Shu, she saw he still had 3 tender legs clutched in his hands.
Isn't it just delicious? I can't eat that much myself. So tuck these 3 legs into your space. They won't take up much room at all. You can pull them out whenever hunger strikes.
Bayuyu didn't protest any further. The warmth of being so cherished felt utterly wonderful, utterly captivating, impossible to resist.
I'm so full now. I don't want to walk a step. Carry me.
Lu Xiu had never seen Bayuyu like this, clinging and coquettish. But without a word, he scooped her up eagerly in his arms. Then he hurried off toward the rhinoceros territory. These 2 newly budding sweethearts, lost in their tender romance, were savoring days drenched in honey bliss. Unbeknownst to them, one tribe had descended into chaos over their missing young chieftain, throwing everything into utter disarray.
Find him! Now! I refuse to believe! A handful of grown orcs could just vanish into thin air. If you don't bring my son back, don't bother coming back yourselves!
It is not like they're slacking on purpose to spite him, but the tribe's orcs have scoured every inch of the nearby lands, and there is not a single trace. They're even starting to wonder if Yi Shi and Li Yi's group went off to play heroes by hunting rhinoceros pythons. The shaman of the Xian tribe craves the gall of a rhinoceros python, so he spread the word that before winter sets in, 1 rhinoceros python could be traded for 5 golden eyes. A condition that is undeniably tempting. But how many would actually dare to go? That place is a death trap. A one-way ticket to 9 deaths and 1 slim chance of survival. If Yi Shi and his handful of men are foolhardy enough to go charging after a rhinoceros python, then if they die, they only have themselves to blame. Ye Xiong had considered this too, and even after venting his rage, his face hadn't softened much. In his heart, he cursed Yi Shi as nothing but a spoiled brat. If he didn't have just this one son, he'd really want to kick that useless idiot to death with 1 foot. But getting someone pregnant and bearing children all depends on luck. Meet a compatible female, and you might have 2 kids in 3 years. Meet an incompatible one, and you might not even conceive once in 3 years. He has 1 mate, and he is traded for a few more females. And as clan leader, no less, he has the right to multiple mating choices, and he even schemed within the clan to claim a highly fertile female as his second mate. And yet, up to now, besides the Yi Shi that his first mate bore him, he has no other heirs. So he has spoiled him rotten. But he never imagined he'd spoil him to the point of ruin. And by the time he realized it, it was too late to save him. He doesn't seem fit to inherit the clan leader's position at all. So he turned to raising a grandson, Buji. But this wretched boy hasn't produced a single descendant for him so far. And now he is vanished into thin air. How could he not be frantic? Yi Xiong desperately wanted to wash his hands of Yi Shi. But after all these years, he himself hasn't fathered any more children. And he fears it won't get any easier. If he can't produce a successor strong enough to stand on his own, then his position as clan leader will fall into outsiders' hands. And that is something he absolutely cannot tolerate.
Get ready, everyone. Head to Python Mountain right away.
Chief, you're the patriarch, sure, but you can't just send our tribe's warriors into danger for your own selfish reasons.
No way. What are you getting at?
What do you mean?
Buji let out a cold laugh, completely unfazed by Yishang's attitude. After all, he was the tribe's top warrior, the prime candidate for the next patriarch. In the eyes of the clansmen, that so-called young patriarch was nothing but a joke. Yet they had to put up with him because of the Yi family's influence. But even though they swallowed their pride, deep down, they harbored resentment toward Yixiang. If it weren't for Yixiang's unshakable position, he would have rebelled long ago. Buji glanced back at the others standing nearby. Seeing the anger etched on their faces, he felt a surge of resolve. He spoke up bluntly.
Since you've asked, leader, I'll lay it out plain. The clan chose you as leader back then, out of trust, believing you could guide us to a better life. But your actions now have left us deeply disappointed. Winter's closing in fast, yet our group's food stores are far from full. And you turn a blind eye. You're only rushing to secure something for your idol son, now even sending our warriors into Mangshan's deadly wilds to risk their lives. It is a profound disappointment.
Ye Xionghe could know all along that some of the young upstarts in the group were growing restless with him. He knew the root of it too, but everyone's selfish at heart. And with just one son to his name, it is only natural he'd show some favoritism.
Did I ever say to go looking for Yishi? Our tribe's salt reserves are running low, and right now, one rhinoceros beast could fetch us 2 full jars. That is an opportunity we never had before. No rush. You're the finest warrior of our lion tribe's rising generation, and here you are acting like this. Are you saying you won't shoulder the tribe's burdens?
That heavy accusation landed hard, catching Guji off guard in his boiling rage. He never imagined Yishang could stoop so low, cloaking his petty vendetta in such lofty, righteous words. But he couldn't fire back, not in the tribe, where the chieftain's orders for the tribe's good could not be refused by any warrior. If they did, the patriarch can drive them out. This is the iron law of all tribes. If they want to resist, unless they can overthrow the patriarch. But with his current power base, it is simply impossible. Buji exchanged glances with the young orcs around him. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and lower his head.
You're overthinking it, Chief. I just misspoke in the heat of the moment. Anything that benefits the tribe, as warriors of the tribe, we'll naturally give it our all.
It had better be.
With that, he turned to a middle-aged orc beside him.
Ali, when the time comes, you'll lead them. I trust you know what to watch out for.
Rest assured, Chief. Li understands.
Then, he addressed Buji and the others.
Go back and pack your things. We'll assemble at the Mueller Gate shortly.
Buji's face darkened, but he was still too young to challenge them, and the older warriors were still in their prime. He simply couldn't stand against them yet. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and nod. Taking his brothers with him, he left.
Hold on. This patriarch clearly doesn't value our brothers' lives. Let's just leave the tribe.
Buji hadn't gone far with his companions when one of the orcs voiced his desire to leave the tribe. Buji frowned upon hearing this. His gaze toward the orc grew stern.
We were all born and raised by the tribe, nurtured by the tribe, unless the tribe abandons us first. Otherwise, even if it means dying for the tribe, we cannot be ungrateful wretches. But the current chief is no good. The current chief, though somewhat inept, but he didn't go too far. Let's not bring this up again.
With that, he turned and strode away without a backward glance, leaving behind a few young orcs with faces full of defiance.
This cub's wings have grown strong, and their hearts have turned wild too. If this keeps up, they'll spell trouble sooner or later.
So the chief's intent is?
If they can find Master Yi, I'll grant them a path to survival. If they fail to find him, then they needn't bother returning.
Yixiong has no intention of letting such rising stars linger, especially not when he has no heirs to carry on his legacy. Ali's eyes flickered with shock at these words, never imagining the chief could be so merciless. After all, those youths were the clan's finest promising bloodline, and purging them all would deal a crippling blow to the clan. Has the chief abandoned all care for the tribe's future?
Ali, we grew up together. After all, you're not planning to turn on me too, are you?
Rest easy, Chief. Ali knows his duty.
Meanwhile, Bai Yoyo and Lu Xiu had reached Mangshan.
Yo-Yo, this is the cave I told you about. It is a bit small,
but perfectly concealed,
with no bugs or critters inside. Very secure.
The moment they arrived, Baiyu caught a heavy whiff of sulfur.
Lucio, quickly shift that stone aside. I want to peek inside.
The cave's entrance appears just a narrow slit from outside, yet it is surprisingly spacious within. As they stepped into the cave, the intense, stinging sulfur reek assaulted their senses. Baiyu needed no further search. A swath of golden solid sulfur lay plainly before her eyes.
Lucio, chip some off and pack it up quick.
Lucio clearly recoiled at the sight of the sulfur, and now Baiyu expected him to harvest it himself. From her eager expression, it was clear she meant to take it with them. From past experiences, whenever Baiyu makes that face, it means she is found some food.
Yu-Yu, can we skip eating this stuff?
How could he have forgotten? Lucio is a serpent beastman. Though he doesn't fear sulfur, he should instinctively dislike it. So how did he think I wanted to eat it?
Don't worry. This isn't food. I have another use for it.
Hearing this, Lucio let out a huge sigh of relief.
As long as we don't have to eat it.
He broke off a piece of the solid sulfur that came away easily. He'd barely gathered any. When Baiyu said, enough. This is for repelling insects. You don't need much of it. If our space is big enough, we might store a bit extra.
Alright, Yu-Yu, wait here for me a bit. If you get hungry, have some dodo lean meat. I'll hurry back.
Then take care. Remember, I'm waiting here for you.
Don't worry, I'll be back before nightfall.
As he sealed the cave with stones, Lucio hesitated for a moment, but ultimately left a small hole just big enough for Baiyu to crawl out through. He merely covered it with a stone she could easily push aside. After Lucio left, Baiyu looked at the escape route Lucio had left for him. Lucio seemed utterly carefree on the surface, incredibly rough around the edges. But when it came to him, he had almost thought of everything. Baiyu figured that even if Lucio didn't quite grasp love, it didn't matter. For at least in Lucio, he had felt that profound sense of being cherished wholeheartedly. Right now, Lucio just wanted to track down the rhinoceros python as quickly as possible, lest Baiyu wait too long and grow scared. Once he ventured deeper, Lucio's steps faltered for a moment as he spotted signs that other orcs had passed through, far more numerous than before. The more of them there were, the greater the chance Baiyu could be found, even though that spot severely dulled the orcs' sense of smell. But if they ran into an orc from the Hound tribe, they might just detect Baiyu after all. The more Lucio dwelled on it, the more anxious he grew, wheeling around to hurry back to Baiu's side. But right then, a massive rhinoceros python suddenly entered Lucio's view. Thinking of their dwindling reserves, he stifled the urge to leave. He resolved to end it swiftly. The next instant, Lucio shifted into his beast star form, charging straight at the rhinoceros python. When Lucio finally trudged into view at the cave, hoisting a colossal python on his shoulder, more than half the day had already passed. As he moved to shove aside the boulder at the cave mouth, he immediately sensed others drawing near. His gaze sharpened, revealing 7 or 8 sturdy young orcs, escorted this way by a middle-aged orc. The group spotted Lucio as well, greed flickering in the eyes of several young orcs.
That is a wandering orc. Who can take down a rhinoceros python all by himself? He is no pushover. Don't overthink it.
Buji's right. Little sis, you should learn a thing or two from Buji. Think things through before you act. Even though we've got the numbers, there is no guarantee we'll all get out in one piece. If this wandering orc puts up a desperate fight, then I'd have to drag a few of you down with him. And that wouldn't be worth it.
These guys are from the lion tribe. Buji eyed Lucio for a moment.
The one up front. Want to trade that fresh rhinoceros python of yours?
Lucio heard this and narrowed his eyes. He could tell at a glance they were from the same clan as that Yishi bunch.
What do you want in exchange?
The lion tribe's offering 3 saber-toothed tigers for your rhinoceros python. What do you say?
By the older rates, 1 saber-toothed tiger could fetch nearly half a jar of salt, and a rhinoceros python would only get you a little over that. But this guy's willing to offer 3. Lucio wasn't some muscle-headed orc without a brain. He just had to connect the dots between the unusual online buzz and this overly generous offer, and he could guess someone out there was paying top dollar for rhinoceros pythons.
No way.
You must think I'm an idiot. A ransom rhinoceros python isn't worth that much.
Buji heard this and figured Lucio must know about the outside demand, but he didn't back down.
Hey, don't get mad. I'm not trying to rip you off. A lone wandering orc like you couldn't use that much salt anyway. Isn't hunting all about stocking up food for winter? When you wandering orcs deal with outsiders,
They always haggle you down to half the price. This is me showing some real sincerity.
No trade.
You wandering beastmen, so ungrateful. The lion tribe isn't resorting to robbery. That is us, showing mercy. Yet you're being so uncooperative. Piss us off, and see if we don't just take it by force.
Go ahead, give it a try.
Fine, let's see what you've got. Like, I'm scared of you.
Hey Z, behave yourself. Don't misunderstand me. My brother's just a bit hot-tempered. Since you're not willing to trade, then forget it. We'll head out.
Eli could see these guys weren't treating her like their leader at all, but she didn't get mad. He knew it was all because of Yisheng, that they'd lost their former respect for him. And he let out a quiet sigh. After a moment's thought, he turned to Lu Shu.
Little brother, have you run into any of our tribesmen here in Python Mountain?
At those words, Lu Shu's eyes darkened slightly, though he couldn't fathom why their search had led them here. But he knew full well that even the slightest hint would spell trouble for him, and he hated trouble more than anything.
Just got here. Haven't seen anyone else.
Eli watched Lu Shu's reaction closely, but saw nothing suspicious, so he simply nodded and turned to catch up with Fuji and the others.
No rush. That beastman's all by his lonesome. Why should we fear him with our numbers? If we just grab his mind like that, we won't have to risk the depths of Python Mountain anymore.
Fuji noticed Hazy was still stewing over it, and glanced at the rest of the group, seeing the same resentful looks on their faces. So he sighed and spoke up.
Can't you sense that battle aura radiating from him? It is forged from years of brutal, unrelenting combat. Just the fact that he can take down a rhinoceros python single-handedly. I ask you, have you ever seen anything like that? You think hunting a rhinoceros python is just an adventure. So why do you think you can handle a beastman who can single-handedly slay a rhinoceros python?
One by one, they clamped their mouths shut and fell silent. But they failed to notice that Ali had barely spoken the whole way. She was the leader, yet she issued no commands to them, instead wearing a conflicted, hesitant expression. And the ever-observant Lu Shu had spotted it long ago. But he didn't press the issue, merely stealing glances at Ali from the corner of his eye now and then. Once he was certain they'd gone far enough, only then did Lu Shu turn and head toward the cave entrance. As soon as the entrance swung open, Bai Yu flung herself into Lu Shu's arms. Lu Shu, were those guys just now looking for that young chieftain or whatever?
I was scared half to death just now.
The rush of throwing herself into his embrace felt utterly divine. Lu Shu pulled her even tighter into his hold.
Yo-Yo, what are you scared of? I've got you right here.
You're strong, sure, but you're not some unbreakable diamond body.
And those folks earlier, they didn't look like the easy sort. If you had to square off with them, it'd be no small feat to come out unscathed. If you ended up hurt, who'd be there to nurse you back? Lu Shu took in her words, realizing Yu was just worried sick about him. And it filled his heart with a sweet warmth. Those folks look like real pros at first glance. Especially that beastman who wants to trade for the rhinoceros python. He has got an incredibly powerful aura about him. That kind of presence only comes from constant battles. Even so, he won't back down. He is confident he could take the guy down right here. But he doesn't dare say that to Bai Yu. Might scare her.
Don't worry. Everything's fine. Right, let's head out. Our luck's holding up pretty well. From the way those guys were talking just now, this rhinoceros python should fetch us a good haul of salt.
Bai Yu overheard all that too, so she could guess what was up. Still, she had Lu Shu put on his eye patch first, then smeared some ash on her own little face, to avoid drawing any extra trouble. Holding back a chuckle, he led Bai Yu over to the rhinoceros python's corpse. Bai Yu shot a glare at Lu Shu, who was still stifling his laughter, then turned to size up the massive beast right in front of her. She realized it was about the same size as Lu Shu in his beast form, though Bai Yu was afraid of snakes. A dead one didn't faze her much.
Lu Shu, could you pull off a few of those Shanling scales from the toughest spots?
Sure.
No problem at all.
He reached out and yanked off a handful of the snake scales, then handed them over to Bai Yu.
Yo-Yo, what are you gonna do with these?
Stone knives are just no good. Just grind these down a bit. And they should slice meat way better than stone ones.
What makes this rhinoceros python so tough to handle is mainly those insanely hard scales of it, which make it nearly impossible to breach its defenses, especially right at its 7-inch vital spot. Those scales really were as hard as iron, completely impenetrable.
You're truly clever. Anything that ends up in your hands always serves a better purpose.
She tucked all those snake scales into her space.
All right,
Enough with the flattery. Let's wrap this up and head home.
Luckily, Lu Xiu was quick enough, and they made it to the exchange ground before nightfall. The moment Lu Xiu and Bai Yu appeared at the exchange ground, they drew the attention of countless beastmen. Few beastmen ever bring their mates out like this. And for a one-eyed, disabled beastman like Lu Xiu to bring his mate along was one thing. But dragging a massive rhinoceros python in tow, how could that not look utterly bizarre? Bai Yu curiously scanned the so-called exchange ground, only to find it nothing like she'd imagined. There were no proper stalls in sight, just the folks dumping their goods straight on the ground and waiting for someone to take interest. Bai Yu felt a twinge of disappointment at the sight, which turned to nerves. As she sensed all the stares upon them, she tensed up a bit.
Lu Xiu, why are all these people staring at us?
Lu Xiu knew exactly what had caught their eyes.
Hey, no need to worry. It is all good. A different tribe oversees the exchange ground each year to keep the peace, so no one's bold enough to rob outright.
Right then, two beastmen approached Bai Yu and Lu Xiu.
We're from the Stone Salt tribe. You've brought the rhinoceros python, so these 2 jars of salt are yours.
Without a moment's hesitation, the Stone Salt tribesmen seized the rhinoceros python and hauled it off, leaving Bai Yu to stare in stunned silence as the deal wrapped up just like that.
It must be folks from the Stone Salt tribe, gathering rhinoceros pythons up on the elevated platform. That is why they're dashing off toward Python Mountain. After all, we're talking 2 whole jars of salt here.
Bai Yu still couldn't wrap her head around it. Wasn't it just 2 jars of salt, which looked like barely 5 pounds? Worth staking your life on. Little did Bai Yu know just how precious salt is in this world. Pi is a member of the tribe. In a whole winter, the most you might get is half a pound of salt, and that is only in a good year. But in a disaster year, the entire tribe might not even have a few pounds to share. And to get a bit of salt in your diet, you have to wait for the group leader to organize everyone and dilute the salt in water, so each person can take just a few sips. He chimed in right away, without saying a single word, from start to finish. Lu Xiu led Bai Yu to a more secluded spot, had her store the salt in her storage space, and then asked,
Yo, do you want to take a stroll around? If there is anything you like the look of, I can hunt something to trade for it.
Of course, Bai Yu wanted to browse, but she didn't want Lu Xiu risking another trip to Mengshan, afraid they'd run into the lion tribe again. After a moment's thought, she pulled some carrots from her storage space. She said to Lu Xiu,
These carrots of mine are pretty novel around here. Who knows? Maybe we can trade them for something different.
He took the bag of carrots and led Bai Yu back into the trading grounds. As Bai Yu walked along, taking it all in, she noticed how limited the goods on offer were. Mostly just beast pelts and whole wild animals. With the occasional rough item carved from wood or stone, everything was so crude, Bai Yu couldn't find anything she liked. They walked a bit further, when suddenly Bai Yu stopped in her tracks, her gaze fixed on one particular spot.
This was the area for selling female beastskin and their labors, where tribes sometimes clashed over resources. And the surviving beastkin from the losing side ended up like this.
Bai Yu didn't need Lu Xiu's explanation. She knew exactly what this was all about. After all, he had nearly become one of them himself, those females picked at random, like mere cargo. A flicker of lingering fear crossed Bai Yu's eyes. Just a little more, and it would have happened. He would have ended up as one of them. Though he felt sympathy for their plight, his own abilities were far too limited to offer them any help.
Let's head in another direction and check out the other side.
After walking a bit further, Bai Yu spotted a stall selling garland-style accessories. From a distance, the whole stall was a riot of colors, standing out sharply against the other drab booths.
Hey, Lu Xiu, what is all that over there?
Huh, those are little handmade items by female beastmen, traded for bits of food.
And yes, people do trade for them.
Bai Yu found it a bit odd, considering those wildflowers were everywhere, and she could easily weave all sorts of garlands herself. Surely no one would actually want to trade for them.
Oh yes, some male beastmen trade for them to woo the females, snagging these trinkets to bring home as gifts.
No matter the era or the hardships, male creatures' courtship rituals are always so predictably the same. By the time they finished talking, they were right in front of the stall.
Hey there, little miss. Looking to trade for anything?
Just browsing around.
She started eyeing the array of vibrant, colorful items on display. After circling once, she didn't see anything all that special. She was just about to tug Lu Xiu away when her gaze snagged on a string of red ornaments.
Can you show me that thing?
Of course. Here, you go. Little Confidence has a good eye. This is something we just found.
It is red and it looks so pretty. We never saw anything like it before. Bayuyu took the string of red things, and the more she looked, the brighter her eyes grew, bringing it to her nose for a sniff. She couldn't help but sneeze.
This thing sure is pretty to look at.
It is just a shame it doesn't smell like flowers. But instead it is a bit pungent and irritating. If she wasn't mistaken, this was the chili peppers she'd been dreaming of. Without a moment's hesitation, she silently invoked her appraisal skill.
Warm moon ginger, non-toxic, edible. Note: eating too much may cause internal heat and stomach pain.
How much more of this do you have?
A few more strings. Hey, Little Confidence, if you want all of these, 2 pounds of lean meat will do. Bayu felt a bit awkward hearing that. 2 pounds of meat wasn't much, but all she had left was Dudu's scrawny bits, and they were already roasted. Plus, she couldn't bear to part with them.
We've traded all our meat already, but I do have other edible stuff. It tastes great. I guarantee you've never tried it. You can eat it, raw or cooked. Try a bit first. The middle-aged female perked up with curiosity at that, taking a tiny nibble. And upon tasting that subtle sweetness, her eyes lit up. She popped the whole thing in her mouth, crunching away with delight. So, what do you think? Trade.
7 of them. 7 of these fruits. And all these red strings are yours.
As we were about to leave, the middle-aged female asked where he'd found the carrots. Of course, he wouldn't tell the truth, not to keep it to himself. But because the spot was too close to the home he shared with Lu Xiu, he just made up an excuse and sent her on her way, happily clutching the skewered chilies as he followed Lu Xiu away.
Yo, what is this thing? Look how excited you are.
Of course, I'm thrilled. Seeing no one around, Bayuyuxi quickly stowed away all the chilies. These are chilies, a kind of vegetable, and an indispensable seasoning. But we only got this much, so I can only let you have a little taste. The rest, we'll have to save for seeds.
Lu Xiu listened, utterly baffled.
But he did grasp one thing, that it could only be sampled in tiny amounts.
Bayuyu wandered around a bit more with Lu Xiu,
trading more carrots with other females for fruits and wild greens, but spotting nothing else edible.
Besides, he'd used up all the carrots he'd brought.
Even if something caught his eye, he had nothing left to trade. He also didn't want Lu Xiu heading back to Mengshan. But Bayuyu was already quite content, having traded for 2 kinds of fruit this time. One greenish, a bit like pears, which the locals call chingua, and one purple, which they call zigo, while the remaining wild greens were all just called wild vegetables, with no distinctions made, all jumbled together, and looking like 3 or 4 kinds. Bayuyu, you have 2 appraisal uses left today. So he casually appraised 2 of them, thinking he might encounter similar things outside someday. As for the rest, we'll appraise it after today passes.
Appraisal. Wubo spinach, non-toxic and edible. One night stand, non-toxic and edible. Its rhizome can be used medicinally with fever-reducing effect.
I never thought I'd get this lucky. Even switching spots turned up some fever, reducing herbs. These are real lifesavers.
Yo, want to look around a bit more?
No, let's head back. Luxi was just about to shift into his beast form to carry Yuyu home, where he sensed someone watching them with malicious intent. He pulled Bayuyu close into his arms, his gaze turning icy as he stared in that direction.
Kid, you've got sharp ears.
If you value your life, scram.
This one-eyed freak's got some nerve mouthing off. A disabled beast man who dares to wander out alone with a little female. Isn't he just delivering a mate right to us brothers? If we didn't accept the gift, how could we live with ourselves? Ha ha. What do you brothers say? Sounds right to me. Yeah.
Big bro spot on. He is just handing over a mate for us brothers.
Yeah. Winter's closing in, and us brothers could use a bed warmer.
Leave the little female behind. You can go. We'll let you live.
Bayuyu's face flushed red with fury at their filthy words. Her little face flushed with anger. She turned away and buried herself deeper in Luxiu's embrace. Luxiu glanced down at Yuyu, and when he looked up at the man opposite, the brief warmth in his eyes vanished without a trace. He shifted straight into his beast form, using his snake tail to gently place Bayuyu behind a large tree.
Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you that wish.
He is one of those cursed ones.
What a disgrace.
hiding his identity like that, just to lure away a little female.
These cursed beastmen would never believe that a female would willingly follow one of them. So all they can think of is that Lu Xiu must have deceived the little female. Lu Xiu had no time for chit-chat with these beastmen eyeing his little female. He launched a ferocious snake-tail assault. Those cursed beastmen, seeing this, immediately shifted into beast form and swarmed toward Lu Xiu in a coordinated attack. At first, they managed to land a few blows on Lu Xiu, but as the fight dragged on, their fear grew. Lu Xiu's endurance was overwhelming. He only fought harder with every clash, until they began to falter. Realizing they'd bitten off more than they could chew, but the thought of finally stumbling upon a lone female outside made them reluctant to back down.
Brother, we're all outcasts here. Why slaughter each other? Join us. And that little female, we can share her. What do you say?
Lu Xiu laughed bitterly at the sheer audacity. When death was staring them in the face, they were still scheming to claim his mate, a boldness that bordered on the admirable. His strikes grew ever more vicious, intent on ending them swiftly, so he could hurry home with Bai Yu. It was over quickly, as Lu Xiu smashed a wolf-like beastman's skull, snuffing out his life in an instant. The remaining cursed beastmen froze at the sight, their courage shattered.
Brother, we've been blind to your strength. Call off the fight, right here, and we'll slink away with our tails between our legs. From now on, we'll stay out of each other's way. Deal.
Stand down.
I've already given you a chance, but you insisted on courting death. How could I not oblige?
By the end, they were begging for mercy non-stop, but Lu Xiu showed no sign of holding back or sparing them until they all collapsed lifeless on the ground. Only then did Lu Xiu shift back to human form. He turned and headed toward the spot where Bai Yu was hiding.
Lu Xiu, does it hurt?
He looked up and glanced over. Lucius's body was covered in scratches of all sizes, even 2 bite marks. Lucius had originally been acting nonchalant, as if he couldn't feel a thing. He truly didn't think much of these minor wounds. Beastmen's regenerative abilities are incredibly strong, as long as it is not a serious injury to muscles or bones. Superficial flesh wounds heal quickly, on their own. But when he realized Bai Yu was feeling sorry for him, his eyes flickered. He immediately furrowed his brows, revealing a pained expression.
Pretty painful. Yu, could you blow on it for me?
Bai Yu had always seen Lucius as that straightforward, no-nonsense tough guy. Little did he know Lucius would pull a trick like this. Hearing this, he hurriedly pulled out several piranha bitter galls from his storage space, eager to apply the medicine to Lucius. Lucius just wanted Bai Yu to get a little closer on his own. Seeing Bai Yu crying harder and more heartbroken, he started to panic a bit.
Yu, don't cry. It doesn't hurt at all. I was just teasing you. We can't stay here long. We need to hurry and leave this place.
Once Bai Yu felt they'd gone far enough, he refused to go any further, insisting that Lucius put him down, so Lucius could tend to his wounds first. Though Lucius thought it unnecessary, the feeling of being cared for was truly wonderful. As soon as it touched the wound, Lucius felt a soothing coolness, which masked the previous stinging pain. But it didn't stop there. He directly pouted his lips and blew gently on the medicated spots. Thinking like this, Lu Xiu might feel a bit better. How could Lu Xiu have imagined Bai Yu would do something like that? He only felt that the spot Bai Yu had blown on no longer hurt, but now it was starting to itch. He averted his gaze, trying not to stare too much or think too hard about it, only to get caught off guard when Bai Yu blew a puff of air right onto his shoulder. That light, airy breath brushed across Lu Xiu's neck and ear, sending ripples through him, making Lu Xiu shudder uncontrollably, a shiver running down his spine.
Did I hurt you?
I'll be more careful from now on. As she spoke, she looked up and met Lu Xiu's darkened gaze, and Bai Yu instinctively sensed the danger. But just as she started to pull back, Lu Xiu yanked her straight into his arms, and the next moment, a scorching kiss landed on her lips. By the time she sensed something was off, she was already a complete mess. She couldn't understand. Lu Xiu had been fine just moments ago. So why had he suddenly gone into heat? Could it be a side effect of the medicine? But that shouldn't be the case. If there were side effects, the system would have flagged it. There is no way it wouldn't. Lu Xiu was clearly losing control, his hands already wandering where they shouldn't. Her strength was no match for Lu Xiu at all. And with his injuries, she didn't dare struggle too much. She was terrified of aggravating his wounds. But if this kept going, she feared Lu Xiu might just devour her right there. Their first time out in the wild like this. Bai Yu shuddered at the mere thought, finding it utterly mortifying. She was a conservative girl who hadn't even held a man as hand in her first 18 years. and she truly couldn't handle this kind of intensity. Luckily, at that moment, a bird soared through the branches overhead, made a little noise, jolting Lucio awake, who was already starting to lose control. He pulled away from Bayuyu's lips, now slightly red and swollen from his kisses, a flicker of embarrassment in his eyes.
Yo-yo, don't tease me like this. You're not in your mating season yet. We can't go there yet.
Baiyu had meant to call out Lu Xiu for his bold advances, but before she could even get a word out, Lu Xiu flipped the script on her instead, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. When did I ever tease you?
Am I the one turning the tables here?
Why did you just blow on my sensitive spot? Like that? Wasn't that your way of inviting some intimacy?
If you admit it, it is because you couldn't hold yourself back, and after getting pregnant, our stone bed might end up with a few more little stones on it. He put on an innocent expression, and shot a resentful glance at Bayuyu. That gaze was just like one accusing a heartless lover. When did I ever? Bayuyu desperately wanted to deny it, but when his gaze landed on Lu Xiu's shoulder, he recalled Lu Xiu's recent reaction, and his own actions at the time. His face flushed red in an instant. Oh no, I didn't do anything. I was just trying to blow on your wound to help it heal. I didn't mean it like that. Lu Xiu couldn't help but chuckle at Bayuyu's frantic attempts to explain, secretly cursing himself in his mind for being so shameless, for teasing such an innocent little female. Yet he felt no remorse whatsoever. Instead, he adopted a magnanimous demeanor.
Well, Yu, no need to explain. Even if you were thinking about it, it is fine. We're mates, after all. You can think whatever you like. It is just that mating right now could harm your body, so let's wait until later, okay?
Bayuyu was completely baffled, unable to figure out why. When clearly, he'd been the one taken advantage of, but now it felt like he was the one coming off as desperate. His instincts told him something was off, but upon looking up at Lu Xiu's honest face, he decided he was probably overthinking it. He bit his lip, lowered his head in embarrassment, and said, I understand. I'll be more careful from now on. Unbeknownst to him, a sly smile flashed across Lu Xiu's face. It wasn't until 3 days later that Lu Xiu finally brought Bayuyu back to the stone cave. Over these past few days, besides the hurried journey, the two had gathered some other treasures too. Upon returning home, Bayuyu looked absolutely delighted, pulling out every fresh item he'd brought back with him, though his storage space was quite limited, holding only a handful of traded wild veggies and fruits, plus the ginger he'd foraged, while Lu Xiu lugged 2 hefty animal skin sacks in his hands, stuffed full of sweet potatoes that Bayuyu had stumbled upon by chance on the way back, with plenty more still growing wild there. But unfortunately, since Lu Xiu had to carry Bayuyu along, they simply couldn't haul away more. Bayuyu and Lu Xiu already had ample food stocked for the winter, so there was no need to push it. Just suggesting Lu Xiu make a note of the spot for digging up more come next year. Maybe, though he'd already set his mind on clearing and farming his own plot, he certainly wouldn't pass up such a ready-made gift from nature. The appraisal uses from these past few days had mostly gone toward identifying that pile of traded wild veggies. It is just a shame that, apart from that one-night stand, he hadn't come across any other wild veggies with medicinal value. Still, he was plenty satisfied, for this outing had netted them not just salt in trade, but also ginger roots and chili peppers foraged along the way, and a knowledge of all sorts of new wild vegetables. And, most crucially, those incredibly high, yielding sweet potatoes. Bayou could practically see a vast sweet potato field waving invitingly at him already, a true staple crop in the making, with roasted ones so irresistibly sweet and fragrant. How could he possibly not be over the moon? From the moment they got back, Lu Xiu watched as Bayuyu fussed endlessly over their haul, without so much as a spare glance his way, and couldn't help feeling a tad overlooked.
Hey Yo-Yo, why don't you take a little break? You've been out in the elements roughing it day after day, without much real rest at all.
Bayou felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing that. He really hadn't felt like he'd suffered much these past few days, stuck to Lu Xiu like glue every single day, barely taking a few steps himself, and crashing out the moment drowsiness hit. So how could he possibly not have rested well? It was Lu Xiu who'd been hurrying non-stop, so if anyone's due for some rest, it is him. Help me store these sweet potatoes and ginger in the stone cellar, will you? We'll rest after dinner.
Yo-Yo, make a little more. I'm already craving it.
Got it! Bayuyu shook her head with an amused smile. Then she started preparing the ingredients, taking out 3 sweet potatoes, thinking that once dinner was ready, she could toss the sweet potatoes into the fire to roast, as a post-meal dessert. He had said he wanted Lu Xiu to try the flavor of chilies, so naturally, she wouldn't go back on her word. It was just that there weren't many chilies, and she still needed to save some seeds, so she only picked a few to add some zest. Now that the kitchen was fully usable, It had dedicated spots for prepping ingredients. And she took down 2 pieces of lean meat from the stone wall, then pulled out some Python scales from her storage space. She was in the middle of slicing the meat.
When he said, I can handle this,
she immediately stepped aside, letting Lu Xiu take over the slicing. As Lu Xiu stepped up and took the knife from Bai Yoyo's hand, while she dashed off to wash the greens, Bai Yoyo decided that for now, she'd stick to veggies she recognized and could grow. Otherwise, from here on out, every wild green would just be greens. She wasn't planning to stir-fry these greens, since there weren't that many, and even if she fried them all, it wouldn't be enough for Lu Xiu alone. So it was better to make soup. That way they could have a few extra bowls. And green soup was pretty tasty anyway. Once Bai Yoyo had the greens all cleaned, Lu Xiu had the meat sliced up too. There were 2 stove openings and stone pots, perfect for stir-frying and simmering soup at the same time. Bai Yoyo had Lu Xiu help stoke the fire while she got to cooking. As the oil heated up, Bai Yoyo tossed in the sliced ginger and chilies, stir-frying them to release their aroma. When Lu Xiu, who'd never smelled anything like it, started coughing from the fumes.
Yoyo, this thing is so amazing. Are you sure you got the right one? This doesn't look edible at all.
I'm afraid it might be poisonous.
Don't eat it later. Okay, this is just what it tastes like. Hey, don't pull me.
If you hand it over later, you're in big trouble with me.
He secretly decided that even if that thing tasted awful later, he'd have to pinch his nose and say it was delicious. Absolutely not wanting to disappoint Bai Yoyo. Bai Yoyo had already added the meat and started stir-frying. As Bai Yoyo stir-fried, a bold, irresistible aroma wafted over, making Lu Xiu swallow hard involuntarily.
Yoyo, cough. Tell me, how did the flavor change so suddenly?
It was so pungent just now, chokingly unbearable. And though it is still a bit choking now, that scent is totally addictive.
Doesn't it smell amazing? Makes you really want to dig in, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Lu Xiu nodded. He truly had never smelled such a commanding aroma before. Seeing Lu Xiu like that, Bai Yu surprisingly found this burly, rough guy kinda cute, and she smiled, pursing her lips as she said,
Then, what are you waiting for? Go tend the fire.
Oh.
By now, the soup on the other side had come to a boil. Bai Yoyo added the prepped veggies and sprinkled in a bit of salt.
That is good. No more firewood needed.
The 2 of them, one stirring the wok, one stoking the fire, looked just like any ordinary newlywed couple. The meal was ready in no time, and Lu Xiu couldn't wait to take a bite.
Hugo, what is this flavor? I've never tasted anything like it before. You haven't heard of it. Oh no, it feels like my mouth's on fire. Doesn't it quite hit the spot?
This is that spicy kick. How is it feel? Doesn't it just thrill you?
Come on now. This one's extra satisfying, and come winter, eating this will feel even more invigorating.
There aren't enough peppers, so I'll save the rest for seeds. That way, next year when we plant them, we'll have peppers to enjoy forever. Lucy, hearing this, looked a bit confused and asked puzzledly,
Yo-Yo, what does planting them even mean?
The beastmen in this world haven't yet grasped the concept of farming. They completely rely on hunting and foraging for wild vegetables to survive. Bai Yoyo was just about to discuss this with Lu Xiu. Bai Yoyo had carefully surveyed it. The land around the cave is almost all dense forest. It can't be cultivated at all. So if we want to farm in the future, we can't stay here anymore. But this is Lu Xiu's home, after all. She wasn't sure if Lu Xiu would mind. She shared all her ideas and cherished beliefs with Lu Xiu, and expressed her desire to build a house in the future. She didn't want to keep living in this stuffy, dark cave, and Lu Xiu found himself intrigued by Bai Yoyo's idea of farming. Just thinking about how planting a little could yield so much, he felt a spark of anticipation. As for the relocation that worried Bai Yoyo, Lu Xiu couldn't have cared less about it. What home does a wandering beastman like him even have? Now, Little Magnetism is his home. As long as Little Magnetism stays by his side, he is fine going anywhere. After receiving Lu Xiu's firm agreement, Bai Yoyo was thrilled and let out a big sigh of relief. After eating those spicy peppers, a bit of green soup to cool down. This soup has none of the bitterness from wild greens. Instead, it has got this fresh aroma and a unique flavor. In no time, he polished off the whole bowl. Lu Xiu ate his fill. Feeling utterly content, he figured that was it for the meal. But then she handed him 2 big baked sweet potatoes, just like a coaxing a child. Back when Lu Xiu was wandering, he'd eaten raw sweet potatoes. And back then, he thought they were crisp and sweet, like fruit, and such. Break open the baked sweet potato, and take a bite of the golden flesh inside. It is so sweet and glutinous, soft and fluffy. You just want to swallow your tongue along with it.
How is lunch? Tasting?
Isn't it extra sweet? Once we have our own land, we can eat as much as we want of this.
So delicious. From now on, I'll clear more land for Yo-Yo. As much as she wants.
Time flies by, and soon Bayou welcomes her first snow in this world. Standing at the cave entrance, gazing at the vast white expanse outside, she feels a bit dazed. Yesterday, it was bright and sunny. How did one nap change everything? Lucio, wrapped in the winter coat Bayou made for him, feels warm and cozy all over, comfortable from head to toe.
Yo-Yo, stop staring. I'm going to seal the cave entrance. It'll only get colder out there from now on.
It is really too cold outside. Even bundled up fit, his face is nearly frozen stiff. As soon as winter sets in, the two of them settle into a leisurely lull, their days filled with nothing but eating and sleeping. Especially Lucian, who lounges around all day, preferring to lie down rather than sit up, barely even bothering to eat, though Bayou knows this is just the hibernation routine for snake beastmen in winter. She can't help but feel a little worried and unsettled by it. At first, Bayou tries chatting with Lucio, teasing him a bit, hoping to perk up his spirits, and it works. Not only does Lucio perk up, but so does his little brother down below. He starts getting all handsy, taking little liberties, leaving Bayou completely speechless, and deciding it is best not to stir him up anymore. Since she has time on her hands anyway, she figures she'll whip up a few lightweight outfits to wear when spring and summer roll around. To make clothes that thin, she'll need to split the fireline grass threads into fine strands. Delicate work indeed, and Lucio's no help with that, so she'll have to handle it solo. Once she dives into a task, time simply flies by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months slip away. Bayou has woven 2 full outfits each for herself and Lucio, along with some intimates like shorts and socks, all styled like sweet couples matching sets. With a glance at the dwindling fireline grass stash, Bayou finally sets her work aside. Eyeing Lucio as he gleefully sizes up the oversized shorts she just finished for him, the man striking poses with them. Bayou feels a flush of embarrassment, averting her eyes from her own handiwork, about to speak up when a faint, distant sob echoes in her ears. From Lucio's face alone, Bayou knows it wasn't her imagination. Someone really is crying out there. Lucio, it sounds like someone's outside. Shall we go take a look?
At this time of year, the only ones who could be out there are wandering beastmen or tribal beastmen run out of food. And either way, it is a real hassle.
Bayou tensed up at those words. They won't try to break in, will they?
No. The snow outside is already so deep. It has completely buried all our tracks. Even the kitchen chimney. We have to shake off the snow buildup every single day just to cook. Or no smoke could even escape. Out there, it is nothing but endless white. No way anyone could spot the cave entrance.
Bayou eased up a little at Lucio's reassurance, feeling somewhat more at ease. But the cries from outside were drawing ever closer, until Bayou caught the desperate wails of a child.
Please, I beg you. I know you're in there. Please, save my brother. If you just save my brother, I'll be your slave forever.
Before winter sets in, when Bayou and Lucio were out picking okra, we had encountered a pair of wandering beastmen brothers. The only child who could possibly make it here now is probably that little beastman boy, Muir. As I Bayou listened to the crying outside, my heart ached with pity. Yet I knew how unpredictable hearts can be, fearing that my momentary softness might bring trouble to Lucio. Lucio glanced up at Bayou, and I could read the understanding in his expression. Then he sighed softly. Lucio, what are you going to do?
Don't make a sound yet. Stay here and wait. I'll go take a look outside.
At those words, Bayou's eyes lit up, and she nodded immediately. He truly felt sympathy for the child, at such a tender age, when he should have been playfully fussing in his parents' arms. But instead, he had become a wanderer, in a world fraught with danger at every turn. Bayou stood at the cave entrance, watching the situation unfold outside. Muir had nearly given up hope. But when he heard the noise, he lifted his head in disbelief to look at Lucio. He hadn't come here with much hope at all. But remembering that this powerful wandering beastman had a female companion, and knowing that female beastmen were soft-hearted by nature, he decided to take a chance.
Please, I beg you, please, save my brother. If you save my brother, I swear by the 5th master to the beast god, I'll serve you as my master from now on.
Lucio has no interest in taking slaves. If not for Bayou softening his resolve a little, if not for fearing Yu would brand him an iron-hearted beastman, he wouldn't have stepped out at all. He glanced up at the unconscious one, armed beastman. Muir saw how utterly weakened he was. He looked on the brink of death, Lu Xiu twitched his nose slightly, catching a sharp tang of blood, and spotted his abdomen bound with a strip of beast hide, blood still seeping through. Moore knew his brother was fading fast, and the beastman before him was his final hope. Lu Xiu shot a glance at Muir, then without a word, hoisted Mu Yi and headed for the cave mouth. Muir's eyes lit up in that instant, realizing Lu Xiu meant to tend to his brother, so he wouldn't dare question any of Lu Xiu's moves. But once Muir had followed into the cave, and Lu Xiu set Mu Yi down by the fire, he turned to Bai Yoyo, still eyeing Muir, and said flatly, "He is dying," his tone utterly flat, betraying no will to save him.
"Sister, please help my brother. I beg you. I'll be your slave for life, to repay your kindness."
Where has Bai Yoyo ever been through something like this? She hurriedly tried to pull Moore to his feet. Lu Xiu frowned as he glanced at Bai Yoyo's hand, a twinge of jealousy stirring in his heart.
Sure enough. If I throw you two out.
Moore was genuinely a bit scared. Hearing this, Lu Xiu quickly stood up, just gazing pitifully at Bai Yoyo. He finally got it. This female held a very special place in the beastman's heart. As long as he could get this female to relent, this beastman probably wouldn't abandon his brother. The wound's too severe. I can only try my best, but I can't promise he'll pull through. Moore was puzzled by her words, not understanding how a frail little female like him, with no strength to even truss a chicken, could save his brother. He'd only wanted to tug at Bai Yoyo's heartstrings, hoping she'd plead his case with Lu Xiu. In the end, he could only nod in reluctant agreement. He had no other options left now, so he treated this desperate gamble like a last resort. He chose to put his faith in Bai Yoyo.
"Hey, Brother Lu, could you boil some water for me?"
Lu Xiu was caught off guard by her request, figuring Bai Yoyo would just whip up some man eating fish gall for Mu Yin. Bai Yoyo, meanwhile, headed back into the inner cave, where she fetched the beast hide Lu Xiu had once scorned and spread it out.
"Lay your brother on it. It'll keep him warmer." Once Muir had settled the Mu Yin on it,
he retreated back into the inner cave again. When Bai Yoyo emerged once more, she held a sharp ancient needle and thread twisted from fire thread grass. Moore eyed the items in Bai Yoyo's hand, a dreadful suspicion dawning on him. But in the end, he held his tongue, afraid his doubts might upset Bai Yoyo. Then he just stopped caring about his brother. In that case, his brother wouldn't stand a chance. If it comes to that, might as well let Bai Yoyo give it a shot. What if he pulls through? AIU had no idea what Moore was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't get mad, because he wasn't confident himself. He'd never done anything like this before, only in his previous world. Had he seen some tutorials on this in online videos? Now, looking at Mu Yi's wound, his first instinct was to stitch it closed, and he silently prayed that the beastman's regenerative abilities, along with the cannibal fish bile, would help Mu Yi. He truly had zero confidence. If it weren't for Mu Yi being on the brink of death with no other options, he absolutely wouldn't take such a risk.
The water's boiling again.
Lu Xiu focused solely on Bio, Yu's movements, naturally saw him pull out the items.
Yo, you're planning to stitch him up. Will that even work?
No other choice.
With a wound this massive, it is impossible for it to heal on its own, so we have to give this a shot. Lu Xiu nodded, without raising any doubts. At this point, Mu Yi was already a dead man in Lu Xiu's eyes. He was just a stranger, after all. In all his years, he'd never seen a beastman survive a wound like this. Not even the shamans from the major tribes could save him. He scalded a clean piece of small beast pelt to sterilize it, then used it to clean Mu Yi's wound, wiping away the dirt and bloodstains. Once it was mostly clean, he tossed the bone needle and thread into the pot to boil and sterilize them. If Mu Yi survived, these threads would likely remain in his body forever, so they needed proper sterilization to prevent any infection later on. Ouch, while carrying Muir on his back, he pulled several cannibal fish galls from his storage space. I smeared the bile all over Mu Yi's wound, inside and out. While stitching the wound, Baiu's hands were trembling. After all, it was his first time doing something like this. He was still a little timid, although Baiyu isn't a professional, but she does know some basics. Since the wound runs deep, Baiyu first stitched the inner layer, then closed up the outer layer on the skin. Because her handiwork is solid, the stitched wound looks fairly even. Muir wondered if it was the numbing effect of the fish gallbladder, or if Mu Yi had already slipped into a deep coma. But either way, Mu Yi didn't even furrow his brow the whole time. Baiyu had done her utmost. Yes, Muir said quietly from the sidelines. In a bit, I'll brew some ginger soup. You feed some to your brother, and have some yourself, to chase away the chill. As for whether your brother pulls through, that'll be up to him now. I've done everything I can, even if I have no clue what ginger soup really is. But I'm still grateful.
Thank you, sister. As long as my brother makes it, I'll honor my promise for sure. and pledge my loyalty to you.
Baiyu didn't take those words to heart. Once the ginger soup was ready, before Baiyu could even react, Lu Xiu had already scooped a bowl and set it in front of Mu An. His face lit up with malicious glee.
Go on, drink up.
Baiyu awkwardly looked away, finding the whole thing too awkward to watch. She recalled the first time she'd made Lu Xiu drink ginger soup and the tortured look on his face. Mu Er was thrown off by Lu Xiu's sudden enthusiasm and then hit with that weird pungent smell. He couldn't help but wonder if it was poisoned. Still, he clenched his jaw, held his breath, and took a cautious sip.
This! What the heck is this?
Of course, it is a good thing.
Yu brewed it herself. After all, hurry and drink it up. Once you're done, don't forget to give your brother a bowl too.
Lucius is grinning quite happily, without hiding his gloating expression in the slightest. He shot a glare at Lu Xiu, to Muir, who was already choking back tears. This is to ward off the chill. Drink it to prevent catching cold. You and your brother have been out in the freezing cold for so long. It is best to have some. Muir felt a little more at ease hearing this. After finishing it, Muir realized that though the stuff tasted awful, but once it was down, his body, numb from the biting cold, began to gradually thaw and warm. A flicker of surprise lit his eyes, and as he gazed at Baiyu, his eyes held gratitude, mingled with a touch of wonder. He took another bowl handed to him by Lu Shu, and carefully fed it to Mu Yi. Though Mu Yi was already unconscious, he could still manage instinctive swallows. Thankfully, once Muir had fed the entire bowl of ginger soup to Mu Yi. Mu, are you and your brother blood brothers? How did you both end up as wandering beastmen? Muir heard this, and a shadow of sorrow and self-reproach crossed his eyes.
My brother and I are blood brothers. My brother never had to become a wandering beastman. It was all my fault.
With that, he recounted his and Mu Yi's story to Bai Yuyo and Lu Xiu. It turned out the two brothers were originally beastmen of the leopard tribe, and when Mu Yi shapeshifted into human form, at age 3, he discovered his left arm remained in beast form, the mark of a cursed beastman. Fortunately, only their parents witnessed Mu Yi's shapeshifting, and their father wanted to exile Mu Yi from the tribe right then. But their mother begged desperately, until finally, the father relented at her pleas. But when Mu Yi was in his teens, their mother became pregnant again. It should have been joyous news, but when Muir was born, their mother died in difficult childbirth. Their father couldn't bear the shock, thinking mother was doomed to die, all because of Mu Yi, that cursed beastman who brings doom upon others. So he banished Mu Yi right then and there, barring him from ever coming home. Mu Yi had just lost his mother, and in a fit of rage, his father cast him out. He had no choice but to carve out a makeshift cave for shelter, so he tagged along with the females, foraging for wild vegetables to scrape by. On lucky days, he might even catch a small beast to make life a little better. Life was tough, but at least there was the tribe to lean on, without the constant fear of being snatched by wild beasts. But those days didn't last long. When it came time for Muir to undergo his transformation ritual, their father discovered it. It turned out to be another ominous orc. Their father finally lost it completely. Convinced that these two brothers had brought doom upon his mate, he straight up banished Muir from the tribe. Had he not feared the tribe's reckoning, their father might have spilled the beans about Mu Yi being an ominous one too, and driven them both out together. Mu Yi watched his little brother cry in terror, and couldn't bear the thought of leaving him to fend for himself out there. So he chose to wander the wilds alongside his young sibling. But surviving on wild vegetables and the occasional small beast barely kept his little brother alive. After hearing the brother's harrowing tale, Bai Yu felt a surge of admiration for Mu Yi. After all, Mu Yi had been just a teenager back then, yet he'd forsaken the tribe's safety for the sake of his vulnerable cub of a brother. It took real courage, and it was deeply moving. So, how did he get that injury?
It is all my fault!
Muir finally broke down in sobs, for he was still just a cub after all. His only remaining kin, the sole person he could depend on. Now with everything up in the air, who knew if he could still trust in that bond? How could he not be terrified?
It was all to protect me. That is why those stray orcs, fighting over scraps of food, left him beaten and wounded.
It all started because Muir got too playful, ran out to play covered in blood, but his trail was spotted by other wandering beastmen, drawing in the food raiders. There is also a young brother who needs protecting, and the enemies outnumber them. They were no match, of course. If not for desperately fleeing with more at the last moment, both brothers would have met their end there. Bai Yu felt a lingering fear and worry too. She turned her head to glance at Lu Xiu, only to find his expression indifferent, without a trace of sympathy. For Lu Xi, Muir's plight was just another day in the life of the wandering oppressed. And Lu Xiu himself was a wandering beastman, all on his own. His own upbringing had been even harsher than theirs. At this thought, a flicker of heartache crept into Bai Youyou's gaze as she looked at Lu Xu. Yet, she didn't know how to console him, and now, Lu Xu had grown immensely strong. So powerful that he feared nothing. He probably had no need for such belated comfort anymore. In the end, she simply smiled and said,
Lu Xu, how about carrot stew and black bean pancakes for dinner?
Lu Xu had assumed Bai Youyou would go comfort Muir, that scrawny kid, but he never expected her to turn to him with such a question. Puzzled, he turned to look at Bai Youyou. When their gazes met, Lu Xu's heart skipped a beat. What kind of gaze was that? Bai Youyou probably hadn't even realized it herself. The light in her eyes as she looked at Lu Shen, as if beholding something she cherished deeply. In the past, Lu Xu had been met mostly with gazes of disgust and fear. He'd never been regarded with such eyes before. Not even by his own mother, whose gaze toward him had held only pity and reluctance. Never any affection. For the first time Lu Xu encountered such a gaze. He couldn't quite decipher the meaning behind that gaze. All he knew was that Bai Youyou was gazing at him like this, setting his blood aflame from head to toe.
If you don't say anything, I'll assume you don't want any.
I do want some. It has been days since I last had black bean cakes, and I miss them so much.
Ever since trying black bean cakes, soaked in meat broth once, Lu Shen has been utterly hooked on it.
So why aren't you chopping the meat?
All right, I'll get right on it.
Muir watched in astonishment as Bai Youyou bantered playfully with Lu Xu. He'd never seen a female so willingly stay by the side of a stray wanderer, let alone flirt and tease like this. It was simply unthinkable.
You should have some too in a bit, and give your brother a little more broth. He should pull through just fine.
From the moment Muir could remember, no one had ever treated him with such tenderness. His eyes welled up with tears in an instant, and he felt that Bai Youyou must be the goddess from the legends.
Sister Yan Yan, I'll make sure to repay you someday.
In Bai Youyou's eyes, the little one was just a child. Seeing him act like such a little grown-up, she found it both amusing and heartbreaking, so she simply nodded without saying more, then turned to knead the dough, ready to make the cakes. Muir gazed at everything in the kitchen, finding it all so fresh and wondrous. He'd never seen such bizarre things before. Watching Bai Youyou knead the dough, he found it even more fascinating. As Bai Youyou cooked and baked the cakes, Muir inhaled the aromas, wafting through the air, his mouth watering non-stop. In all his life, he'd never smelled anything so tantalizing, and just the scent alone was enough to tell him how delectable Bai Youyou's dishes would be. Glancing at the stove and utensils Bai Youyou used, Muir felt like he'd just stepped through the door to a new era. Everything before him filled him with longing, breathing in the fragrant air, and reflecting on how Bai Youyou cared for her brother. Muir felt more and more that Bai Youyou must be the legendary goddess. Muir's heart brimmed with hope and anticipation. He believed his brother had the goddess's saving grace. He surely won't die, with Bai Youyou say. Yet somehow, in just this brief moment, she had inexplicably become a goddess in the little thin man's heart. After preparing the meal, she first served Lu Xu a large bowl. Then, with Lu Xu's consent, took 2 flatbreads and a bowl of stewed meat for Muir to try. Remember to give your brother some of the broth. This was the first time anyone besides his brother had given him food, without the slightest disdain for his vagabond existence. In the end, he couldn't hold back, turned away, and tears plopped straight into the bowl. Yet he didn't dare make a sound, afraid it might spoil Bai Youyou's spirits. The little pup took a small sip of the broth, a rich, intense aroma overwhelming his taste buds in an instant, savoring it closely. Beyond the meaty savor, there was a subtle sweetness. Muir had never tasted anything so delicious. His first instinct was to share it with his brother, his eyes lighting up as he crouched down to feed Mu Yi the broth bit by bit. Even as he swallowed his own saliva greedily, he didn't pause for a moment, glancing at the dark flatbread he'd set aside. Muir hadn't held high hopes for the flatbread at first, but after one bite, he couldn't stop. Yet even so, he only ate 1 flatbread, a bit of the meat, placing the rest beside his brother, clearly intending to save it for Mu Yi. Bai Youyou, eating alongside Lu Xu, observed Muir's every reaction. After witnessing Muir's heartfelt gestures, she exchanged a glance with Lu Xu, and with just that look, Lu Xu knew exactly what was on her mind. I don't want to make Bai Youyou unhappy. He nodded faintly, yet a subtle chill flickered in his downcast gaze. Not out of reluctance to spare a single bite, but because he couldn't stand Bai Youyou focusing so much on others, especially not like that.
I made extra cakes today. Have 1 more.
As he said that, he ladled some more stewed meat soup into his bowl.
No need, sister. I'm already full. Such precious food. How could I possibly eat more?
Bai Youyou heard this, and found it a bit amusing, yet also a little heartbreaking. He and Lucio truly had no shortage of black bean cakes, as Lucio had nearly hauled back black beans from half the mountainside, and the two of them couldn't possibly finish them all, while Muir saw them as a rare treat, not even daring to take more. Muir was just too sensible, stirring a touch of pity in Bao Yu for the scrawny little guy.
Go ahead and eat. It is fine. If you don't eat your fill, how will you have the strength to care for your brother?
Muir heard this, and could no longer hold back his emotions, bursting into sobs. In the next instant, he dropped straight to his knees before Bai Yu.
Sister, you must be the divine maiden sent by the beast god. I swear by the beast god. From this day forward, my life is yours, sister.
Bai Yu was caught off guard by Muir's sudden action, but once he grasped what Muir meant, he could only find it faintly amusing. After all, he'd only given Muir a bowl of food, so why would that warrant repaying him with his life? Not to mention, what would he even do with Muir's life? But just as he reached to help Muir up, a long-forgotten system chime sounded in his ear.
Ding! Congratulations! Host Yu earned 10 faith value points from Muir. System space upgrade panel successfully activated. As a first-time faith value reward for the host, the space will auto-upgrade once. Congratulations! Host, your space has been upgraded to 5 square meters. Obtained space spirit, spring 20 grams, daily.
The space has been upgraded. The spirit spring both shocked and overjoyed. He never imagined his fleeting moment of compassion in simply helping Mu AI would inspire such deep faith in him from Mu AI, let alone accidentally triggering the space's upgrade conditions. Though he still didn't know the purpose of the spiritual spring, but having read some novels, he had a few guesses. Lucio immediately noticed something off about Bao Bai-Yo, completely ignoring Mu Air, who was still kneeling before Bai Yu-Yo.
Hi, Yu-Yo. What is wrong? What are you thinking about?
Bai Yu snapped out of her daze at Lucio's call, instantly coming back to her senses, her face lighting up with delight. She first pulled Muir to his feet.
You guys eat first. I have something to take care of. I'll confirm it and tell you later.
She turned and headed straight back into the inner cave. After watching Yu leave, Lucio furrowed his brow slightly, but thinking that Bai Yu would explain soon enough. He wasn't in any rush right now. Turning back, he met Muir's evasive gaze, leaving Lucio and Muir staring awkwardly at each other, especially Muir. Now that Bai Yu was gone, he couldn't help feeling a bit scared looking at Lucio. It was easy to guess what this little guy was thinking. With a straight face, he gave Muir a glance.
Yu, just eat when I tell you to eat, and clean up the dishes when you're done.
He immediately chased after Bai Yu, utterly unapologetic about putting the kids to work. After all, in this world, boyfriends can freeload without lifting a finger. Bai Yu walked over to the stone bed, and no sooner had she sat down than she eagerly pulled up the system space upgrade panel. The panel was still as straightforward as ever.
System space upgrade panel. Current level 2. Upgradable. Upgrade requirements. 10%. Space capacity. 5 cubic meters. Spiritual spring yield. 20 G per Dalton Y.
After glancing at the system space panel, Bai Yu felt quite satisfied. At least it is not like before, when I didn't even know how to upgrade. Li Shangyan took a moment to sense his own space. And indeed, the space had expanded considerably, where in one corner, a small dragon-shaped jade carving had appeared. It seemed surrounded by an invisible barrier, isolating it from all the other items. At that moment, the dragon-shaped jade carving's tiny mouth was dripping clear water, with a small jade bowl floating beneath its mouth. Catching each droplet, Bai Yu swallowed hard. Just as he was about to extract some spiritual spring water for appraisal, he heard footsteps approaching. From the instant his space upgraded, Bai Yu had decided to share this secret with Lucy, who he already regarded as family, the only person in this world he truly trusted. So he was ready to reveal the existence of his system space to Luciu. The only thing still giving him pause was whether to find the right moment to tell Luciu about his own origins. Luciu had no idea what was on Bai Yu's mind, but he sensed that Bai Yu had something important to say.
Yu, what is going on? What has got you too distracted to even eat?
He cast a secretive glance at the kitchen curtain, then leaned in close to Luciu's ear and whispered,
"Shi, look, my space has upgraded. It is more than twice as big as before."
Luciu had been a bit flustered by Bai Yu's closeness and the warmth of his breath against his ear.
What? Your space can upgrade? How did that happen?
Keep it down.
There are still people around. It was right when Muir knelt down and pledged his life to me. The system upgraded out of nowhere. A voice told me. It was because Muir had developed faith in me. I gained faith value from it. That is why It upgraded. Lucio was stunned upon hearing Bayu's explanation, even more so. His lips trembled slightly, yet for a long while, no words came out. Seeing Lucio's expression turn off, he didn't look the least bit happy. Huh, Lucio, why aren't you happy at all? The space has upgraded. Isn't that a good thing? Bayu hadn't even finished speaking when Lucio pulled him straight into his arms. Lucio, what is wrong? At that moment, Bayu could clearly sense Lucio's unease, and he truly didn't understand. Lucio held Bayu close in his embrace, gently nuzzling the top of Bayu's head.
Yo, I'm a little scared.
Hearing this, Bayu lifted his head, looking at Lucio with puzzlement. He saw Lucio gazing down at him. Those eyes, filled with fear and longing, his tightly pressed lips betrayed his tension. Gazed at like this by Lucio, Bayu's heart ached with a sour pang. What are you so afraid of?
I'm afraid the beast god will take you away. I'm afraid of losing you.
As he spoke, Lucio held Bayu even tighter, his voice nearly pleading.
Yo, will you stay with me always? Forever by my side, okay?
After hearing Bayu's earlier words, Lucio could only think that Bayu must be the beast god's messenger, sent to fulfill some mission, and once it is done, the beast god will take him away. He couldn't think of any other explanation. He couldn't bear to imagine what it would be like if Bayu left him one day. What would become of him? What could he do? You and that big head of yours. What strange nonsense are you coming up with all day? We've already sealed our bond under the beast, God's witness, and we even swore an oath to the beast god to stay together through life and death. So how could the beast god possibly take me away?
But we haven't made it yet, so we can't really be considered true mates yet.
Bayu heard this, and her eyelids twitched, instinctively sensing some danger. The next moment, she heard Lucio continue in a pitiful tone.
Yo, when exactly are you going into heat? Me. I want to so badly. Can I go first?
No way!
Bayu didn't even let Lucio finish his words, blushing furiously as she blurted out.
You're not even to think about it!
Nothing doing. Before absolutely nothing. Before my heat. Lucio wasn't angry at the rejection, just a little disappointed and downcast. He just wanted to claim Bayu as his own, as soon as possible. Mark her. Cover her in his sand. So other beastmen would know right away that she is his little mate. Bayu didn't dare look at Lucio, not with that expression on his face. She realized she was growing more and more defenseless against Lucio, so easily softening at the knees, afraid one moment of weakness would have her agreeing to something terrifying, though it was inevitable in time. But she was still too young. She was scared. She wanted to play ostrich for 2 more years, at least until her body had fully matured. Gazing at Lucio's imposing build, then thinking of his stamina, and that, then about herself, she truly feared her body couldn't handle it. In an instant, she decided to distract Lucio with something else first. I wasn't done talking about earlier. Let go. I have something to show you. Lucio held the sweet-scented, soft Bayu close, reluctant to let go at all, but not daring to upset her. Finally, he reluctantly let Bayu go. Don't blink. The next moment, crystal clear water flowed from Bayu's fingertips into the bamboo tube, only 20 grams per Dalton wide, and right now, the jade bowl in the space had only caught about 10 grams. Lucio watched Bayu's actions in astonishment, finding it utterly magical. Yet he didn't think much of this spiritual spring. After Bayu extracted the spiritual spring, she immediately invoked the appraisal in her mind.
The spiritual spring is drinkable. Males who consume it gain strength and vitality. Females gain strength and radiant beauty. It promotes rapid growth in plants and animals. Note: no more than 15 grams per person per Dalton wide. Otherwise, consequences at your own risk.
Gazing at the appraisal results for the spiritual spring, Bayu nearly burst out laughing. This is like a timely rain. With this spiritual spring, he won't lack fertilizer for reclaiming and cultivating the land, and it can strengthen the body and build health. Isn't this exactly what he needs?
This is a treasure.
I'll explain it to you in a bit. Drink some first, see how it feels. Glancing at the clear water in the bamboo tube, he thought, isn't this just regular water? What special feeling could it possibly have? After the water entered his mouth and he swallowed it, a wave of coolness instantly surged through Lucio's entire body, making him, who had felt listless all winter, suddenly invigorated, with his mind crystal clear. Lucio looked at the bamboo tube in his hand, his face full of wonder. The lingering disappointment from his rejected proposal was completely forgotten.
Hey, Yu, what kind of water is this? After drinking it, I feel refreshed and energized. Not a trace of fatigue left.
Really? This is the spring water from the spatial spiritual spring that emerged after the space upgrade. It can strengthen the body and build health, but the daily yield is quite limited. Yet for now, it is just enough for the two of us to share, and there'll be even more after the next upgrade.
Upon careful thought, Gu Yang knew just how invaluable this space would prove in the future, and how precious this spiritual spring water truly is. Lu Xiang pondered this, his brows furrowing tightly, a flicker of worry appearing in his gaze toward Bai Yu. After a moment's reflection, he looked at Bai Yu with utmost seriousness and said,
Yu, the matter of the space and the spiritual spring water must never be known to any other acquaintances. No one at all.
Bai Yu isn't foolish, and naturally understands the peril of bearing such a treasure.
I know. This is my secret. My secrets are only for you to hear. I won't tell a soul.
Lu Xiu's heart warmed sweetly at her words.
Yu, rest assured, I'll protect you with everything I have, no matter what purpose brought you here. I'll stand by you through it all, as long as you stay by my side. You can do as you please.
In Lu Xiu's eyes, Bai Yu must surely have come to this world on a mission from the beast god, for how else could she possess so many wondrous gifts? At first, Lu Xiu had only seen her as a shaman, but now he was convinced she was the beast god's emissary, even after she'd explained otherwise to him countless times. To no avail, Bai Yu let out a helpless sigh, for she herself had no idea what the system intended, needing faith points just to level up. Was it trying to turn her into some kind of charlatan? But she had no talent for that.
What purpose could I possibly have? Stop overthinking it every day, if there is any purpose at all. It is just that I want us to have a better life together. From here on out, you're never to say those words about leaving me again. How can you distrust me like this? If you keep this up, I swear I'll get mad.
Upon hearing Bai Yu's promise this time, he felt the lingering uncertainties in his heart gradually easing away. Nodding earnestly, a relaxed smile crossing his face, he replied,
I understand. It won't happen again.
Yu, aren't you having any? It really tastes amazing. So give it a try.
Bai Yu rolled her eyes at Lu Xiu. It is not that I don't want to drink it. If it weren't for coaxing Lu Xiu, I'd have drunk it ages ago. Without another word, she picked up the bamboo tube and downed every last drop of the spiritual spring water. Just as Lu Xiu had said, this spiritual spring water truly was miraculous. The moment it hit her tongue, she felt invigorated, her senses sharpening inexplicably as she savored it with just a faint trace of sweetness, subtle yet leaving a lingering fragrance on her palate. She was just about to say something when she heard a commotion from the kitchen, and they headed out one after the other. The moment they entered the kitchen, they saw Muir crouched beside Miu Yi, his face etched with desperation as he cried out,
Brother!
Goddess sister, please save my brother. You have to have a way. I know you do. Please, I beg you.
But he was just fine a moment ago.
I don't know. Brother suddenly spiked a fever. So many beastmen die from fevers like this. Is my brother going to burn up and die too?
He has got a fever.
Bai Yu's heart sank, for in this world, beastmen had no real medicines, and fevers were usually endured through sheer bodily resilience alone. But Miu Yi was already so weakened from his injuries, how could he possibly fight it off now? Lu Xing stepped closer for a look, then shook his head at Bai Yu. The grim message clear. He didn't think Miu Yi could be saved. Bai Yu bit her, glancing at Muir, whose tear-filled eyes pleaded desperately, her heart aching at the thought of leaving this frail boy an orphan.
Muir, all I can do is try. If I can't save him, you can't blame me either.
Muir listened to Bai Yu's words without the slightest trace of despair. Instead, his eyes gleamed with unwavering trust. He was convinced that as long as Bai Yu was willing to save his brother would pull through for sure. She already had some of her own dried grass roots in hand, but they only look like ordinary grass roots. In truth, they are the rhizomes of Yiqing, the first herb she discovered in this world. Perfectly suited for reducing fever, Bai Yu offered no explanation, simply taking the herbs to brew them. As she brought the bowl to Muir, she hesitated for a moment before finally adding a drop of spiritual spring water to the medicine, hoping it would truly help Muir. Lu Xiu, ever watchful of Bai Yu's every move, naturally noticed this subtle gesture. Yet in the end, he said nothing, merely turning his gaze toward the two brothers with a glint of cold intent. Should Miu Yi or Muir sense anything amiss, he would eliminate them without hesitation, showing no mercy whatsoever, for he would tolerate no risk, however slight, of harm coming to Bai Yu. Muir felt a chill run down his spine, just as he saw Bai Yu approaching with the bowl. In that instant, he forgot all about the unease, harboring not the slightest doubt. She began by blowing on it gently before feeding it to Mu Ehlers, and it wasn't long before the entire bowl of decoction was drained. Once the medicine was fully administered, Muir was astonished to find that, though his body still felt warm, the fever had noticeably subsided. Though Muir had faith in Baiyu, he hadn't anticipated the effect would take hold so swiftly, or be so remarkably effective. In the end, no further words of thanks escaped his lips. Instead, he silently vowed to the beast god in his heart that this life would be devoted to Baiyu's service. Even if she were to drive him away, he would still stand guard from a place not far from her side. Though he was still young, his speed and strength were in no way lacking, and there were many ways he could aid Baiyu. Baiyu observes Muyi's condition, and upon noticing his slight improvement, she feels a touch of surprise, uncertain whether it is the spiritual spring's influence, or the effect of the Yi Qing rhizome, or perhaps the synergy of both. Baiyu's mind was buzzing when the system's voice suddenly rang in her ears.
Ding! Congratulations! Host, you've gained Moore's faith 10 points. Current faith value, 20. Each person can contribute up to 100 faith points to the host. Once the faith value is maxed out, the host will gain a loyal believer. Please keep up the good work, host.
What? How did the faith value go up again? Believers! What do I even need these for?
Baiyu turned to look at Mu AI. Her gaze was impossibly complicated. She had no grand ambitions, just wanted to live a quiet little life with Lu Xiu, and had no interest in loyal believers. Still, faith points weren't a bad thing. After all, she still wanted to upgrade her space some more. The current size was barely sufficient, but there were too few spiritual springs. She wanted to start reclaiming land and farming once winter passed, and these were nearly enough.
Lu Xiu, can we take them in for a few days?
Lu Xiu could never refuse Baiyu's requests anyway, and now, with her wheedling in that soft sweet voice, and those big sparkling eyes gazing up at him, he felt his bones melt into mush. There was no way he could utter a single word of refusal. He swallowed hard, nodded, and rasped out a reply.
Whatever you say goes.
With Lu Xiu's firm agreement, she let out a relieved breath. It is getting late. I'll find you a spot to rest in a bit. You and your brother can stay here for a couple of days. Once your brother's feeling better, you can head out. Then, Baiyu was still a bit clueless about matters between men and women. So naturally, she didn't notice anything off about Lu Xiu. She turned right around and headed off to find the beast hide, striding away without a second thought, not meddling in the slightest, leaving Lu Xiu parched and tongue-tied from her teasing, looking every bit the scumbag who runs off after getting what she wants. Lu Xiu cast a resentful glance at Baoyu's retreating figure, itching to follow her and make a move, then turned to glance at Muir, and said coolly,
Once your brother starts feeling better, you two need to leave right away. And don't even think about exploiting Yoyo's kindness to linger.
Muir shuddered at those words, terrified of Lu Xiu, for this orc seemed so gentle and harmless around Baiyu. Yet his male instincts screamed the truth that Lu Xiu was no benevolent soul, but a downright terrifying force. Even so, he refused to nod in submission, having already sworn an oath to the beast god to follow Baiyu faithfully, and no mere threat would make him waver. Muir clenched his tiny fists, summoned his courage, and looked up at Lu Xiu, replying with unwavering resolve.
I've already sworn to the beast god to follow my sister for the rest of my life, so I can agree to your demand.
Lu Xiu's face hardened at those words, his gaze turning icy, as a frigid killing intent radiated from his entire being.
You think you can just cling to Yo-Yo? Are you begging for death?
How could Lu Xiu tolerate another orc trailing Baiyu? Not even a scrawny little one, especially when this little saint came with a full-grown tag-along. This buy one get one free nonsense was utterly unacceptable. Pinned by Lu Xiu's stare, Muir felt ice creeping through his veins, cold sweat prickling down his back. But even so, he showed no intention of yielding, grating his teeth as he retorted,
I'll follow my sister even if it kills me.
In the next instant, Baiyu stepped out, holding a strip of beast hide, immediately sensing the awkward tension in the air. What is going on with you guys? Why does it feel so off? Moore opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Xiu beat him to it.
Oh, it is nothing. He is just worried about his brother. It is getting late. Let's get some rest.
He could already tell that Baiyu was soft-hearted. Glancing over at his brother still unconscious, Muir clenched his fists, convinced that no matter what, he had to stay. And the reason he wanted to stay wasn't just to repay Baiyu's kindness, but also because he believed that by following this goddess, Baiyu, life with his brother would only get better and better, even if the thought was a little selfish. He wanted to give it a shot, to see if he could seize this chance for a completely different future. As long as he could stay here with his brother, he'd even be her ox or horse, if that is what it took for Bai Yoyo. Lucio had no idea that his hidden military trait had already been exposed, nor that the little cub outside had already set his mind on sticking to Bai Yoyo.
Yoyo, why are you being so nice to those brothers?
No playing the pity card.
Just spit it out straight. Lucio's puppy dog eyes weren't working, so he switched right away to that woeful expression. In one swift move, he pulled Bai Yoyo onto his lap, then murmured in that deep, velvety voice of his.
Fine. You win. I'll talk nice.
Lucio, what are you doing? Why, you just talk normally. Okay, man. The honest truth.
How is that not talking nicely? When did I ever play dirty? Up till now, I haven't done a thing. So how could you accuse me like that, Yoyo?
With that, he gave Bai Yoyo no chance to respond, leaning down to capture those tempting red lips in a swift kiss.
Now that is playing dirty. Got it.
You're such a bully!
She couldn't fathom how Lucio had suddenly unlocked some hidden meridian, like he'd broken through to a whole new level. Suddenly, he has gotten so good at flirting. Is this still the honest beast man he thought he was? I'm afraid he has turned into a sly spirit now. Lucio didn't care about the Bai Yoyo shock. He wasn't some innocent soul to begin with. Afraid of scaring Bai Yoyo, Yoyo's been holding back enough these past few days. But if this keeps up, he was afraid he'd repress himself into internal injuries sooner or later, and he really wanted Bai Yoyo to gradually come to know the real him, and accept the real him, not some fake beastman hiding his true nature.
This is bullying. Just wait until Yoyo's hit period hits, and I'll show Yoyo what real bullying is like.
What is going on? Lucian isn't the one who so transmigrated. Please, someone shut that non-stop flirty mouth of his!
He felt his little heart couldn't take it anymore. Unsure if it was from embarrassment, nervousness, or something else entirely. You can't say any more.
Or keep acting like a rogue, and I'll ignore you.
Lucio, naturally, knew the wisdom of quitting while ahead.
The question I just asked, Yoyo hasn't answered me yet.
What question?
Bai Yoyo was a bit dazed. With Lucio's antics just now, how could he even remember what was said at the start?
Yoyo, why are you so kind to those two brothers? They're all wandering beastmen, just like me, inauspicious ones. Yoyo, you don't mind at all. Aren't you scared?
Lucio was still tormented by his insecurity over that inauspicious label. He thought it over and realized this couldn't go on, gazing seriously at Lucio, and said with utmost solemnity,
Lucio, I'll answer this question just once,
so remember it well.
I don't see any flaws in you, and I certainly don't think you're inauspicious. On the contrary, I think you're unique. One of a kind. Lucius, have I ever told you how beautiful your heterochromatic eyes are? I wasn't lying to you, or just sweet-tapping you. I really mean it. They're stunning.
Lucio gazed steadily at Bai Yoyo, feeling as though this soft, delicate little magnet in his arms was glowing right now, gradually illuminating the darkest corners deep within his heart. He closed his eyes briefly, yet he couldn't quite bring himself to believe these were Bai Yoyo's true feelings.
But we're inauspicious beastmen aren't accepted by this world. We're beastmen destined to be called. I can't even offer you a safe, worry-free life.
Lucio murmured, his eyes growing ever darker, and finally, curving into a self-mocking smile.
But Yoyo, even so, I've never once considered letting you go. I'm already lost in the abyss, yet I still dare to drag you down with me. A wretched soul like me, aren't you afraid?
Lucio felt he must be losing his mind. To draw closer like this, step by step, to cast aside all his dark, possessive desires, laying them bare before Bai Yoyo. He only knew that Bai Yoyo's recent words had left him desperately craving affirmation, an assurance that would finally anchor his aching heart. Bai Yoyo had no idea how urgently Lucio yearned for this, or how deeply he was tormented.
I've already bound myself to you as your mate, so naturally, I'll stay by your side forever. Where could you possibly send me?
As she spoke, Bai Yoyo pouted, continuing with a touch of defiance.
Besides, you're not the least bit inferior to those tribal beastmen, born to be shunned by those ignorant, foolish beastmen, yet you still manage to survive in this perilous world. That is already proof of your excellence. You're superior to every tribal beastman there is.
Lucio, from childhood onward, had always faced nothing but malice and fear. He'd never heard words like these before, leaving him utterly stunned. Her words still echo in my ears. Bai Yu saying, my heterochromatic eyes were so beautiful. That I was one of a kind. That I was truly exceptional. Lu Xiu felt his heart swell with warmth, as if after all these years, the empty void inside had been filled in an instant, suddenly making him feel whole and utterly fearless.
Lu Xiu, are you mad at me? Please leave Muir and Mu Yin with me.
No. How could I possibly be mad at you? I just don't want you paying too much attention to other folks. While
Bai Yu listened to Lu Xiu's explanation, the corners of her mouth twitching. She felt utterly speechless. He'd thought of everything, except that Lu Xiu might actually be jealous.
Open up!
As soon as he opened his mouth, Bai Yu slipped a slender white finger inside just a bit, and in the next instant, a trickle of cool spiritual spring water flowed into Lu Xiu's mouth. Once she'd fed him all the spiritual spring water from the jade bowl.
Sweet. Feel better now.
All right. Feels good.
Lu Xiu nodded on instinct, not quite getting what Bai Yu was up to, but playing up his feigned anger as he asked,
Without Mue, how would we even have this precious spiritual spring water? I just whipped up some medicinal broth for his brother, and he gave me 10 more trust points right away. Besides, if I didn't keep him around, where else would I find such an innocent little cub to farm affinity with? I still want to level up my space another time, you know?
Bai Yu was genuinely grateful to Muir deep down, even though she'd only lent a small hand, saving Mu Yi. In the end, it was him who'd really come out ahead. If it weren't for Mu AI, he still wouldn't know how to upgrade his space by now, let alone score something as rare as this spiritual spring water, knowing it was just his possessiveness acting up, and that he'd been thinking too narrowly. Feeling a bit guilty about it, he pursed his lips, looked down, and replied,
Yo, that is not what I meant. I just don't want you getting too attached to anyone else. I'll be more mindful next time.
Bai Yu, who has never known romantic love, has no clue that Lu Xiu's behavior stems from his intense possessiveness, and simply assumes he is acting a bit childish, craving all of her undivided attention.
Our Ashiel is the absolute best. You're so amazing. No one could ever eclipse you in my heart.
Would you keep calling me that from now on? Except for letting you go. I'll agree to whatever terms you set.
I get it. Aru.
Aru's bones melted at the soft, sweet call of Aru.
Yu's voice sounds so sweet when she says it. Could you say it one more time?
He murmured,
Yu, I just can't hold back anymore. If I don't take things all the way, could you at least give me a little taste of sweetness?
He wanted so badly to shake his head and say no. But sensing Aru's sudden tension, she could tell he was nervous. As for why he was so on edge, it didn't take much guessing. But there are people right outside. If they hear anything from in here, what am I supposed to do? Hearing this, Aru narrowed his eyes and glanced at the beast, hide curtain. He turned back to Yu, his gaze filled with hurt.
Yu, what are you so afraid of? I already said I won't go all the way in the end. Is it that you don't trust me, or you just don't want to get close to me?
As Aru spoke, his heart sank deeper and deeper. Right from the start, Yu had always seemed reluctant to get too intimate with him. But in this world, beast men are always so passionate with their mates. Most females take the initiative in proposing, and they couldn't care less about eavesdroppers. Even in this modern beastman world, shaped by their primal surroundings, not coupling right out in the open under broad daylight is already a sign of their evolved restraint. So the only thing Aru could think was that Yu simply didn't want him, and the reason for her reluctance could only be that she didn't like him. Bai Yu keenly sensed the shift in Lu Xiu, a flicker of panic rising within him, his mind fogging over, fear slipping away entirely. He leaned in and kissed Lu Xiu's lips, still tightly pressed from the weight of his sorrow. For all his years, this was the first time he'd been so boldly intimate with another man. The instant their lips met, a shiver raced across his scalp, pulling him slightly back to his senses. In that moment, he knew deep down that he must like Lu Xiu. Otherwise, why would he care so deeply about Lu Xiu's feelings, or dread seeing him hurt, let alone take the lead in kissing him? Though he couldn't pinpoint when this affection had taken root, once it bloomed, there was no denying it. With his heart now set, he let go of all doubt, arms wrapping around Lu Xiu's neck, drawing himself even closer against Lu Xiu's warmth. In that instant, he resolved to follow his true desires, placing his faith in Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu had never imagined how perilously close heaven and hell could lie. He'd long since abandoned hope, clinging only to the faint wish that Bai Yu might one day accept him with genuine warmth. But fate twisted in an unforeseen turn. The moment Baoyu's lips claimed his own, his mind blanked out entirely, leaving him dazed. As if it all felt too dreamlike to be true, he pulled Baoyu's slender waist into his embrace, shifting seamlessly from receiver to pursuer, his calloused hands tentatively caressing, sending tremors through Baoyu's frame. Though any cry he might utter was muffled by Lu Xiu's insistent kiss, all that escaped was the softest muffled whimper. Lu Xiu moved with exquisite patience, methodically tracing and exploring his lips and tongue, sparing not a single sensitive spot. And for Baoyu, any thought of resistance had become impossible. Fortunately, in the end, Lu Xiu kept his promise to Baoyu. He didn't go all the way. Everything wrapped up. Baoyu felt sore and limp all over. She looked utterly aggrieved. Yet Lu Xiu, the poor dear, looked utterly sated. When he stepped out to heat up some food for Baoyu, he was positively glowing with energy. Muir had already drifted off to sleep. After being jolted awake by Lu Xiu's vibrant energy, watching Lu Xiu's movements, he felt a bit puzzled. He couldn't fathom why this beastman was prowling around in the dead of night instead of sleeping, and wearing such a gleeful grin to boot. But when he caught the lingering scent Lu Xiu had carried in with him, he instantly fell silent. Lu Xiu had no intention of concealing a thing. He certainly didn't see anything wrong with others catching on. If he had his way, he'd shouted from the rooftops for every beastman in the world to hear. That Baoyu was his piping hot, delectable treat. He completely ignored Muir, whom he'd roused from sleep, and hurried off in a whirlwind. Lu Xiu was genuinely thrilled right now. Though he hadn't actually devoured Baoyu, he'd seized every advantage he could. He even lost control once, and did something he'd craved, but never quite dared before. Right now, Baoyu was utterly drenched in his scent. No matter which male laid eyes on her, they'd know she was a claimed female. Baoyu was tucked under the quilt he'd made for her. The bits of skin peeking out still bore faint marks. She felt utterly drained at the moment, sleepy and starving to boot. She turned her head and shot Lu Xiu a resentful glance, coiling softly in a coquettish whisper. My hands are too weak. I want you to feed me.
All right, I'll feed you, Yu-Yu.
Baoyu barely ate anything before drifting off into a groggy sleep. But Lucius tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His entire body thrummed with excitement. He lay beside Baoyu, gazing at his serene, sleeping face, his own expression softening with tenderness, his eyes brimming with an intense melting affection, silently vowing deep in his heart to cherish his little magnet for the rest of his life, never letting him suffer the slightest grievance. His little magnet was just too precious, deserving of the very best the world could offer. The next day, when Baoyu finally awoke, it was already noon. He thought he'd wake up utterly drained, but after that deep sleep, he realized he wasn't nearly as fragile as he'd feared. As he recalled the night's events, Baoyu bit his lip, flushed with profound embarrassment. That rogue Lucius had been utterly shameless, pushing him to do such intimate things for him. Even now, just thinking back, left him mortified beyond words. He had no clue how he'd endured it all last night. He glanced around left and right, but Lucius was nowhere to be seen. No need to guess. At this hour, he wouldn't be here. He must be in the kitchen.
Congratulations, host. You regained 10 faith points from Mu Air, 20 faith points from Mu Yi. Current total, 50 faith points.
Why are these guys giving me faith points again? And how did Mu Yi develop faith in me too? All at once. 20 points. No less.
Wait, hold on. Mu Yi.
Could it be he has woken up? Meanwhile, Mu Yi was exactly as Bai Yu suspected. He had indeed awakened, but his wounds were too grave, so he still couldn't rise. Right now, he was staring down Lucius, his gaze burning with unyielding resolve. The few male believers in the cave had long since noticed Bai Yu's arrival.
Yo-Yo, what are you looking at?
Huh?
I saw you sleeping so soundly, so I couldn't bring myself to wake you.
Oh.
Yo-Yo, you didn't eat much last night. You must be hungry by now. I've made your favorite sweet potato soup. Ah, and black bean cakes too.
I just came out and saw the atmosphere between you seemed off. What were you talking about? Bai Yu's genuinely curious, even more so about where this faith value comes from. Muir is probably because Mu Yi woke up. But what about Mu Yi, no? It gave 20 right away. Could it be because I healed him? If that is the case, then in the future, could I set up a stall to heal people and focus on raising them? Of course, Bai Yu was just daydreaming about it. She wouldn't dare actually do it, not to mention her limited supply of medicine. And she doesn't even know proper healing techniques. Even if she did, some tribes might try to snatch her away as a witch doctor.
Sister, Uncle Lu says we should leave as soon as possible.
Pouting his lips in grievance, revealing a pitiful, pleading look.
But my brother and I have already decided to follow you from now on. We've both sworn oaths to the beast god. How could we possibly leave?
What use is keeping a little cub like you? And your disabled brother, what can he do? Talk of following us. I think you're just freeloading off us.
Lucio was absolutely furious. That little cub was just putting on a pitiful act, trying to fool his little female. That was bad enough, but the worst part was, he even dared to call his uncle to address Baiyoyo a sister. Utterly unforgivable.
Oslo, you'll find a use for us brothers someday.
I don't think I'll ever be of any use to you. I don't see how I could ever be of use to you.
You do have. You're so powerful. You truly didn't need us before, but you'll definitely need us going forward.
His eyes gleamed with unwavering conviction as he pressed on.
Lu Boss, you're a beastman with a mate now. And as a wandering beastman, you should know how hard it is for wandering beastmen to protect their little females, especially one like Hei, a female blessed by the beast god, destined to be fought over by the tribes. No matter how strong you are, what then? Can you keep him by your side every moment? Can you guarantee no one will set their sights on him? Lu Boss, you need allies now.
Lucio froze for a moment. At those words, he'd certainly considered it all, but he couldn't bring himself to trust anyone besides himself. He whipped his head around, fixing Miu Yi with a cold stare, and said flatly,
If I killed you both right now, no one would ever know he exists.
Baiyoyo jolted at Lucio's words, unsure if Lucio meant it or was just saying it offhand. She tugged uneasily at Lucio's arm. From the faith value the brothers had contributed to him, they weren't entirely devoted to him yet. But they surely harbored no ill intent. He feared Lucio might actually silence them for good. Lucio patted Baiyoyo's hand reassuringly. Yet his stance remained unyielding. Miu Yi felt a chill down his spine under Lucio's gaze, his back prickling, and he even shrank back a little. But thinking of his and his brother's dire situation, if they couldn't seize this chance to follow a strong leader, surviving on their own would be nearly impossible.
I'm bringing this up because it means staking our lives on it. My life was saved by you all anyway, so you can take it back whenever you want. I wouldn't have any complaints. But Boss Lu, if you kill us, what would that change? Can you and your mate keep hiding from the world forever, even if he is willing? What about your future cubs? Will they have to hide just like you? Or end up like more, growing up alone, without friends or companions? And what then when it is time for them to find their own mates? Boss Lu, you're no ordinary folk, destined for anything but a quiet life. I'm ready to be the first to stand by you, and I hope you'll give us that chance. From now on, I'll hunt and provide for you all. All I ask is a safe haven for me and my brothers. When a powerful foe comes knocking, protect us as best you can. Maybe draw them off once or twice.
He barely registered what Miu Yi said next. Luxio's mind was elsewhere, reeling from the questions that had just hit him. For Luxio, those words struck at his deepest fears. He truly hadn't given it a thought before. In that instant, he fell completely silent. His gaze toward Bai, Yu brimming with despair. Though it lasted only a moment, Baiyo caught the sting of Miu Yi's words. They'd pierced Luxio's old wounds and shattered his dream of simply hiding away with his quiet life. He'd never once considered the matter of children. It had always felt too distant for the man he used to be. But now, awakened to it, he couldn't help but dwell on what lay ahead. He couldn't bear for his own children to live such an abnormal life. I'm even more afraid that my children will grow up in profound loneliness someday. When they're young and have him by their side, they might not sense anything amiss. But once they gradually come of age, when they crave companionship, when they yearn for a mate, what will he do about Lucio? Would he have to steal one or trade for one? Yet even then, beastmen's lifespans stretch on for so long. Must their descendants endure this kind of existence forever? He couldn't bear it. Not to mention that this world offers no means of contraception. And even if it did, Lucio clearly yearns for children. He couldn't bring himself to deny Lucio that joy. Besides, like Lucio, in this world, he has no bloodkin to call his own, so it is only natural he'd want that bond. A child truly their own. Baiyo hesitated for a moment. You mean, you want to stay on as our companions? So what exactly can you offer us in return? Why should we place our trust in you? She wanted to see what kind of sincerity they could truly show, even with the faith values to gauge them. This was still his first time relying on such a system, leaving him far from certain he could fully vouch for these two, especially that Muyu wouldn't harbor ill intentions. Moreover, the system had warned him that only a faith value of 100 signified unwavering loyalty. Yet Muyu's faith value lingered at just 20, with Muyi's at a mere 30.
I, Muyu, swear this life to the beast, God's revelation. I pledge myself willingly as your servant, obeying your every command, placing your safety above all else. Should I survive, my first duty will always be to protect you.
Muyu watched his brother's solemn act and followed suit, swearing his own oath to the beast god.
Yee! Congratulations! Host, you regained 10 faith points from Mu Yi and 60 faith points from Mu Er.
Baiyu listened to the system's chimes, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. After exchanging a glance with Lu Shi, she finally turned to the brothers and said, "You two, get up first. I'll discuss this with Ash first, then give you our answer." Baiyu pulled Lu Xiu to the edge of the stone bed and sat down. Noticing how, ever since it began, his gaze toward her had been evasive, she could probably guess what was on Lu Xiu's mind. She could sense his loneliness and despondency. The spark from yesterday completely vanished, but even so, what had to be faced would come sooner or later. Avoidance wouldn't solve a thing.
Hush. I think Mui's words make sense. We beastmen are social creatures by nature. We can't keep surviving alone like this forever.
He pursed his lips, replying with a hint of guilt.
Shy. I know I'm worthless. With my status as a wandering beastman, I can't give you a stable life. But Yo-Yo, I just don't trust them. Not anyone but me. I can't bear the thought of other beastmen near you. What if they harbor bad intentions?
Baiyu knew Lu Xiu's fears all too well. It wasn't just his worry, she shared it too. But they had no better options right now. And the brothers Mu Yi and Mu Er, at least, still held faith in her. Enough to suggest they meant her no harm. Besides, beastmen in this world revere the beast god above all. So even if they had ulterior motives, it would be nothing more than coveting her status as a wizard, a chance for a more hopeful life.
Ash, we should think more about our future cubs. I don't want them to live this kind of life, since other tribes won't accept unique beings like you. Then let's build our own tribe. This way, we won't have to worry about being treated the same anymore. What do you say?
Oh wow, when those words slipped out, I surprised even myself. But once I said it out loud, he felt like he'd found his life's purpose. That was to build a tribe for wandering orcs like us. Any wandering orc with a good heart could join us. Once we have plenty of resources, we'll head to the trading grounds to barter for some females, and form a brand new tribe, free from racial divides. This idea might sound far-fetched, but Baiyu believes in it. As long as there is a vision and the will to pursue it, nothing is impossible. Even if it doesn't turn out perfectly, it is still better than doing nothing at all. Lu Xiu listened to Baiyu's words, his eyes widening in surprise, feeling as if new horizons had opened before him, a bright future unfolding. Why had he never considered starting his own tribe? Because of his strength, many wandering orcs had once sought to follow him, but he turned them away, deeming it too much hassle. Now, reflecting on it, there were so many wandering orcs out in the world. Why not band together and form a new power? Wandering orcs' fighting prowess far surpasses that of tribal orcs. If harnessed properly, what would wandering orcs have to fear? And thinking back to Baiyu's words about bearing his cubs, Lu Xiu felt an urgent need to act. We must prepare to welcome our cub before Baiyu enters her heat. He wanted to give their cub and Baiyu a whole new world, one free from endless wandering, no longer hiding from the tribal beastmen. And once the tribe grows with more orcs, they'll hold each other in check. As long as it is managed well, he won't have to worry too much about betrayals. With that in mind, his eyes lit up, and that lingering disappointment, along with Winnie, vanished into thin air.
Hey, I know just what to do. Don't worry. I won't make you wander with me forever. And I sure won't let our future cubs end up as wandering orcs. I'll give you all a stable home.
Ashu. So you mean we're keeping Mu Yi and Mu Er?
I'm giving them a shot. Not only that, I'll round up more wandering orcs who've had their eyes on me, just like you said, to build our own tribe and start a new life.
Aha, her eyes sparkled at that. But then, thinking back to those wandering orcs we've met before, She felt a twinge of worry. But will the other orcs be as harmless as Mo Yi and Mu-Er? What if we're inviting wolves into our den?
Don't worry, Yo-Yo. Everyone bends for the sake of gain. No one wants to be a wandering orc forever. As long as there is a chance to turn things around, they won't let it slip away. I'll carefully select wandering orcs who haven't actively done harm, with the food and herbs you discover as our shaman, and my strength in battle. No one will hesitate to join us.
I've told you before, I'm not a wizard.
Sorry. But you can do things wizards can't. Just for that, you're way better than any shaman in those tribes.
Alright, so should we go out now and tell Mu Yi and Mu-Er our decision?
No rush. Make them wait a bit first. People don't value what comes too easily.
Alright, then, so what do we do in the meantime?
Then let's run through it. What is with that figure of yours?
Get lost, you creepy perv!
I've discussed it with Yu-Yo. You two can stay.
Really? Can my brother and I really stay with the Divine Maiden sister?
Lu Xiu shot Mu-Er a cold glance upon hearing this. His expression turned stern.
From now on, you're forbidden from mentioning Divine Maiden again. Yu isn't some Divine Maiden. She is just an ordinary girl at best. If you can't keep your mouth shut from now on, you'll have to leave with your brother.
Lu Xiu didn't want this kid blabbing everywhere in the future, drawing even more unwanted attention to Bai Yu-Yo. Before his faction grew strong enough, he couldn't allow that possibility.
My apologies. My little brother is still young and tends to speak without thinking. I'll explain the stakes to him clearly.
Lu Xiu nodded faintly in response and continued the previous topic.
Though I've decided to keep you both for now, I won't fully trust you yet. You're a smart one. If you want to keep things steady, you don't need me to spell it out. You know what to do, right?
Of course. My brother and I will honor our word.
You'd better.
Hey, Yo-Yo, over the next couple of days, could you prepare some medicine for them? Once he is feeling better, I'll take him to recruit some wandering beastmen before spring arrives. That way, whether it is clearing land for farming or building houses, we'll have the manpower.
This time of year is the hardest for wandering beastmen, when food is scarcest. It is also the perfect time for Lu Xiu to recruit new members. Having lived here for over 20 years, he naturally knows which wandering beastmen are nearby, and which ones are more trustworthy, and even some beastmen like a Shu, who've sought his protection in the past. Are you sure this won't cause any trouble?
With me here, Yo-Yo, there's nothing to fear. I know the wandering beastmen around here pretty well. I can tell who is trustworthy and who isn't. When the time comes, if anyone's willing to join us, just have them pledge their lives to the divine revelation. We want to establish our own tribe, so we have to take this step. Yo-Yo, don't worry. I'll protect you.
Mu Yi had only said those words back then, because he simply wanted to stay, never imagining that they would bring Lu Xiu and Bai Yu-Yo together. The drive to form their own tribe, an idea he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. But now, looking at the couple standing before him, one a wizard with wondrous powers, the other a young beastman of unmatched strength, he suddenly felt this goal might not be impossible after all, suppressing his inner excitement.
Boss Lu is right. I'll recover soon, and there are plenty of ways I can help Boss Lu's little brother, even if he is young. But I can keep watch over the home. If there is anything you need him to do, just let him know.
Bai Yu stared blankly at the young male beastman, feeling a bit dizzy. Such a huge decision, made so hastily. Shouldn't we at least discuss the steps and future plans first? But thinking it over, given their current situation, there didn't seem to be much to discuss or plan.
From now on, we'll live together.
It has been some time already,
so we're practically half a family. Tonight, Sis will whip up something tasty for you.
Mu-Er heard this, his eyes widening, in utter shock, even trembling a little as he looked toward Bai Yu. An indescribable emotion flickered in his eyes. Neither of them had expected that Bai Yu would place them on the level of family. After all, the brothers were just refugees. How could they possibly be her family? Lu Xiu glanced at Bai Yu Yin, but said nothing more. He personally despised the slavery system in this world, so he didn't object much to what Bai Yu had said. After all, even his little brother had brought it up. They'd only been living together recently, and once the cold winter passed, there was no way those two brothers could keep freeloading at his and Yu-Yu's place. The Tumor brothers quietly processed the shock from moments ago. It has been ages since they last heard the word family, and hearing it now filled their hearts with a bittersweet swell. With just a glance between the brothers, they read each other's unspoken resolve in that shared look. From here on out, as long as the brothers still breathe, they'll safeguard Bai Yu, even if it costs them their very lives. Only like this can they truly repay Bai Yu's life. saving grace and the deep value she places on them.
Hosting Gengshi gains 10 faith points from Mu Yi and 10 faith points from Mu Er. Current faith points 80.
What is this about? I don't get it. What has gotten into these two brothers? How do they just up and turn into total devotees without a word? Can't they give me a hint on what sparked this sudden worship? If I could pick up the trick to farming faith points from these two, would I ever sweat the space upgrade again? Little did Baiuyu know that her small gesture meant the world to these brothers, starved for kindness as they were.
What is up?
Nothing. Let's get dinner started. I'll fill you in once we've eaten. We'll snack some fish, and I soaked some dried mushrooms earlier. Tonight, dried mushroom stewed mutton soup it is.
By now, he has picked up nearly every dish in Baiuyu's repertoire, though he hasn't quite nailed the timing like she has. But it is hardly unpalatable. Without a word, he dove in to prep the ingredients alongside Baiuyu. Mindful of the hearty appetites these lean guys pack, Baiyu made sure to portion out extra meat. Right before sealing the pot with a lid, she finally gave in and slipped in about 10 grams of spiritual spring water on the sly. I hope this can help with Mu Yi's injury. In fact, Lu Shu had quietly taken in all his subtle gestures. Baiuyu had no idea that Lu Shu had already noticed her little gesture. While waiting for the stew to simmer, she buried 4 sweet potatoes in the stove here, hoping the brothers could enjoy the sweet aroma of roasted sweet potatoes too. The young couple busied themselves over here, while the brothers over there caught the tantalizing scents wafting through the air and couldn't help but start salivating. Especially Mu Er, though he'd eaten some stew that Mu Yi had saved for him earlier. It was delicious, sure, but it had gone cold by then. Nothing like the hot, steaming goodness simmering now. Not to mention the overpowering allure of that sizzling fried fish. It was everywhere, impossible to ignore, let alone for a scrawny kid like Mu Er. Or even Mu Yi, the grown man who prided himself on his maturity and composure. Right now, both were drooling so hard they could barely hold back from rushing over for a peek and a taste. The fish fried up in no time, ready before they knew it. As soon as Baiuyu called out that dinner was served, Mu Er darted over to her like a streak of smoke, and she ladled him 2 heaping bowls of mushroom stew, plus a bowl of that fried fish, so he could carry it back to share with his brother. Your brother's wound hasn't fully healed yet, so just a taste of the fried fish will do. No more than that. Have him stick to more of the stew. I've made plenty. There is extra inside. You can grab more later if needed. Got it. He shot Baiuyu a grateful glance first, then hurried back with the food to the corner where Mu Yi was resting. Of course, Mu Yi had overheard Baiuyu's words too, and warmth bloomed in his heart. For the first time, a profound sense of belonging washed over him, a feeling so beautiful and pure. It made him truly feel like he had a home, one he wanted to cherish deeply and protect with all his might. Baiuyu simply acts from the heart. His upbringing and the education he received are worlds apart from those of the people in this world. So to him, he doesn't see himself as being especially kind to these two brothers. Naturally, it never crosses his mind what these seemingly ordinary gestures mean to them.
Sister Bai, what is that smell? It smells so sweet.
Roasted sweet potatoes.
They'll be ready to eat soon.
One for you, and one for your brother.
The moment he heard he and his brother would get some,
Moore's eyes lit up.
even though he was already full. But as a young cub, he couldn't resist the temptation. He quickly ran over and volunteered to wash all the dishes. Moore felt that since he could remember, he'd never felt so at ease and happy. He brimmed with anticipation and longing for the days ahead. Lu Xiu had been quietly observing, and he seemed satisfied with their every word and action. As long as they showed gratitude, they were worth a measure of trust. Once the sweet potatoes were ready, Lu Xiu went over and scooped them all out, leaving 2 for the brothers. Then, taking the other 2, pulled Bai Yoyo into their private space.
Ashu, these 2 brothers keep giving me faith points out of nowhere. Just now, each of them gave me 10 points. Now Muir and Muyi have each given me 40 faith points. I am just 20 faith points short now, and I can upgrade the space again.
Wandering Beastman, understand fellow Wandering Beastman best. After a moment's thought, he knew exactly what was going through those 2 brothers' minds.
But Li Shu didn't realize their feelings are perfectly normal. You don't need to overthink it. Just keep doing what comes naturally in the future. And follow your heart.
All right then. I was just a bit curious. That is all.
When someone is trapped in a cold, dark abyss, they yearn desperately for any glimpse of warmth. If given the chance to reach out to it, they'll never let it slip away.
I wonder if Lu Shu was referring to those 2 brothers. He is still going on about himself.
Hey, is it because you've got that sweet talking charm again? Can I have a taste now?
Could someone please drag away this sleazy rogue who turns everything into a 6th grade flirt fest at the drop of a hat?
Bai Yoyo screamed inwardly. He realized that Lucio was getting better and better at teasing him these days. Every little jab making his face flush and his heart race. If it weren't for the total lack of internet here, Bai Yu would absolutely suspect that Lucio had snuck online to check out some tutorials on this stuff. Otherwise, how else could he have suddenly gotten so savvy? Little did he know that Lucio's true nature was exactly like this, Snake's natural lair of seduction. As a serpent beastman, certain traits came naturally to him. At first, he kept things strictly proper with Bai Yoyo, mostly because of Bai Yoyo's initial resistance. Right from the start, Lucio just couldn't hold back and planted a kiss on Bai Yoyo's neck, which scared Bai Yoyo so much his face went pale, tears streaming down non-stop. Lucio had no choice but to rein in his instincts and approach slowly. But things were different now. Through Lucio's gradual testing of the waters, he'd pretty much figured out where Bai Yoyo's boundaries lay. So naturally, he wasn't as cautious as before, no longer tying himself in knots pretending to be some straight-laced nice guy.
Hey, just teasing you. Your lips are still swollen after all. If I took a few more nibbles, it'd probably hurt.
How swollen is it? Why didn't you say something earlier?
Wait, then why were you trying to head out just now?
You!
Once he caught the mischievous glint in Lucio's eyes, Bai Yoyo knew this sleazy rogue had done it on purpose. So in a fit of embarrassed fury, he reached up and yanked Lucio's big ear, snapping in mortified outrage.
You sly rogue! Don't you dare kiss me again! And forget about holding me close at night!
Time passes so quickly. Miu Yi's wounds have finally healed completely, and by the reckoning of past years, winter should end in less than half a month. In a typical year, the snow would have already stopped falling. Yet, it is still coming down in a steady drizzle, with no sign of letting up. Lucio has been carrying a heavy heart these past few days, standing by the window and exchanging a grim glance with Mu Yi, both fully grasping the unspoken worry.
Lucio, you've seemed so off these past few days. And you? Why do you seem strange too?
Lucio glanced at Bai Yoyo 一眼, a flicker of guilt in his eyes.
I'm afraid I've let you down. I can't give you a tribe of your own just yet.
Has something happened?
By the original plan, Lucio had intended to wait until Miu Yi recovered, then seize the final days of winter to recruit trustworthy beastmen to join the new tribe. But now, from what Lucio is saying, it seems plans have changed.
This winter feels different from the rest. It looks like winter will drag on for sure.
What is the big deal? We've got plenty of food, enough to last us a good while. We won't starve.
Sigh.
If it were just that, no issue at all. But situations like this usually trigger avalanches. And avalanches aren't even the worst part. The true horror awaits once this endless winter finally breaks, not with the gentle embrace of spring, but a brutal scorching summer, bound to unleash devastating floods. Animals and plants will all be caught in the crossfire. And even if we somehow dodge the avalanches and floods, they'll starve too, unable to find food.
Is it that serious? So, what are we going to do? We can't just sit here waiting for disaster to strike, can we?
In this situation, our only choice is to relocate, and the sooner, the better. The land here is too low-lying. Whether it is an avalanche or a massive flood, we won't stand a chance of getting through it.
Sigh!
Then we'll move. We'll make it work. As long as we're together, we'll get by anywhere. We were going to move anyway. This just means heading a little farther afield. No real difference at all.
Lucio had figured Bai Yoyo would be frightened, but it never crossed his mind that she'd be the one comforting him instead, and his heart eased just a little. He was terrified Bai. You might see him as useless,
and resent having to trek along with him. Lucio, how much time do we have left?
I want to start prepping provisions for the road right now. At her words, Lucio turned serious as well, realizing they couldn't put it off any longer.
At the very latest, we'll have to leave in 2 days.
Got it. Everyone, lend a hand over these next couple days.
We need to stock up on extra food for the journey. Of course, the two brothers were more than willing. Decision made. Bai Yu had Lucio haul out all the ground black bean flour, got the two brothers to help knead the dough, and set about baking flatbreads herself, while Lucio was put in charge of slicing the meat by Bai Yu. Bai Yu planned to boil all the meat. Once the flatbreads were ready, they kept at it straight through till evening before finally calling it a day, nibbling on a bit of flatbread before turning in.
What is wrong? Feeling worn out.
He reached up and started rubbing her shoulders.
It is my fault. You've been pushed so hard. So tomorrow, just sit back and rest. I'll take care of the rest.
I'm not that tired. I just wanted to talk to you about something.
What is the matter?
Baiyu pursed her lips, glanced at the items in the cave, and the stone cave that Lu Shu had been digging.
I want to tell a little white lie to Mu Yi and Mu Air to reveal a bit about my storage space in a roundabout way.
I can't agree to that. Though I've come to accept them, I still can't fully trust them yet. It is even less possible for me to let them in on your secret. What if they get greedy or start harboring other intentions? You could be in real danger. This is absolutely out of the question.
Baiyu, of course, knew Lu Shu was worried. This worry wasn't limited to Lu Shu. She felt it too. But given the current circumstances, the only option she could think of was see me relying on them this once.
Ashu, can you just hear me out first? My current storage space can't hold all the food and household items, and the future remains uncertain. It is unclear when we'll get more food. Hard to say. Those two brothers will be traveling with us from here on out. And I can't just pull extra supplies out of thin air. I don't want to keep coming up with excuses. Plus, I want to start planting crops, but that is impossible without seeds. That is why I want to level up my storage space again. And once it is upgraded, the capacity will expand, so I can take everything with us.
But whether the storage space levels up or not, what does that have to do with telling those two brothers?
Of course it does, she said with a sly smile. Remember the first time you saw me pull something out of thin air? You took me for the beast god's messenger, didn't you? What do you think those two brothers would make of it if they saw? Might they give me some faith points? I am just 20 faith points, short of the upgrade. It is strange, isn't it? Why didn't you give me even a single faith value back then? Haven't you been treating me as the beast god's messenger?
Maybe it is because all I feel for you is love, leaving no room for anything else.
Baiyu never imagined that such a serious question from her would turn into a quirky confession once it reached Lu Shu. It left the ever-blushing Baiyu with cheeks tinged pink, but upon reflection, she had to admit, Lu Shu actually had a point. Just as Baiyu was mulling it over, Lu Shu steered the conversation right back.
Yo-yo, even if you want to upgrade your space, you don't need to take such a gamble. You never told them about your space before, and they still gave you credit value anyway.
But we don't have time for that now, and I'm not actually planning to reveal anything about the space. I can just frame it differently.
How exactly would you rephrase it?
Lu Shu 也够 curious, wanting to hear Baiu's plan before deciding if he'd agree.
Tomorrow, I'll tell them that I received divine guidance from the beast god tonight, allowing me to temporarily entrust our items to the beast god for safekeeping and retrieve them as needed.
What do you think? But by invoking the beast god's name like this, the beast god won't mind, right?
Baiyu caught the words, and her lips twitched. How could she forget? Lu Shu was a devoted follower of the beast god.
Of course not. After all, everything I have, wasn't it all bestowed by the beast god? If the beast god has already granted me so many blessings, why would he fuss over something this trivial? I know you're still worried about Mu Yi, and if they might harbor ill intentions, but, Ashu, we need a partner, one we can trust with all our hearts. If tomorrow, they hear what I said, and witness my ability to summon objects from thin air, and if they offer faith points, then it means they harbor no ill intentions and can be trusted. If not, then it means we're not on the same path. We'd better part ways, sooner rather than later. What do you think?
Yo-yo, I can agree with your view, but parting ways is out of the question.
As Luxiu spoke, a glint of cold intent flickered in his eyes.
Once they know your secret, there are only two roads left, either as allies or as dead men. I won't let them walk away carrying your secret.
She gave Luxiu a self-mocking smile.
Ashu, we truly deserve to be partners. Kindred spirits after all.
Baiyu had always known she wasn't some saint, but she'd never seen herself so clearly as she did now. If it didn't threaten her, she might show some kindness, but when truly faced with a threat to her life, or to the lives of those she cherished, she wouldn't hesitate. Even if they'd spent some days together, the outcome would be the same. After all, once those two brothers learned of her connection to the beast god, if they harbored other ideas and let it slip, she and Luxiu would never know peace again. At first, Luxiu didn't grasp what Baiyu meant, but once it sank in, though he was somewhat shocked, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He'd feared Baiyu might go soft-hearted and stop him from silencing them. He'd even braced himself to make her cry, but hadn't expected her to choose this path.
Yo-yo, no need to feel bad about it. Mu Yi and Muir seem pretty reliable. We might not have to go that far.
All right. I hope so.
Day 2. Baiyu gazed at the two brothers standing before her, her expression laced with intricate emotions. The thought of the long road ahead, stretching out endlessly. If they faltered under this trial, it would simply be their fated destiny. If the brothers harbored no malicious intent, she would treat them as family from then on. But if they ever entertained treacherous thoughts, she and Lucille wouldn't hesitate to show no mercy. After all, both had sworn their lives to her back then, so she wouldn't hold back if it came to that.
木叶，你
Can I truly trust you? From the moment they caught sight of Bai Yuyo's conflicted look, they sensed that she and brother Lu held some vital secret.
Of course, they could share it with them. We brothers swore our oath to the Beast God long ago. And from now on, our lives belong to Boss Lu and you, our sister-in-law. If you have any command, sister-in-law, just say the word. We'll stake our lives to make it happen, no matter what it takes.
Then, watch closely now. No sooner had the words left her lips than the bowl in her hand vanished into thin air. Then, right before their eyes, she retrieved the bowl from her spatial storage.
This. Be back. Bai sister. Sister Baya. You.
What you've just witnessed struck the brothers as nothing short of a divine miracle. Only the beast god possesses such power.
Calm yourselves, and let me finish what I have to say.
Lu Shu's commanding roar snapped the brothers back to attention, and they quickly composed themselves. Baiyu hadn't expected their reaction to be quite so intense. She found it rather speechless. Yet, she had no desire to waste more time. The time they had left was already running short. She relayed the excuse she'd hashed out with Lu Shu yesterday to the two brothers.
This must be the opportunity the beast god has granted us, so we can survive this great catastrophe year.
Baiyu blushed a little as she spoke, and the long-absent system prompt echoed in her ears.
Ding! Congratulations! Host you! We gained 50 faith value from Mu Yi and 50 faith value from Mu AR. Your current faith value, 180 points. Ding! Congratulations! Host, you've met the requirements for a space upgrade. The system will now automatically upgrade your space. Ding! Deducting 100 faith value. Your remaining faith value, 80 points. Ding! Space upgrade complete. Current space level 3. Space expanded to 10 square meters. Space Spirit, spring daily output, now 80 grams. Ding! This upgrade is complete. Next upgrade requires 400 faith value. Please keep up the good work. Host, looking forward to your next upgrade.
Baiyu froze as the barrage of system prompts played, completely dumbfounded. Her gaze toward Mu Yi and Muir turned utterly priceless, when she only hoped each might offer her a measly 10 faith value at best. Who could guess they'd each drop a full 50?
It was so close.
She'd almost maxed out her faith value from them alone. Mu Yi and Muir were still reeling in shock, so they hadn't noticed Baioyo's odd reaction at all. But Lu Xiu, who had been watching Baiyoyo closely, spotted it right away. Right, Muir said.
Heh, snap out of it. Boil the meat. Tomorrow, we head out and leave this place.
The brothers heard him, but clearly, they hadn't snapped back to reality yet. Lu Xiu didn't press them further.
What do you think? How much faith have I gained? Is it worth it?
How did you know I've gained some?
I can tell just by looking at your face. You look completely stunned. I couldn't miss it even if I tried.
Is it that obvious?
Then she recounted everything that had just happened to Lu Shu.
That is great news. It means these two brothers truly trust Yu, so no need to worry about it anymore.
It really is good. So let's get to work. I'll pack our stuff. You go help the brothers cook the meat and brew a few pots of sweet potato soup while you're at it. I'll steam them in the space so we can have something hot later. Though Xiu and Muir have no ill intentions, we still need to make them understand the gravity of this. Teach them to watch their mouths. As long as they know better from now on. And never bring it up again. Especially Muir. He is still young. I'm worried he might slip up. You'll have to talk to them about it. They listen to you more.
Xing Yang, don't worry. I've got it handled.
Once everything was nearly packed, Baiyoyo suddenly remembered she hadn't checked the system space panel yet. She opened the system panel, but nowadays, she had no use for the system's appraisal functions at all, so she didn't pay much attention to it, and went straight to the space panel.
Space upgrade panel. Current level 3. Upgradable. Space upgrade conditions, 80%. Space capacity, 10 cubic meters. Space spiritual spring, 80 grams per Dalton Y. Can be accumulated and stored.
Accumulable and storable, no matter what. This is also a pleasant surprise. In the future, any excess spiritual spring water I don't use can be stored up. When it is time for me to reclaim the land, I won't have to worry. As soon as Bayoyu stepped into the kitchen.
Sister-in-law, from now on, my brother and I will serve you and Boss Lu with utmost dedication, and we absolutely won't betray the trust you've placed in us.
To them, Bayoyu embodies true mystery. The messenger of the beast god, the one destined to lead them through survival in this harsh world.
Yo-yo, we only have 3 wooden trays. They can't hold much sweet soup. After just 2 pots, we're maxed out.
Clearly, this won't be enough sweet soup. Bayo glanced around. Then her gaze settled on the water-filled stone vat against the wall.
Let's use the stone vat. It can hold so much more. We'll carefully fill the vat with soup. And as for these basins, we'll save them for the ginger soup.
Once the evening's bustle had finally died down, Bayo peered into her spatial storage. The cooked chunks of meat, the pan-fried fish, and the simmering hot soups, all safely stowed away. Things like the ribs, once we get more chilies, we can braise them to perfection. The flavor will be simply divine. As she lay on the stone bed alongside Luxiu, she nestled into his arms and drifted off to sleep. Luxiu gazed at the soundly sleeping Bayoyu, a flicker of heartache passing through his eyes. He had always wanted to care for this little female tenderly, to shield her completely. Yet now she had to share in his burdens and toils, and even after tonight, face the biting cold by his side. He felt a deep guilt, yet he was powerless to change it. All he could do was hope to find a place for them to settle soon, so he could give his little mate a secure home at last, and a life of comfort and ease. He must preserve his strength, maintain peak condition. The world outside is far too perilous, and with his disrupted mate bond, he had to be prepared for battle at a moment's notice. So she drifted off to sleep alongside him. The second day, several of them had left the cave some time ago. The snow outside is very thick. They trudged onward, sinking deep with each step in the uneven snow. Thanks to the storage realm, they carried no baggage in their hands, making their steps much lighter. Snowflakes drifted down in profusion. Lu Shu shielded her well, holding her close against the chill. Bayo nestled in Lu Shu's embrace.
Axiu, are you cold? We've been walking for so long. Shall we find a spot to rest for a bit?
Lu Shu looked down at Bayoyu, sensing his tender concern for her.
It is getting late. We should find a place to rest. Traveling at night isn't wise. Hey, check around for a suitable resting spot. Don't stray too far. Come back if you don't find anything.
The 2 brothers nodded at that, and hurried off in opposite directions. Meanwhile, Luciu, still cradling Bayoyu, found a spot and sat down. Before long, Mu Yi returned.
Eh? Boss Lu, there is a cave over there, sheltered from the wind, and the snow hasn't completely blocked the entrance. We can clear it out and stay there for the night.
They all followed Mu Yi to the cave. Bayoyu handed Lu Shu a bowl of hot ginger soup laced with Mingquan water, which she had kept in her storage realm, so it remained perfectly warm. He drank it down while it was still scalding hot, and a gentle warmth spread through his body.
Axiu, where does this path lead us?
To the other side of that high mountain.
Doesn't it snow there? Why go there?
Of course it snows there. What you see now is just this side. It looks like a massive mountain from here. But once you climb up there, you'll see it is an entirely different realm. Not unlike a vast plain, just elevated much higher, where we can finally settle in the highlands. And once the snow melts into water, it'll all flow downward, leaving us safe and secure up high. I've been there before. There are a few open areas there, so you can plant crops for yourself then.
Bayo heard this, and her eyes lit up. Farming had always weighed on her mind. For her, only a steady food supply would keep the panic at bay. She nodded at Lucille, indicating she understood. After filling their bellies, they each settled down to rest. As dawn broke, everyone still had to press on with the journey, even though that place looked pretty close. But the roads outside were treacherous these days. And once they got moving, who knew how many days it would take? Over the next few days, Bayu traveled alongside Lucio and the others. Just when Bayoyu thought they were out of harm's way, they ran into a group of wandering beastmen, who turned out to be acquaintances of Mu Yu and Mu R.
Didn't expect you 2 losers to still be alive. Looks like we're fated to meet again.
You've already stripped us brothers of all our food, so what are you blocking us for now?
What is that thing he is cradling in his arms? Hand over your stuff, nice and easy, and I'll let you go.
Fat chance!
But he didn't even finish speaking. Before he could, Lu Shu set Bayoyu down, revealing her petite figure and delicate face. Those beastmen could never have imagined that what Lu Shu had been holding was a petite, beautiful little female. Each one was instantly captivated, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. The most depraved among them were already drooling. It had been so long since they'd laid eyes on a female, let alone one as fresh and pretty as this little female. In that instant, food was forgotten entirely. All they craved was to claim the little female right there before them. That wolf-eyed beastman watched Baiyoyo and Luciu's reactions, and instinctively sensed something was off, surprisingly seeing no trace of panic on them at all. Yet in that moment his reason was utterly clouded by lust. Emboldened by the numbers on his side, he felt utterly fearless.
Brother Odaza, come to Big Brother. What kind of good life can you have tagging along with those two losers? Just follow us, brothers, and we'll make damn sure to feed you nice and full.
Before his shrill laughter could even fade, a thick, elongated black shadow suddenly charged right up to them, and with a single devastating strike, it took them down one by one. Instead, it swiftly reaped their lives in an instant, as the wolf-eyed beastman a bit farther back witnessed the scene, so terrified that he lost all will to fight, shifted into beast form, and bolted away in panic. But his speed was no match for that black shadow. He hadn't even gotten far before meeting the same grim fate as his fallen brothers. It all ended far too quickly. Let alone Miu Yi and Miu Er. Even Baiyoyu was left stunned. She knew Lu Shu was powerful, but compared to before, hadn't he gotten way stronger? Is this fighting power even human? And if she hadn't seen it wrong, Lu Shu's beast form somehow seemed much more refined now. Once Lu Shu shifted back to human form and walked over to Baiyoyu's side.
Yu, no need to be scared anymore. It is all over now.
Asio, with you here, I'm not afraid at all. I'm just a bit surprised. You seem to be getting stronger and stronger.
Lu Shu chuckled softly at that, leaning in close to Baiyoyu's ear, and whispered back.
It is all thanks to you, Yu. And that spiritual spring water you give me every day. My combat strength isn't the only thing getting stronger these days. And that other side of me is improving too.
Oh, shut up! I want to talk to you right now. He even doubted how he could have ever mistaken this stinky rogue for an honest and straightforward guy. What honest person? Where does honest guy even come from? This has got to be the most blind I've ever been in my life.
Miu Yi and Miu Er stared at the corpses on the ground, their jaws dropping in shock. Just at that speed of Lu Shu's, that explosive power, they'd never seen anything like it.
Is he even human?
They even suspected that Lu Shu, like Baiyoyo, had also been granted powers by the beast god. However, what Lu Shu was granted was pure combat prowess. Plus, they'd recently noticed their own physical abilities had noticeably improved, which only strengthened their belief in this theory. Baiyoyo was in the middle of bickering with Lu Shu, when suddenly the system's voice rang in her ears.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained 10 faith points from Miu Yi, 10 faith points from Miu Er. Current remaining faith points, 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've acquired Miu Yi and Miu Er as devoted believers. You can trust them completely, they'll do anything for you, and with full faith, they'll never betray you.
The one who just struck was Lu Shu. Why give him faith points?
What is the big deal?
After hearing Baiyoyo's explanation, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, yet he thought it was a good thing. Once Miu Yi and Miu Er finished searching through, they only found a bit of salt and some dried meat.
With just this little stuff, they dared to brazenly try to take in my little female. They were really asking for it.
Miu Yi and Miu Er were left speechless by Lu Xu's words. It is already impressive that wandering orcs in this era can even have food to eat. Does Lu Xu really think all wandering orcs can't live as comfortably as they do? Not to mention the wandering orcs. Even the orcs in the tribes can't hold a candle to Lu Xu, but they only dare to grumble about it in their hearts, lacking the guts to voice it aloud. Once Baiyoyo had packed away their things, they pressed on with their journey. Fortunately, the days that followed were free of any more mishaps, though they did spot a few wandering orcs along the way, who all kept their distance and scattered before Lu Xu could even get close, unlike those wolf-faced orcs who had brazenly approached, perhaps not wanting to stir up trouble, or maybe because there weren't enough of them to feel confident challenging Lu Xu and his group, and so they traveled on for several more days, until they finally reached the base of the towering mountain Lu Xu had described. Baiyu gazed up at the soaring peak before her, gulping nervously.
Is Lu Xu really planning to climb over this? It is blanketed in snow up there. What if someone slips?
This side of the mountain is especially sheer. If Lu Xu hadn't insisted the other side was different, she never would have agreed to settle in a place like this, no matter what.
With my lifespan far from over, I'll carry you through, and we'll be past it in no time.
With that, she turned to the Miu Yi and Miu Er brothers.
You too, stay right behind me, she instructed.
The brothers had absolute faith in Lu Xu,
and nodded in unison to show they understood.
This mountain is so tall and so steep. Can you really handle it?
It was mostly the snow blanketing the terrain that worried her, fearing a single misstep from Lu Xu could send him tumbling down.
I've been here before. I remember the terrain. Besides, my beast form's plenty long and thick. As long as we apply the force just right, there won't be any trouble. Am I up for it? Don't you know yet? Is it that my past performances didn't leave you satisfied? You'd better not ask questions like that anymore, or I'll feel like proving it to you right now.
Oh, all right. I believe you. You're more than up for it. You take the lead then.
Just as Baiyu reached out to tug his ears,
it turned into beastman punishment.
The next instant, Baiyu was swept up by Lu Xu and settled onto his back. Once Lu Xu had secured Baiyu in place, he signaled for the others to follow. Then he bolted toward the mountain summit. This mountain is so steep, even with Lu Xu's incredible speed. By the time they reached the top, more than half the day had already passed as Baiyu dismounted from Lu Xu's back. Her legs were tingling with numbness. She glanced down at the base, only to see an endless sea of white. Staring too long made her dizzy.
Now that we're here, we're finally safe. All that is left is to find a good spot to settle down.
Hearing this, Baiyu looked around her surroundings. Just as Lu Xu had said, once they were up the mountain, from a distance, some areas were surprisingly level, just like regular flat ground. As long as you didn't look back at the path they'd taken, you'd never guess you were atop a massive mountain. Baiyu let out a relieved sigh, feeling that this place was far better than she'd imagined.
Yeah, let's find a suitable spot to camp for now. With weather like this, there is not much else we can do anyway.
Lu Xu agreed, nodding in approval. As for Mu Yi and Mu Er, whatever Baiyu suggested, they were all for it. Of course, they had no objections. So the group pressed onward, with Baiyu carefully scanning the surroundings as she walked. After all, this might be their new home for good. She wanted to find the perfect spot. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted hints of green peeking through the snow.
Xiu, let's go check it out. What incredible vitality. It is still alive in this freezing cold.
Lu Xu gave it a casual glance.
It looks like just some ordinary wild plants. Every winter, some cold-hardy plants get buried under the snow, but they don't die.
But as I got closer to the greenery, I realized it wasn't just a tiny patch. It was a whole field, simply buried under the snow. You just can't make it out clearly from afar. What came into view was a massive clump, shaped just like a giant cabbage. But this one was over 3 times bigger than a regular cabbage. Baiyu was about to tear off a leaf to take a closer look, when, to her astonishment, it started slowly turning green.
Did I see that right?
Why is it changing color?
Sis, this thing always changes color. We've spotted it in winters past. Back then, some starving beastmen even tried to eat it. But the moment they dug it up, it changed color. So everyone figured it was poisonous, and no one dared touch it since.
It looks just like cabbage. What if it is edible? My appraisal skill hasn't been useful in ages. If not now, then when?
In her mind, she murmured, appraise snow cabbage. Non-toxic, edible, no side effects either.
Time for some greens! It has been nearly 100 days without fresh greens. I've been craving them for so long. If it weren't for those carrots, I'd have lost it by now. Baiyu's sudden movement startled Lu Xu and Mu Yi. Mu Er jumped in surprise.
Yu, what is up? Why the sudden excitement?
Xiu, we've got fresh food again. This snow cabbage is totally edible. Really? Then let's dig it up and go. Quick!
Mu Yi didn't hesitate at all, and without a word, joined Mu Er in digging right away. The Baiyu of today holds the place of the divine woman in their hearts. How could the divine woman's words ever be wrong? Baiyu saw Mu Yi and Mu Er spring into action, and wanted to lend a hand too. But just as she stepped forward, Lu Xu pulled her back, just like Lu Xing, who showed no joy in that moment, instead pressing his lips tight and frowning as he gazed at her.
What is wrong, Xiu?
Lu Xu's heart was far from calm at this moment. Baiyu had always been the one to discover new food sources, and he had simply assumed it was because she knew so much more. But just moments ago, Baiyu had clearly been asking him what the thing was only a second before. Yet right after Mu Yi gave the answer, she immediately confirmed its name and usefulness. And before offering that confirmation, Baiyu had done just one thing. She had touched it. Thinking back, Baiyu had often asked him to bring her more items to identify, and every time, it was only after holding them in her hands that she would provide the answers. Those little details suddenly clicked. A suspicion began to form in Lu Xu's mind, and if his hunch was right,
It meant Baoyu was still keeping secrets from him. The more Lu Xu dwelled on it, the more a bitter ache filled his chest. He glanced at Baoyu's questioning gaze, but in the end, he said nothing. His expression darkened, and he followed Mu Yimer off to dig snow cabbage. It wasn't anger, just fear that he wouldn't be able to hold back from asking outright. He feared Baoyu might refuse to tell him, that he might shatter the fragile rhythm they had built together. He should be grateful for what he had, not covet more. Baoyu stared blankly at Lu Xu's retreating back, sensing something off, though she couldn't quite place it. She couldn't put her finger on it, and before she could dwell further,
Sister Bai, aren't you coming to help pack them up?
Baoyu looked up and saw the two brothers had already unearthed a good pile of snow cabbage.
Just about 30 more. Should do it.
Though her space storage had expanded quite a bit lately, it was already packed with supplies, and if not for the food they'd consumed recently, she wouldn't even have room for 30 more snow cabbages.
Sister Bai, look at all we've got already. Let's take it all with us. Let it keep growing here. No one else around would touch this stuff anyway. Who do you think's gonna steal it?
Mu Yimer just shivered a moment ago, but Baoyu had already put Lu Xu's strange reaction behind her. At that moment, she was carefully scanning the surroundings, and in her eyes, the soil that produced snow cabbage, all to yield other useful things too. So she started thinking about settling down nearby. The ground here is fairly level, and it is up on a rise, which makes it a solid spot for living. She glanced left and right, and spotted a grove of trees not far off, with a hill about 30 meters high, right beside it. It looked perfect for carving out a cave as a temporary shelter. Baoyu had nothing urgent on her mind right then, so she wandered over toward it alone, wanting to scout if the area was workable. She hadn't gone far when Lu Xu, who'd been keeping an eye on her, caught up.
Where are you headed, Yu-Yu?
Baoyu didn't give it a second thought, and just laid out her idea to Lu Xu straight away. Lu Xu eased up a little once he'd heard her out, and they headed right to the base of the hill, where he rapped on the rock face ahead.
It is sturdy enough. That'll do for a cave.
Ashu, take me up to the top of the hill, will you?
I want to get a look at the terrain and lay of the land around here. The hill was cone-shaped, covering just over 50 square meters at the base. Baoyu stepped to the edge and peered down, taking in the full view all around. She looked side to side and noticed something offbeat.
Actually, doesn't that look like a river over there?
Everything where Baoyu pointed was blanketed in white, forming a twisting, uneven ribbon of a shape that snaked off into the distance.
That is indeed a river, the only treacherous river in these parts,
he said happily to Lu Xu.
Then, let's settle here. This spot is easy to defend and hard to attack. And there is a water source. The soil here is ideal for growing plants. It is practically perfect.
The terrain rises high here, with sheer cliffs along the riverbank. It took them half a day just to climb up. And adding obstacles would make it even tougher. That way, if they want to build a tribe here someday, they'd only need to fortify one side.